no quarter to be given, and I'm looking at Major Pride to try and keep up the pace that they were able to achieve in the group stages as well, because they kind of had a little bit of a dip over in the European Championships, I think it's fair to say, and back in EU as well. They have shown some stumbles here and there, but they have made it. They're a top group qualifier. They are right in the mix of it.
I think for Major Pride, there's like a lot on the line from here at PMGC. I think they're one of the few new European teams to get back into PMGC again, even after their little reshuffle of the roster, with Dino coming in as well, who has proven himself this year to be a phenomenal addition to the team. Nomi, though, on the other hand, incredible player. Overall is Nomi so well performing in his group stages over in PMPL 2.
Can you hear me okay?
The unfortunate thing for Major Pride, and this is what I can see things going two ways, is that they'll either crash and burn quite quickly, or they'll give themselves a chance. I don't know if it's going to be enough chance to get into that first place position, but there's certainly a world here where that can happen. For instance, there's teams like IMC who had a blaster of a run towards the end of their last chance qualifier, which was incredible to watch, John. You know, Alex has really stepped up his game on that team. And again, the Mongolian teams over at this tournament are very, very strong. You've got Stalwart, you've got 4V, you've also got your boys on IHC. It is really, really awesome to see Mongolian teams rise up this way.
And a lot of them are quite streaky. I think, as you highlighted, IHC certainly getting that push in from the last chance. You've also seen that back in their group stage as well, to make sure that they have that spot. It was the final day, and that sprint capability in a 3-day format, Blank, is really, really important. They've shown it.
Okay, I think this should be better.
Yeah, it's even worse when you get to the last chance. You've got 2 days to make it happen, right? IHC make it happen there. Very, very difficult. Stalwart, on the other hand, another team that everyone's talking about. Max wanted to talk about them. He decided he won. He's already
Which team are we cursing today?
More than enough.
You're alive?
However,
yeah, hey
Stalwart
guys.
is another team that has issues in terms of the way
okay,
I see it.
Is my volume okay?
The best PUBG Mobile you will ever see in game, or they just do nothing. And the problem with that is that in between is not good enough. Now, there is players supporting them now in that squad. You know, obviously, IC has become this amazing off-angler for the squad who's able to hold down the fort, so it gives, obviously, action and top a little bit more room to breathe. They don't have to carry every single match, and they can actually play that duo.
No, I'm not casting. What's up, Bad? Oh, damn.
Stalwart, because,
I haven't
again,
seen you guys in a while.
This team is going to do well. It comes to PMGC.
Volume's okay? Are you alive? I'm alive.
To be proven wrong in that
I plan on doing viewer parties again and actually streaming
because
again.
They keep showing us that they've got the stuff.
I took a very long time off.
You know, we love to talk about them. We have to bring them up.
But I am alive.
Contractual at this stage, but we are. But yeah, absolutely. Stalwart, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Not quite able to go the full distance.
I'm back.
They'll have their Hercules story here in Istanbul as we get locked and loaded for Sandhawk.
You're just waiting to get into that playing path now. The final thing to be done is to get into that playing path.
Am I really fuzzy on the camera?
Of the day here for PMGC
no,
here in Istanbul, live brought to you. Happy to see
I
it.
guess I need a little bit more light.
Ready to rear in to watch some of these players bring the thunder in the matches. S2G brought the trophy. Will they take it back with them? Only 58 seconds will tell.
Silas able to carry that trophy in. I've lifted that thing before last year.
Let's turn up the light a little bit.
The guy's got the trophy to carry. Hopefully he can carry through the rest of his team as well as the hometown heroes, as Barney rightly said in his intro for this roster. We've got some Brazilians on the screen as well, and they'll be looking to bring it to battle, I'm sure, in the first match. Sandhawk, typically very, very fast, a little bit more confrontational of a style of map. Some difficult crossings, and really the main feature is that trifecta in terms of dictating a lot of the pace of the early game and where those early circles fall.
Yeah, I think a lot of times you either get the worst circles on Sandhawk or you're given some decent ones that you can actually play around with. We have seen quite a few of those trifecta circles.
Chinese meta slowly fading away.
And last chance. We didn't see a lot of it.
Let's just say the other regions got better. The other regions got a lot better.
West Island finishes, which was honestly very cool to see.
I wouldn't say the Chinese meta. Well, we'll see how this year goes.
As we head to Sandhawk, maybe we're getting that trifecta split every
but we're already into match
time,
one.
Here we are.
I need to make sure my face cam is in a spot that doesn't block anything.
Over the island from the northwest side down towards
I
Kampong
think
Blanc.
this is okay,
Again,
right here.
Small enough plane paths, unless they are super dramatic.
I'll move it
Don't
if it
play
blocks
too
things.
much into it in the same way that they do on certainly a map like Miramar and Erangel as well. FaZe look like they're dropping for that northwest island. They'll be taking that split.
Already getting straight into it. Like you said, FaZe on the
YouTube
northwest
removed
side.
my
Not really
membership
anyone
option.
around this location that's really bothering them on this one.
Oh yeah, we have a cat named Tuki.
Seems like
It's Zuki number 2. I'll show you guys on
for a lot
stream.
of these squads right
Oh,
now.
we got a hot drop
Seven
already.
down towards that southeast side.
Xavier.
Double split. Nice little bit of greed happening early on, but we do have
Oh, against S2G.
in themselves a hot
The
drop.
defending
We're going to be
champions.
treated today. It looks like S2G
Oh, one of them's already
starting
knocked.
to get a little bit more of an edge on the damage, but they've taken a knock. One has fallen down, unfortunately, right at the start, but Razy holding forwards with that S12.
Who are you guys cheering for, by the way?
They're going to back off their opponents now. Xavier.
What do you mean Zuki 2? Yeah, we have a cat named Tuki.
A lot of damage
Which
has
is
been done. SGG
like
looking to get this res.
or
They want to
Zuki
try
number
and
2.
enact it. Molotov to try and keep them in this one over in Paradise Resort with the circle heading up towards.
Yeah,
the
I want to be viewer party
Could be a
PEL
little bit
again.
more trouble,
You guys
but
need to
over
update me.
here, we've
Oh, we got
Lutz
2 different hot
as
drops.
4MV take them on and immediately Baron rings out.
I casted 4 Miracle Vibes. They're a really good team.
Trade
1-for-1
over Baron
trade.
from Mythic, excellent, and the flush to come through. So a 1-for-1 so far, and Loops have already got a
I'll put him on camera
Yeah,
after this match is over.
4 Miracle Vibes down this side. It's important to win out this fight, and we do get one from Doc with the S12K. We'll take down Isla. That guy was on fire during the group stage. And losing him out is not ideal, but 2 players here, Apex as well as Doc. East is currently down for 4MV. Get him back
Cheering for Weibo Gaming SD.
Can't imagine that Mythic and Cardozin's going to do too much.
Rose is asking for a pick.
QBZ and a Thompson, not ideal for close range, but for at least cleaning up East here, there's a possibility.
Yeah, I'll do watch parties again.
On the top side, it's Doc to take down Mythic.
With Cardozan as well on the opposite side of the river.
Evos,
there's very
third
little
party.
chance that he gets across here against this roster, but look who's in the wings now. Pasija
Yeah,
Evos,
I'm gonna. I'll start viewer party PEL again.
And it's time for a third party from the hills.
It's a nice
You stop following PUBGM esports and CBS meta. Yeah, close range fights are way faster. Oh, Pushkar, so good to see you back, man.
In this location, Stalwart is pretty easy breezy over in boot camp.
Oh, he didn't play in the later half of the year. Paraboy's casting, or not? Well, I know Paraboy's at this event right now, and he has like his own like casting booth kind of.
So they've got a lot of eyes on this one, and potentially 4MV's got a little bit careful in this situation, not opening up those sight lines.
Spicy roster changes for Nova.
Mythic very soon to go down fully here, but East actually steps back. I mean, to be fair, you could just wait out that timer. Pasija Evos don't have angles. It might be a little bit tricky. Both sides of the river now covered off by Pasija Evos. In the meantime, over from Cow, it looks like Nongshim Red Force have moved down south to guard out the north edge of Paradise Resort.
Loops is pretty dead. Only
still
one up.
Holding strong, and they did manage to get all 4 of their players back and alive.
Xavier.
So they'll be okay for
they
now,
disengaged.
Xavier
I thought they got one of. Oh yeah.
Are going to struggle with Nongshim moving all the way down.
Who they hot drop with? They hot drop with S2G. Oh
okay. Okay.
Neither.
S2G
No
are
team
also
lost a
able to
player.
get all players back up, but this was that initial engagement we saw early on.
Tuki likes to turn off computers.
Turkish
Oh yeah, I
squad
need
here
to be
and
careful
the
of that.
Vietnamese massive on this side, looking to hopefully hold out.
Paraboy's
S2G.
paid to attract audience in
A
stadium.
singular knock, that's about it. Chua. I don't know how many nades he had there, but this guy was absolutely
Roses don't compare though.
during the group stage.
Rose will always be a Zuki fan.
Pulls the pin on one, opts back out of it.
Good to be back, guys.
Doesn't want to waste it without some sort of guaranteed return, whether it's information, whether he spots a play, sees 2 breaking wide. Xavier still holding on this northwest building on Paradise Resort. You saw before as well, Nongshim Red Force.
All right, okay, so since there's not too much action,
happening in that area
who are you guys cheering for? Are we still majority PEL teams? STE, Weibo Gaming?
Anti-venom ready effect. Close to danger, perhaps closer than he knows, but Zuxi has the crossfire with Misery.
Stalwart's been looking really good, though.
Misery, honestly, has been fairly effective on this squad so far. More effective than I maybe thought he would be. That's
and Brazil was looking strong, but then, like, 2 of their top teams didn't make it.
That first day for this team. They're able to start things off strong. That's where they start biking it on down towards that trophy.
Which team do you think can win this time?
And
Yeah, I'm still alive. If I had to pick one, man, It's so hard. Let me predict. Let me give you guys my top 3 after like one game. After one game.
has essentially allowed this team to leapfrog.
Your top 3 or top 5. I'll give you guys my top 3 after the first game.
If they knew that was going to happen, but getting up to that.
Emma says she's an hyper fan. Yikes.
Now. Lamborghini steps up for a shot. Sprayed out.
Some replays.
4MV as well, continuing their engagement.
Oh, Emma and I have been playing PUBG Mobile too.
It's going to be 4MV.
We both got to like
taking down the majority of
Crown, I think, before the season reset.
Just a replay. Oh, unfortunately.
Might start streaming some.
Checking out what happened earlier in those games with Lamborghini. Being able to hit those shots over towards STG.
4MV, oh yeah, 4 Miracle Vibes has been looking really good too. I mean, all the teams, okay, here's a better question. Which team do you guys think out of these 6 teams
less ideally gets knocked on
will not make top 10? Like who do you guys think are the weak teams here?
Knocked on the rooftops because he dropped straight back down again outside of line of sight. So Kelsey gets away with it.
Is this the best PMGC? I mean, every year PMGC gets more and more difficult. Oh yeah, and Emma spent. I forgot how much money she spent, but she has 2 Paganis. No, wait, she has the one super special Pagani, and then she got another like a ghost skin.
Shortly, but this position, this area of the map.
Emma and Friendless better than Paraboy and Friendless. 4MV is the scariest team in a 4v4.
Though that has been held down by 4MV. Trying to keep that north edge of it clear.
MP and DX not in the top 10 for you? Major Pride? I mean, I cast in Major Pride. And Major Pride, like, I think they have a lot of potential. I think in this lobby it might be way harder for them to do well. But, I mean, Major Pride, when I was casting them, they were making really good decisions.
Wasn't really that contested at all.
No, not at all.
PJ EV, y'all won't be in the top 10? Really? You think so?
Lucky, let's say. A little bit lucky, let's say, in terms of how they've been able to angle themselves round.
STE coming in from the northwest. Stalwarts from the southwest. Oh, look at Weibo Gaming. Weibo Gaming deep in the blue. I don't know about that.
And they're just going to be gathering that
util. They're just going to be taking their time.
Sort of known for their nades as
well. Hope you do more streams next year. I will.
STG might be held in, could be bad, but here comes Dunction Red Force, takes down one.
Don't decide your top 3 favorites as they'll only need to cast a curse.
He's brutal with it. Straight through the door, the DBS breach. Now, can Decisive piece anything back together? His Draz got one of his own. He's spraying, he's chunking through, but he's not landing the damage.
The Jukes!
With the Thompson in hand.
Oh!
Have to go for the swap.
The pre-fire, the DBS.
Breaks left. It's all over the place, and Decisive still not able to get any value. There has been a retribution elimination, though.
Oh, you gotta be so scared of the DBSs,
jumping
man.
Across, trying to find the final player from Decisive, but he's just a little bit too elusive.
STG
it's 2v1, but look at how scared they are.
Could be able to clean up this engagement. Dunction Red Force down to 3 players, 1 player knocked here. S2G decides not to get involved on this one. This could have been some 3 easy points coming their way off the back of it.
How am I? I'm doing well.
A little bit too
I took a very long break.
You got to take these chances.
6-2-8, the third party Kings looking to move on in now. From this
I'm looking to make a comeback this last month of this year in a lot of different ways.
Potential for them to try and crash on the compound, but they have turned around and thought a little bit.
The last time I actively streamed with you guys, like I was streaming a lot. I was also in pretty good physical shape. Yeah, not anymore. Like I'm getting old.
They've been watching it for a long, long while.
I need to like take care of my body. I stopped exercising. I stopped breakdancing. Like I can barely breakdance now. I have like foot injuries, but I'm gonna start working back at all of that.
At a PMGC, he has been phenomenal before. Now he has to step up big for the rest of the team. Gets 1 knock. It's beautiful.
Misery's there, he's catching the flanks. 4MV don't know what's hit him. Zuxi with the DBS goes down, and he's out in the blue, but Misery's right there.
Didn't get the confirmation
to put the final nail in the coffin, and 4 Miracle Vibes will go down. Procedure Evos carry on.
Really good stuff, and it's nice to see Zuxi perform, honestly, because it was Luxi putting in the majority of the heavy lifting during those group stages. However, we know Zuxi.
Yeah, there's a lot of fights happening early. I think each year the aggression out of teams have been getting higher and higher.
It's nice to see that.
I think every
kind
team
of traits working out for him
out of
here.
this top 16 all need to be aggressive in some sort
We've got
of way.
Still hovering towards the northwest side, and Tap Mock just trying to claim space.
DBS is so broken.
Side, which is still open. Circle could still
I think they need to.
Well.
I don't know. Like DBS is very strong, but as a spectator, like,
but it is Stalwart on that south
like,
side.
like for you guys watching, it makes some really hype moments though.
Area.
You know, like it's very
Exactly
entertaining.
what they can get done.
WBG moving up the east coast right now, past Lakawi, up towards Camp Bravo. With Morph just behind them. Their traffic jam over near Pine Iron had to go somewhere.
I think they should make the DBS have less ammo. Oh, that's Sook knocked in the back. Uh-oh.
Su going down is pretty bad news. This was the lad that, honestly, a lot of people had high hopes for.
Man, Sook, what an OG.
On the squad of WBG.
I'll do PEL watch parties again. I hear next year PEL is going to get insane.
I always hate to see 4 people in a vehicle, but Morph think better of cresting the ridgeline in such a fashion. They drop out a little bit early. They want to get this flush confirmed. It's just going to go down to the blue, though. And
these are some old commands.
Starting to look a little bit unhealthy here.
DBS should be an airdrop.
The amount of meds that they've got on board, the stims that they've got ticking, they'll be okay, but they have to get out of the blue soon.
How about this? Make DBS an airdrop gun, and then buff like the other shotguns just by a little bit. I think that'd be a fair balance.
Inwards, and obviously they'll have a read. There's a team behind them.
I suck at using shotguns though, man. I'm glad I stopped playing comp before the shotgun meta came out.
This ditch could be working out well for them. It depends how quickly.
Make a few milliseconds delay between first shot and second shot in DPS. Oh, that's a good. That's a pretty good idea. I like that idea more actually.
One of the most central positions, holding
a slight, a longer delay before the first and second shot.
At least one of them, but
I think that's a really good balance idea.
Right now. And by minimal,
so it's like.
That's probably that is the minimum.
So kind of like the S12K.
In the running of it, but. Still
the S12K the S12K has that kind of longer delay between shots.
With a little bit of a chance here. Nongshim, Red Force.
What's 16 name? Weibo Gaming. He's on Weibo Gaming right now. He died already.
They lost a player in the process. Losing 1, playing as 3. They can stack up in this building.
This
they do have a decent chance of holding off, but as soon as more than one team starts to rock up, as soon as both the West
I just realized, hey Sean, what's up, Sean?
It's going to be so much harder to hold on to as 3. You just need those sidelines.
You can sort of respect the play that
a dead man streaming. I have been pretty dead.
They've lined themselves
back
up,
alive though.
The circle's likely going to move away from Parasol eventually on the rocky edges, right? Where a lot of teams are going to have to get through. It's much easier for them to hold out in that position than it is for teams to push through there. Especially with the fact that with having FaZe in this location on that northwest side, they're coming in from the back of the blue. You've already got 628 in, Stalwart as well as Red Force. These teams are all going to have to take
FaZe is going to get destroyed here. They should get destroyed here. Pre-nade from STE. Nade's already being cooked.
At the end of this one. Right now, it is 628 looking to deal with FaZe, who have
good spread out from FaZe real quickly.
As the desk said, from their final dying moments to bringing themselves back to life
Major
here.
pride in the South. TEC. Got some Sucky fans.
Resurrection in the making.
Man, so much happened in PEL this year.
6-8 lose a player. Now FaZe
is Paraboy really casting? Paraboy is there. I don't know if he has his own, like, if he is casting, it'll be on a Chinese platform.
Nearly going down. 33Z runs away, turns tail, but it's not in time. He will go down. Can there be a trade? But Vintorez is ready and waiting. Sees that they're putting these players on the deck time and time again, and ST and Stalwart are going to rock up to the southwest point of the Paradise Resort. 6-2-8 get crunched in the middle.
Nongshim Red Force, though, send out Sporter to the side, and right now, I think FaZe is being a little bit...
Wait, STE just died? I was reading chat for like a second.
This is an amazing little rotation coming.
They got third party, I'm guessing, from the other STE.
Full sight lines, great bit of cover to play around as well.
Oh, FaZe actually just ran through them. FaZe with 3 eliminations.
But this opening that Sporter's given them could be the death of FaZe here. They're currently moving over the top side right now.
I can't read chat right now.
A little bit safer, unleashes a nade.
STE just got demolished and I missed it. Oh, nice nade.
Oh, nice. Blasted. 2 players go down from FaZe in the blink of an eye, and now Nongshim Red Force have even the numbers and done more as well. They've
I
been
love
able
how
to take
aggressive
that
all the
numbers
teams
advantage
are
now. 3 versus
nowadays.
2, and S2G are here to play.
Oh my
Silas
gosh.
moves up, but he's immediately rebuffed, holding their ground now. Nongshim continue with 3.
The gun
Mela
skill,
breaks wide out the blue. The
insta-trade
nade
from
not going long
distance.
enough, and Sporter stays alive behind the crags. Tizzy
Another nade
on the
coming out,
off angle,
Sporter.
looking to try and keep up the pace, but XZY up
Omen
on the
from
high
Red
ground
Force
has
is
gone
looking
down
good.
for them, so they're playing on us too. Can they keep it up against FaZe?
For FaZe right now, Onzen's looking to get picked up, but more nades are flying through over towards their
Oh,
position.
nice nade.
Pride here taking the engagement down with Procedure Evos on
Oh,
the south
DVS
side.
so
Sporter
broken.
will take down
what
the
fuck
last
is
player
that,
of
man?
FaZe and shut down
From
by
that
an
distance, come on.
incredible reposition from
Disgusting.
Sporter at the start of that
DVS
one.
needs to be
Certainly
nerfed.
playing some sport of his own for shot put on that grenade directly on target. Though curiously, is Silas to get silenced over towards the south side of this engagement.
Does get picked up though and healed up nicely. Can they pick up these 2 points against Nongshim? Red Force, he is ready, he is waiting. Sporter with the DBS in close range against the UMP, steps up and Silas is ready. He takes the knock, takes the elimination, fades back with the rest of his team. Nongshim down to 1.
S2G keeping all 4 up.
This one though, John.
Where's the
S2G
zone though?
do need to start moving out. Stalwart with this.
Oh, S2G is going to
Circle
run into
look to be
Stalwarts
having
probably.
A very good position
Wildcard
outside
Gaming
the
is
map.
getting
Nice shot
destroyed
from
right
Kelsey
now.
though. Will take down another, not before he gets refragged himself. Will drop off the side of the wall.
PEC chilling.
Alliance putting pressure on.
Oh, look at Major Pride.
S2G will have to leave
I think
this
Major
position.
Pride,
The blue zone will
Major
push them out
Pride's
from
going to
it.
do a
They
lot
want this
better than
res,
a
but
lot
the
of
nade goes
people
a little bit
expect, in
long.
my
It's up on
opinion.
the roof, and the res can come through now. For S2G to
Please
keep
don't
them up
mention
as 4.
certain
Has just been enacted.
Weibo
The
Gaming's
blue zone takes him
player's
straight
name.
back down. Kelsey falls once more, and S2G are going to
Slick
struggle to get
is
this
Slick
one
is
back
dead.
on through. In the
He
meantime,
died.
WBG
Oh,
have
Weibo
gone down on
Gaming's
the
all
east
dead
side.
actually.
IHC, Morph, Alpha 7 engaged in that conflict. But Udo Alliance still guard out S2G. A little bit of a struggle in their future.
A lot of engagements happening around the map at the moment. IHC, who had a strong position for a long time, need to move over towards that western side. Alpha 7 is just calmly breaching over towards the east. Only really Loops in a strong position right now. But only
he's
got
gonna
one
get
player.
naded.
Cardozen sets himself up for success.
Oh,
but he got no teammates to
They
make it
ran into
happen.
each other.
S2G here versus Stalwart. A big old fight here between these two teams. Currently, Stalwart sort of has the better positioning on this one, but S2G, 4 players, can they make it happen? That's the question here.
Ooh, first through the breach, and Hamzy on the high ground. Just backs him off the corner. Unfortunately, takes a little bit too much damage to continue that position against Icy. Nurzed as well, waiting for this push to come through from S2G. The Stim's just ticking them back up, and top goes down. Silas has found the first shot and drawn first blood in the engagement. The duel rages on. IHC not quite close enough to engage because Udo Alliance are in the way. Silas continues to break forwards.
Looking
as Kelsey backs him up on the rooftop. Razy for the lower punch here. Nurzed right around the corner.
They didn't get to see S2G.
His time waiting on the door frame for anybody
league
to step on
stage.
through. It's dangerous, and Icy's there as well. Silas continues to move along the wall, and Razy steps
Holy,
in. There's a lot more
okay,
life. They keep it
okay.
alive.
Trade,
They
quick
find
trade.
that they will lose Hamzy in the sidelines, and more start to fall as well. S2G keep it going, and Stalwart, a major
That was a
contender,
4v4
fall
with
in the face of
Stalwart's
the hometown
defending.
heroes.
Stalwart's a really
That's
strong
difficult push
close
coming
range
from
team.
S2G to get down towards that south side. Stalwart
Damn.
held all the cards in that situation. Yet still S2G
Okay.
pushes on through with the support of their backers here in Istanbul. Alpha 7 in the center. A dominant team here on Sandbox.
Oh, Alpha 7's going to win
Suxy
this.
in the meantime, by the way, call him Levi Acker, but he's just taken down most of the Titans. He is on the south side, and he did go down in the end, but there's only one player now for Titan, and that's Major Pride to get a position now on the south side as they can move.
Long time
in
no
and try
see.
and
You don't know
push
half the
towards
teams
Alpha
here.
7.
Major Pride. This is one of their best.
There
matches.
is
Sort
quite a
of
few
odd for a European
newer
team to be very, very good at
teams.
Sandhawk, but Major Pride is one of the few teams in Europe that.
Well, we'll
actually
do a
can
little
play
recap of
Sandhawk
all the
very,
teams
very well and pick up some
after
big
this
numbers
first
off the back
match.
of it.
We'll
Very
see what the chat
likely of
thinks
them to actually go for
about
a
these teams
central
as well.
position. But this time around, they're playing a little bit further towards the edge. A little bit scared about this one, potentially just trying to slowly make their way in. They understand as well as any other team within this lobby that, honestly,
Dude, Ocean Red
the
Force doing a really
positions,
good job
the
just out here
locations
healing.
towards the center of this circle aren't really ideal. You're going to be playing edge for a long, long time. Tizzy still going, though. Trying to get further into this match. Going to be backstabbing over towards S2G. Has to hit another first aid kit, though. Kelsey getting roughed up by Major Pride as Naomi opens up onto him.
Major Pride's attention drawn in that direction by the shots from Tizzy. They spot S2G, and 2 of their players fall almost immediately. Alpha 7 looking to stop the final player from Titan to go on through, and Tizzy is still there. Razy go down. Titan do finally fall completely, and Kelsey's down as well. Just Silas remains for S2G.
Gotta push further into this one. The placement points alone, very juicy towards the end here. Silas shimmying his way on the side. Good shots though. We'll take down 1 from Major Pride. That was instantaneous.
Oh, that sucks for Major Pride. Oh, Major Pride's getting destroyed.
On the hilltop as well. An effect goes down. Silas is still going for S2G.
Silas got another one?
He is a force
oh,
to be
shit.
Carrying that trophy forwards, and his effects get flushed away.
Silas 1 HP. Look at that bar up. Look at this.
2 players remain.
He's like 1 HP.
They push him from the east, but they're not in the next zone. Cut across with the crossfire from Udo Alliance in the meantime.
I mean, this is Alpha 7's game for sure, though.
Keep going for IHC.
Silas is still alive with 1 HP.
Silas is still there. He just doesn't die.
Silas currently on a 1v3 angle right now.
Get the camera on Silas, dude. What is Silas doing?
Desperately trying to remove the thorn in their side in IHC, but it's all eyes on Silas at the moment. Major Pride's run devastated by him on the south side as well, looking up the hill.
Get the camera on Silas. That's hometown team right there.
Revo is here as well, and Dino will go down. Alpha 7 sweep on through. They took a knock towards Major Pride's position, and Silas was there to pick up the pieces, but now Alpha 7, a dominant force. The Brazilian team, well, one of the 2 Brazilian teams, but this is the time that they will stand up for the performance, and Revo gives another challenge to Silas, who just about
I think on Sandhawk, the Brazilian teams will always be the best.
With a cheeky little run for S2G, but it's Alpha 7 now all the way. Udo Alliance, last player
12 elims on Sandhawk, and they keep all 4 alive.
Alpha 7, clean house on Sandhawk. Really, really good cleanup there from Alpha 7 at the end of it, taking themselves a chicken dinner. And I'm scared. I hear the boots are rumbling from this team. You start strong for Alpha 7, you start strong for Brazil.
Look at Weibo Gaming looking over, it's like...
Stop.
Yeah.
We'll have to see exactly what the future holds for them, but Revo, incredibly deadly with that DBS, still looks as incredibly strong with the DBS here now in the PMGC. It's a worrisome moment for a lot of teams in the lobby when they take the first game as cleanly as that, but again, I think a lot of the thoughts are going to be about Silas there. Almost 1v4 versus Major Pride.
Okay, alright, hold on. I'll show you guys Tukey now.
Just gotta bring down your confidence if you are Major Pride.
I mean, he carried that trophy onto the stage. He carried that game for them as well, out of that Paradise Resort engagement.
Where is Tukey?
They took a straight-up head-to-head fight with Stalwart in the midst of it all. I mean, it's incredible because Stalwart are such a strong team in everybody's estimation, I think. So the fact that they're able to do that, brilliant. Revo, 5 eliminations for Alpha 7. As soon as they moved in from that southeast side, they just had so much pressure over that hill on the northwest.
Yeah, honestly, for Alpha 7, it wasn't the easiest of pushes for them because they were coming in through the middle. It's probably the best position to be on that side of the map, but you've also got Udo Alliance on your north, you've got Morph as well, as I think it was IHC next to them. So they had the battle through for quite a lot of teams, which is why you see them at 12 eliminations at the end of things, but that's what they're very good at. They're not afraid to take fights to some other squads, to take great positions within the circle. And that's the important thing. That's what you sort of need on your team. You can just see from the damage numbers alone, it's all extremely high. Every single one of these players is extremely talented, but if you have a team in the lobby that is happy and willing to take fights with some of the best teams in the world back to back to claim strong position in the circle, it's very hard to battle them back. And Alpha 7 starting things off strong is sort of bad news for a lot of these other squads. You want to sort of keep Alpha 7 down in those early games, so they need to reset on the tomorrow. But going forward, it's just going to be 5 more matches of Alpha 7 feeling it.
Goodness me, the t-shirt cannon's going off right in my ear behind me. Needs to be careful on that one. That's told me something awful. But that was absolutely an incredible game coming through from Sandhawk. Alpha 7 obviously taking that chicken dinner. Udo Alliance surviving up into second place, coming on through. I mean, fantastic performance coming through. Yep. Nongshim Red Force as well, taking a cheeky little scrap in Paradise Resort, seemingly another well-performing team. I was a little bit disappointed in Major Pride, though. That southwest position that they had, felt like they could have done a little bit more with it.
Yeah, I think that they got absolutely trounced by Silas, to be quite honest with you. I don't think you can really be too disappointed. They got absolutely destroyed. For Udo Alliance, though, this is kind of an interesting one because I think that their MO during most of their games, even in the past, right, is just consistency at the end of the day. Getting a second place here
they look identical
for the Malaysian squad, and hopefully they continue doing that.
Well, you certainly hope so. Let's take a look at some
He's
highlights.
Zuki number 2
to see what they thought of that one.
Welcome back.
Well, there's a lot honestly to say about that one. We'll start things off. Alpha 7, we always talk about every single event. They start so slow, and we said the same thing. They're slow starters, and they'll pick it up later on in the event. But 7, I have to go straight to you with this one.
Yep.
The amount of times we said, if Carrillo can play, and play well, then Alpha 7 can't be unstoppable. They can be this formidable force that really no team can take down, and we saw that happen finally in its very first match.
Yeah, before I even go into Carrillo, and before we talk about what happened there at the end of the match, I feel like I have to give it some props too towards the beginning of the match because of how quick they were able to rotate into the circle. Yes, they were close to that circle, but it's how quickly they were able to...
How did Alpha 7 get there?
Likes to play edge and likes to be very, very slow in the rotations. To see that quickness out of them, I'm really surprised. And now going back to what you were saying in regards to Carrillo, for him to be able to put up 4 eliminations with 521 damage, that's good to see too. And the other one too is Rebel. Rebel was able to put up 5 elims. So it might be a little bit too early, but I feel like I have to say it. Do Brazil getting their first win.
It's not fair. You weren't ready with your Alpha 7 jersey under your shirt today.
It's coming.
No, isn't next year's PMGC going to be in Brazil too? They already announced that.
I loved especially how they played the southern side of Paradise Resort. They just waited for the fight to happen between WBG and also...
That's a cute charcoal.
Not that much attention is going to be thrown in their direction. That's when they push downhill. That's when they cross the road.
Kooky is the color of charcoal.
Of that finishing circle. The timing from the early...
S2G though.
Was on point for Alpha 7, and the second place is not going to cut it this time.
And talking about timing, one of the fights that I actually thought that we're going to be engaged
I'll give you guys my top 3 after 2 games. Sandhawk's a little crazy,
They ended up hurting themselves there because they were not aware. Something that S2G was able to do.
But the 2 Chinese teams, 3 Chinese teams, 2 points, 1 point, 0 points.
You were actually excited about on a team that was pulling up to Paradise Resort was Stalwart.
Yeah,
Nosham did a really good job though.
Because the southern side of Paradise Resort is always going to be the
Nosham did a really good job. S2G beats STE Stalwart's Esports in a 4v4. Stalwart's was defending too.
Man, S2G, just looking at Silas in particular,
so S2G is looking pretty on point.
I was a bit like, I thought Stalwart were going to win that game, Jason, but
I mean, if you were going to say it, I was going to say it.
Yeah, I really thought that was going to be a Stalwart win through and through, but that push, that breach from S2G...
Why am I not casting? I didn't get selected.
They just dominate because they played as a 4-man team. Like, you can't beat a push like that. It was really well executed.
The thing with S2G off the bat was we were literally saying before this match began that
also,
could be enough to carry them
I missed a couple of other casting opportunities to go in person. One of them sucked really bad, but it was my fault, which was I lost my passport. Like, I flew to, I forgot where I even flew to, but I flew to somewhere and I had a layover. And when I got to that part of the trip, I had to fly again to Riyadh, and I lost my passport, so they had to deport me and send me back home. And then I missed another one because I had a really bad foot injury where I couldn't even walk on my feet. So I missed a lot of these, so there's a good chance that I won't be invited to cast at these like LAN tournaments. So if you guys don't see me,
I feel like they got a little bit surprised
that's,
but it's just
you know, my fault mainly. How'd you lose your passport? Dude, I think it got stolen, to be honest.
Yeah, and Tizzy actually surviving as a solo, able to get a little
because they never found it,
if Tizzy's not there,
and if I lost it on the plane, like when I departed, the plane didn't find it either.
In the shadows and sometimes just rendering your chances of a win to 0.
Yeah.
And for these saviors, it's
I mean, I should have paid way closer attention to where my passport was. Like, I had everything else. So, yeah. Why did you go AWOL? Long story short, when I moved to LA, there were a lot of things going on at the time. One of them being like crypto in general and crypto games, but that didn't really take off. I bought into the hype, didn't really take off. And there was just like a huge lifestyle change, you know, moving and living away from home for the first time.
You cannot really rotate the way they're
I
currently
had a lot of
playing
expectations
in a lobby
moving
like
to
this.
LA.
But I have to
So
give
there was
them
just a
credit.
lot
The
of
way
stuff
they took
going
down
on,
6 to 8 with the roll-up,
and I had to
to the
like,
roll-up to the ridge of the hill,
I basically
was
lost
really damn
focus
well done. And it probably could have been even more
of
successful with
what
STG
I
not
did
picking from the
before,
side.
Okay, so I agree it was
and
well executed, though I would
yeah.
go on a caveat here and say there was a better option. If we see with how the
Also,
circle
Emma
shifted,
says he
Northeast
met a
is
girl.
typically
Girls are
very
bad.
open. There was only
Yep.
Udo Alliance
Yeah,
up there.
DGen
I think
Legends.
if you like to rotate late,
Yeah, I was
very
hoping
efficient at
like
finding the path
the
of
games
least
in
resistance
crypto
into the
would
circle.
be actually
In this
fun
case, if you
and
are
take
phased, I
off,
believe,
but
just wide wrap next to
to be honest, a lot of the games
and enter up northeast.
really
I think
suck,
if you do that,
and
Udo Alliance, but there's
it's
only
just
one team
like
that's a really
you
major
spend your
threat,
money
and
in
I
it,
think FaZe can then
and
play a
they
stronger
make you
position.
buy things,
Maybe
and
not
then
win because
it's not
Alpha 7
worth
actually that
anything.
good of a match, but I think they at least get close.
But
to
yeah.
that one.
But especially in Sandhawk, it's so hard to be
So,
for a team to be able to rotate very late. I mean, we
that's
saw what
why I
happened
went
with Persija as
AWOL,
well, right?
but
Persija was trying to
I
gatekeep for a very
I
long
think
time,
I'm gonna
and
come
ended up
back
hurting them whenever they actually
into
tried to push into the
PUBG.
circle. We
Like,
saw Soxy scouting, which was
viewer
really
parting
nice, and we saw them
PL
be able to clutch up
again.
some good fight.
getting back
I wanna see more
into
of them. I want to be able to see
working
a little bit
out.
more faster
Like, I actually
rotating, and
have
I think that's
to
kind of why I was giving props to Alpha 7 on
watch
how
my
quick they were able to
physical health
rotate.
now, because
Completely
I'm getting
different than
old,
what I'm used to seeing out of
and
them.
my body's
We're
starting
talking
to
about
like
the highs
hurt
of
in
Brazil.
places that
Oh, no.
didn't hurt
We gotta
before.
talk about the lows of Brazil. Max, your favorite player from Brazil, Ayala,
So
and team.
I plan on doing all of that
I didn't check
and
this
like
out.
streaming
So,
again
not my fault.
and everything.
Hot drops, don't do it. We're going to head on to a wrangle. They can fix it, but Sanok, you only got one a day. It's the map where you want to avoid
On
doing that as
Solana
much as
though,
possible,
Eve kind of
especially
killing
in
it with
finals.
some good
Well, it's time to
FPS
head over
too.
to our casters here, I believe I just heard. So
Yeah,
we're throwing on
the
over
games
to
are
Wildcard Island to take us
getting
into our
better,
first match.
but it's just it's not worth playing.
Hopefully
Not
we're getting
yet.
in pretty soon. I think we got 5.5 minutes on the clock. I don't know what's going on there, but yeah, we're over.
If anyone has
Probably having a good
crypto
time, I guess. Over to Erringham.
and their wallet
Yeah,
still,
so
crypto's going back up a little bit, so
We'll just cover it.
Yay for that.
yeah, no worries. So we're heading over to Erringham soon.
Live stream
It's an
elements, timing
interesting
people
one that
out.
We're looking at right now. 'Cause
I don't
like
know.
I always say, you've got the Brazilian squad in Alpha 7 that you sort of see start slow a lot of times, and in the tournaments they do amazing in. Usually that's a case of where they do really good at the start.
I don't
and then
know
just
how
blast through towards
to
the end, but it never happens in PMGC,
disabled
and we're always sad that it never happens. Yet here we go. So again, it's
stream
that case of what I
elements.
was talking about earlier. Is there's a lot of teams here that I think
Sorry
could
if
do
you get timed out by
absolutely
stream elements.
fantastically well into the future.
Let me see if
or
I could
do horribly badly as well. There's a real
do
mixture of
something.
teams that can go to the highest heights and to the lowest lows, which is making this one of the the biggest nail biters in terms of PMGCs that we've seen in a very, very long time here. It's curious though, a lot of these teams that we're seeing so far, because I think the fights that we've already witnessed already are really promising in terms of what we'll see into the future.
Okay,
John.
I'm logging
True,
into
and I mean,
stream
a lot
elements.
of the teams that I think we're going to be seeing towards the top when it comes to the end of these 3 days are the high variance teams. Because I mean, you're rolling it with maybe, I would say, 5 or 6 high variance teams in this lobby.
Should I
it's
just
quite
turn
likely
off
that
stream
at least
elements
1 or 2
for
of
now?
them continue to have a hot streak, right? If Alpha 7 can keep up that mantle,
Shower stream
great.
at
You've got a lot
100,000.
of other teams that are going to be looking to
Yeah.
do so as well. You have Notch and Red Force going in pretty deep into that game.
What went wrong with Nova? Dude, I didn't follow PL this year at all.
Yeah, I think for Nongshim Red Force, that was
I
actually
don't know much
really fun to
about what
watch
happened
overall.
with
I
PL and
think for
everything.
Nongshim Red Force is the type of
Would you
thing
be
that
down to
you
do
want
an
to see from the
analyst
Korean
slash
team.
coach
You
for a
want to see them
PUBGM
take it
team?
to the top with some of these really incredible squads that we have here behind us over on the stages. So,
I've been thinking
but I
about
think personally,
doing, like,
just looking at Nongshim Red Force, they did seem
streamed
to fall off just a little bit
analyst
a few times.
stuff
Luckily,
and
made it
coaching,
through
like-
to the end of the match, which is amazing.
like, stream
for
it
them,
for
and
you guys
hopefully
to
that is something they
watch.
can continue doing as they qualified into PMGC.
Like,
I'm just thinking that realistically,
I don't know.
Stalwart
I've been
kinda
thinking
should
about,
have
like,
that fight versus S2G.
maybe like even playing with the team, but just streaming it and streaming like a coaching session, so you guys can just get a little bit of insight into what it's like, I guess. Because I remember when I was a comp player before, a lot of you guys loved watching like what it was like to be in a competitive team, and like I know a lot of you guys who remembers the day of when Carnage and I would argue on stream like all the time.
Because that is what the Brazilian fans want to see. I mean, I had Alpha 7 as my
But
winners,
let me
as my
switch
champions
off,
going into this, is my prediction, and I'll keep saying that until they lose that first place spot, at which point
Stream
we'll not
elements.
talk about it
It's
at all.
been one game.
It's just
Come on.
always
They're winning
Amir.
it.
Amir just keeps
It's
on
good.
getting.
I like that.
You win.
Alright,
Yeah,
I'll-
I think for S2G fans,
How do I even turn
all over
off
the world, and
stream
especially here in
elements?
Istanbul, I think they've been very, very pleased with how that first initial match went, right? That is incredible news for a team like S2G, where there's been a lot of doubts about this squad, right? Whether they can actually bring things back or not. Yet here they are, really proving everyone wrong at the moment. That's the thing that has to continue, though. It can't be a one-and-done game. I mean, they can't show up for this first Sandhawk and be like, that's it, boys. We proved everyone that we can play the game. We're going to go back to our old antics now. But no, this does feel more like a team that has won the PMGC in the past. Not one S2G. You just
I don't even know how to turn off stream elements.
They did.
I haven't streamed in so long.
1-0. They came third, I think.
Just unmod stream elements?
Yeah, third. Udo Alliance.
Oh, how do I unmod stream elements?
I am pleased with Udo Alliance. I think that's the one thing that worries me, though, is the elimination points.
How do I even go into my mod list on YouTube?
Udo Alliance, great consistency on that squad. A little bit afraid to take fights, though. I think in terms of rotation, they are very good at it. It was kind of like a little bit of a red herring for us in the group stage when we actually looked at them, because some of their rotations were very much from their side of the map, very much from their side of the circle. So it was fairly easy for them to come downwards into that spot. However,
or is it in a community?
Going into the future, going into the games that actually qualify them into PMGC, even here on Sandhawk, we can identify it a little bit. Their rotations are just very smart and very strong. Yes, they avoid fights, but they can avoid fights because they're masterfully working their way through a lot of these dead zones.
Remove stream elements as an approved user.
It's not easy to do. That requires you to have
really good
game knowledge, really good knowledge of what's
What's
going
my thought on Jimmy joining Wolves? I haven't seen anything in PL this year.
With only a minute left till the plane takes over the grassy pastures of Erangel. Of course, we'll be heading.
Maybe just mod Amir so he'll be immune.
Favorite map.
But what's up, Sarub?
I think it's safe to say you're a Sandhawk man, but I'm going to stick with the grassy pastures. We've got Miramar though as a treat later on. A little bit of dessert for us.
Yeah, double Miramar. Bit of a Miramar.
Yeah, I saw Amir. I'm sorry about that. Stream elements just I don't know what's up with stream elements. I removed stream elements as an approved user, so maybe it won't be able to do that anymore.
Now 30 seconds away from our second match.
Hey ZooTay, what's up? How are you? I'm doing okay.
If Alpha 7 can continue that trend,
could be better.
Or some other
good to see you back. Oh, hey Adita.
Let them know what's good, because there is every single squad here in the PMGC that I think could get a 10+ elimination game right off the back here. And not just Alpha 7, there's plenty of other talent within this tournament.
I mean, we're on cam with FaZe there as well. They did some pretty decent moves over on that northwest side, of Paradise Resort. 6-2-8, another.
Bro, tell which three teams I think can win. Oh, stream elements.
Didn't have the greatest match there in that first. So maybe the region will be able to stand up tall here in our first Erangel of the PMGC Grand Finals. Match number 2 of 18. We're going from Severny down to Novo on the plane.
Got ourselves a plane path, and we got ourselves some players in the plane as we head in from shooting range. Like you said,
I removed stream elements as a mod as well now. So stream elements is no longer an approved user or a mod.
Makes things a little bit hard.
I think stream elements
over towards the western side of the island itself, but again, you do have to work with the down slope.
Okay, so top 3.
Work with those inclines, and right now for some of these squads on the western side, a bit of a mountainous climb. After this game,
we're gonna look at all the teams and then we'll decide.
We'll wait for the circle to pop here, John.
See where that first time around takes us. With the Alpha 7 squad out early. That's where they'll be playing for. S2G, I spotted them blank. They're right in the middle. We're going to be seeing where Silas and Co land. Udo Alliance out a little bit later.
Yeah, stream elements is gone now.
On that southeast side with 4MV.
But do none of the commands work either now?
Keep their drop going, but Stalwart are there as well.
No, now you guys are bullying
4MV. A little bit of a hot
stream
drop,
elements.
Trouble here for
I remember watching your restreams 2 years ago.
But he gets on the bike and he gets
I saw a notification of you going live online, thought you did it by mistake or something. Nope, I'm back. Oh, military zone, guys.
What a way to kick things off. The circle goes hard south.
Most likely Sosnovka finishes as well. An exciting one to say at least, because this is looking like more of an eastern side Sosnovka.
You guys think it's actually going to go military though?
Excited to see what could happen here. With Stalwart over towards
Let's get some ones in the chat if you guys think it's actually going to go military. Drop a number 2 if you think it's going to pull back up north.
I think those 2 Mongolian teams probably happily sat down this way. Ray-Z takes an absolute blazing from Vintorez on that top side with the mid M16. Could potentially have got that tag there, but a little bit too late on it.
I mean, you stay exposed like that for too long, taking those shots, you know that S2G is going to turn someone around.
Oh, replay stream elements.
Have a really tough time of it. So I think that was pretty heads up to fade away there, even if you can get for that one. Maybe a little bit too greedy. And they've certainly claimed their position.
Got some ones.
S2G doesn't want to stick around.
Yo, you finally back? Yeah, I'm back. I'll be viewer partying the rest of this, and then I'll be looking into viewer partying PEL again too, and even streaming just some PUBG gameplay. What happened to the game you were creating? So we weren't creating a game. It was more like a esports kind of like org, but for crypto. Oh, hold that thought. Oh, how did he not get a single knock? You got lucky there.
Yeah, there's an attempt there made, but not really too much done.
But long story short, crypto basically slowed down like the whole entire ecosystem of crypto.
Realistically,
and then a lot of the games we were hoping were going to be fun to play in crypto didn't really develop. So everything just kind of slowed down and then stopped.
The timing there is the important thing, John, right? The
That's pretty
timing
much
is
it.
so important in the sense that you could already see that Stalwart did not have the right weaponry.
Whoever wins first match in finals does not win the tournament, right?
So this is the case where you just don't have the weaponry to deal with an early
we'd have to go back and look through all the tournaments to see if that's the case.
With little equipment and nothing.
Well, you flip the table again if we were getting choke final match. Oh my gosh, I
teams are
remember
starting
that.
to build up some of that
I
caliber,
remember
right?
that.
Some of that weaponry in the back pocket, and be able to hold out these teams who are moving across towards the South Island.
Let's go, PL watch party. Yeah, PL watch parties will be back.
Down towards that south side, just waiting for one more of their players to make it across.
Alpha 7's always -- at the start of tournaments they are in, surprisingly.
It's
because Alpha 7's really good at Sandhawk.
Yeah, the rest of S2G just trying to divert.
It's because we always start off with Sandhawk, and Alpha 7 is just really good at Sandhawk. Amir says I died so y'all could live. Amir was the sacrifice. Now everyone's spamming all the YouTube emotes.
Very low, obviously, by that spray from Ventura's phase earlier on. Hasn't actually been able to find the meds until now to be able to get back nice and healthy. But Major Pride, they've left a player in the same compound as him.
Man, I'm so used to casting, and when we're casting, we get a second screen of the map feed, so we can see where everyone's on the map. Now that I'm just watching, I'm constantly like, where's the map feed? I want to see where everyone is. How many teams have crossed over to military base? Who hasn't crossed? Who's camping the bridge? All of these questions. And we just don't know.
Naomi has no idea here. He's going up to the upper floor. He's not got a weapon out.
ACT hate streams will be back.
Just scouring through for a little bit of loot. There is that buggy at the front, though, and that's what's going to give the game away. If he steps out and sees it through the window. I don't think he did.
Yeah, you're Razy pulling out the Val. Find too much success off the back of it. I think that fight was a difficult one for Razy to take anyway, only half HP. You got Decisive as well, rotating close in between. Not a bad moment to go for the push here for Major Pride alongside with Decisive, but they're going to go straight up towards the lighthouse. Major Pride's going to rotate back across. Interestingly,
he's probably getting camped on the other side, I think.
This is not the ideal position to be staking a hold over towards this western side. The circle's likely going to head over towards the east. It could even head over towards
good night, Emma.
if players are unlucky here. So it's a curious arrangement that we've got set up here between Xavier as well as Major Pride.
Oh,
it's a case where you're potentially just looking.
Oh, yeah, you don't want to peek that DP 4X.
But we will see.
Taking that top spot. I mean, you are at the back of the traffic jam, so maybe.
I'm not casting because I didn't get selected to go.
With the angle that Lamborghini has, you can see.
There's only 2 English casters there, and Blank and John are really good.
Across that bridge as well, so just controlling the ground for now. They are in the next zone.
Oh, Martin Prince, thank you, man.
Ahead, I am sure. In the meantime, you do Alliance.
Dude, Martin Prince, you've been dropping that message.
Right on that coastline. No one really that
since
close by to them.
I don't know, man. I always see you. Hoping this day finds you well. I appreciate it. I hope this day finds you well as well, or finds you well too, Martin.
Getting his swim on as well. The trunk's a little bit wet, but S2G going to be happy to get across nonetheless.
You've got a curious position over towards that northwest side in Zaki, right? Interesting enough that they would be sat up there on that edge of the map. Still not moving in the blue.
Show me the map.
Currently.
You didn't get selected or because you lost your passport? No, so I lost my passport for a different event, and then I missed another event because I like broke my foot. Like I literally couldn't walk on it, and it's just like, you know, it's just not a good look when you miss 2 events.
Down a player here, as I think Ray-Z will really struggle to swim all the way across.
And so it's just less likely for me to be selected because it's just, it's like, imagine if you have like a work trip that you need to go on, and then it's like, oh, you lost your passport, and then, oh, you injured your foot, you know. So I didn't get selected for this one, but I mean, that's kind of on me, you know.
I think for Ray-Z getting taken down here, a bit of a difficult scenario overall for him.
Update on the crypto gaming scene.
Again, that's what happens
so pretty much.
That, right? S2G has been so split up for so long, but it's
Weibo
WBG
Gaming.
currently. Saddling up.
Weibo Gaming is not in a good spot.
Should definitely go down there. The spray
that
was
a
forgiving towards the end, but the start brutal.
1 down for each.
WBG decides that
IHC
it's worth it. Godless should be able to pick up a
kind of
teammate
a better
there
spot.
in demo behind a rock as well. Rest of WBG just send away. Decide to get out.
They're turning around. He's out. Ming dropped off in the process. Su as well. Going to roll on in. See if they go for a reposition.
Oh, that's
another hard south shift, and we are going certainly to the east side of Military Island. But IHC and WBG on that northern side of this angle. Godless moving up, looking for this res. We're stage 2, so these reses can happen in the blue zone. Despite it enveloping the fight, it'll start to put some pressure on. Gap already down and flushed.
Weibo Gaming struggling.
WBG lost a player completely. IHC, if they can pull their player back up, they're up.
But the crypto gaming scene,
yeah, I mean, for
basically, there was a lot of hype. There was a lot of money being put into crypto, and then everything slowed down.
Ton of
and
water
then
involved as well.
The games
Stalwart
weren't as good as they promised to be, or like it takes a really long time to make a game good, and people just like realize the games weren't in a state yet to be really played.
Around that position on the mountain.
And so everything just kind of slowed and stopped, and I'm no longer like doing crypto because I thought it was going to be
I think for IC
like I thought it would be really good really fast, basically like the games and everything, but that was not the case.
Out comes the stun grenades, but not quite enough here. At least one player has swung wide, and Lamborghini's not watching. It doesn't matter. Levi's has
not
the
really
angle.
Involved in the crypto scene anymore.
Now low HP by that pillar, has been knocked twice, but is still going. Hamzy up on the high ground, spotted by Lamborghini, not able to tag the spray. Silas under the bridge, lone really in his pursuits, but steps up for the fight, and Lamborghini takes half HP. Now trying to get back into
Easy Molly.
Molotov forwards, pushes Lamborghini up to the high ground, doesn't find the knock, but that's an excellent reposition. The flush goes over to Ray-Z, and now Lamborghini forced to go for this med kit. Chua on the back lines with that nade, tries to go long with it.
Crypto is low for a good part of this year.
Yeah. Good comms there.
Crypto's just now starting to go back up. Yeah, I'll be streaming more often. ZooTay stole his own passport to make sure Slick wouldn't get cursed. That you are just non-stop with the memes. There's another team behind Decisive.
Half HP, one more should do the trick, and Parajin's always been very successful with these nades. The smokes pop just a little bit too late as Parajin does get the lineup. Desperately trying to get some meds on board. As a first aid kit, obstacle for the bandages
got
here.
The bandage off.
Needs to get a little bit more HP, especially in stage 3 at this
it's Major
point.
Pride behind them.
Before he hits it.
Over the bridge, they're rolling on through. Could be disaster for DXavier as S2G might have been thrown a lifeline. Hamzy G gets away with it. DXavier trying to hold through. First player goes down for Major Pride, second as well, and they crumble on the crossing. Major Pride gonna have a real tough time, and DXavier, they bided their time in that lighthouse position. They gave S2G some rope, they snatched it back, took 3 players there, and now Major Pride are finding a similar result.
Yeah, honestly, this Vietnamese squad has been extremely impressive, and I think the reshuffle they've made on the players has brought them a lot of momentum overall. I mean, Parajin, Lamborghini, really strong players. I mean, Lamborghini's been with the squad for a very long time, but now is supported by the correct players, I would say. They do need to get gone at some point.
I don't notice where Alpha 7 is.
They can't stay here forever.
So getting a knock onto IHC, that's on this side, west side of the bridge. Ziol getting knocked too.
There's plenty of players looking for this bridge. The Xavier playing the far side. IHC and Major Pride in the middle.
Trying to take
get across, but they all jump in the same vehicle, and Godless lights it up. Something awful. Ziol does go down in response, but that is the end of this match for WBG. Another
F in the chat.
performance for a Chinese team. Unfortunately, it's going to be 6
Do
to
I
8.
think
Looking
China
to
could
try
take
and
home
keep up
another
the pace now.
championship?
4 players alive for them. They've also got Titan, but it's going to be tough for everyone involved.
Effect. Attempting to salvage this game, but unlikely. No meds on board anymore.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's gonna be hard.
Looking across. I think this is the 5th, 6th team trying to get across this West Bridge blank, and it is not going well for anybody except for Decisive. They're long gone in the meantime. IHC.
Oh, here comes FaZe. Oh, jeez. Oh, my God.
Demo for 1, 2, and 3. FaZe 4.
Oh, my God.
The hell is going on with IHC at the moment? These triple vehicle pop-outs. This is unreal.
So disgusting.
Isla from Loops right now taking down Morph. You got Titans, Bamboo, trying to bite at the steel beams here, but unable to get past them. It's Cleon. Looks to take down a little bit more here.
You're a little bit out of range for that pan there, unfortunately, Yoru, but take out
this is
the
such
rifle.
cancer
Might have a
circle.
better time of it. Yala might eat a nade here, but the
Yeah, I know Jimmy, King, PCR, Lee, Nova. I heard Nova's switching up their roster a lot.
Drop down. He's low HP. Does he get knocked? Just about. The blue zone finishes him off. IHC 10 eliminations over on the Western Bridge. I mean, we saw plenty of action there, so I don't
Peace
quite doubt
Esports
it.
in the
More,
chat.
though, having a tough time over on the East Bridge. It looks like Titans are going to come out smelling the roses here. Decisive, in the meantime,
Dude, how did Decisive get all the way here from the West Bridge? Wow, okay.
Force on the western edge to take a little bit of the wind out of the sails for Decisive.
Lamborghini gets knocked down here, and realistically for Decisive, it's all about trying to reserve these players, trying to get them back up on their feet as quickly as possible, but they are surrounded
with the push
by squads at the moment. You got XZY over behind them from Nongshim Red Force. Levi's decides that it's just not worth it to stay in this position for too long. They sacrifice one player to try and get both reses off, but this is a good approach from the guys on Decisive. XZY, though, lighting up the players on 4 America vibes.
The rest of Nongshim
There's a team in the water too. Which team is that? In the south.
They've now established that 3-player blockade. They've got a little bit more of a backstop in wings as well to that south edge, trying to keep Udo Alliance at bay so that they can take this third party. Sporter wrangles himself a high ground position onto both of these.
These fights are so scrappy. Very.
Pretty much
this is like a Sandhawk match almost, man.
Goes down. The Res is trying to come through thick and fast, but it's just not that easy. Udo Alliance being forced a little bit further east, and Nongshim Red Force claiming this scrap.
Yeah, I think for Nongshim Red Force, it's a great rotate. They made a great decision to push up the hill when they did. Excellent at these little micro repositions that are going along around the map at the moment. So, very pleasing to see from the Korean squad. Levi's, last player alive, certainly can take a hell of a beating, but he's had to be the front liner for the rest of the squad to try and get them up. Now just Paragym with the DBS, drops over the top side. It's a good initial hit, but that's all it will be.
Gets a lot of damage done, and now it's time for Nongshim Red Force just to clean this one through. Decisive, they're taken down. They got out of that Western Bridge, which is more that could be said for most, but they won't get that much further, unfortunately.
I like the way Nongshim played that.
With the remnants of 4MV, 2 players left to stand for them. Tizzy's there.
I'm already filled with happiness and sick being in the finals, so nothing's going to hurt me anymore.
They've been denied access from the south side of
yeah,
this
the zones are cancerous so far. I mean, we had a Sandhawk and then we had this, so maybe things will get a little normal.
Udo Alliance right now, the double split at the moment, trying to control the road, at least a little bit of
Bazan with a shotgun.
They're not trying to get too aggressive.
I mean, Udo Alliance rotated super early.
But at the end of the day, when you look at this, Udo Alliance has at least folded themselves 2 very strong positions, no matter where the circle goes in the next shift.
IHC has 10 elimination points.
I've never seen it before. I don't think you've ever seen this circle before, to be quite honest with you, John. This is in one of the wildest spots inside of Sosnovka to see a circle end. There's a lot of strange terrain around this spot. The major talking point, though, is definitely going to be Stalwart, right? It's how are they going to control this north side edge? Because Procedure Evos as well as Loops are coming in, 2 really good teams.
10 elims,
go down, but those 10 eliminations will be more than worth their while. And it was a great approach on that western side, essentially living as the lone survivors other than them and Decisive.
This south shift is great news for current leaders Alpha 7 as well. For them to try and keep
Oh.
up pace, but we'll go back
Oh.
over to that one, I'm sure, in a moment, because Dog has
okay.
a scrap on his hands. Won't be able to last it out, though. Won't quite be able to weather the Nongshim Red Force aggression, but 2 players go down, and that's going to slow things out for them. Loops might have a shot over to them. The forward duo for Udo Alliance might
6x
also have a say
AK,
into this
okay.
fight.
It's a nice little rotate that Loops made between them, Ayala and Cardozin. Obviously, only 2 players.
That's a huge
in the squad, but they're
reset.
attempting
Nongshim
to
could get
search
it.
for
It
positions
looks like
around
they
the map
will.
where they think that it might
Average
be
IEC game
weakest,
plan,
so they
100
can
kills, 0
find
placement
a
points.
2v3, maybe a 2v2. Titans got Suki off in the distance. Lynx is taking some long-range shots, but not plinking. 3 players alive for Pubg Evos. They weren't in a bad spot either over towards this northeastern
Get that first
edge.
aid.
Interesting that Lynx would spend so much time outside the blue to attempt to make that happen. You know, if he doesn't get in soon, that's likely going to be a knock on his side of things.
Yeah, these blue zones will start to do quite a lot of damage.
Oh, that's
now.
Alpha 7
Takes
that was
go
swimming
up
the whole
into
time.
Stage 5. Stalwart are, though, in their way. And I feel like, I mean, you highlighted before, Stalwart happy with these circles. They are in a very strong spot, and it's just got stronger. It is Stalwart on the north.
Bro, it's not Paraboy. Blood thinks he's Paraboy.
Forming
Oh
a
my
major blockade to this
god.
circle. That road that
The
runs through the
M16,
middle,
right?
isolating both sides of it.
Yes, can be a curious one, honestly, because I think for 628, I wouldn't personally think they have any idea where Alpha 7's currently playing. They were out in the water for a very long time, but there's potential
CQC
for
isn't
a bit
that
of a
impressive anymore
surprise
because
play here
DBS.
from them. In the
I
meantime, it's
agree.
Loops versus Nongshim
DBS
Red Force.
should be
The top
nerfed.
2 players versus 4.
See if they can make it happen. 1 and 2 for Cardozin forwards, and XZY has to hit the deck. He's half HP. The first shot for the DBS, the second, and there's the third. Ayala was there for the backup, and 2 players. It's more than enough.
I mean, I think
Brazil's
Ayala
here to
got
play.
most of the knocks,
That is
actually.
an unreal result. I was saying they
But
were
that's
looking
so
for
dumb,
potentially
man.
a weakened team, but they want the
That's so
strongest.
dumb.
They only want to play with the big dogs here in the lobby. That's what made Loops so good in their group stage and what made them
Nerf
look so
the damage,
impressive.
nerf the fire
Ayala,
rate, do
DBS
something.
Kings, the 2 of them.
Make the DBS an airdrop
Stalwart, though, on their
gun.
2-2 split still. Alpha 7
That's
potentially on a
so
surprise play. 33
dumb.
Z currently holding in his own. Nice shot there coming through from action. Instantly takes down Titans. Final player.
Alpha 7 on the south side. I think that is going to be the major scrap of the next few moments. You've got Xing and 33Z on that south side, currently on a split 6-8, looking to try and regroup on this south side. Alpha 7, see how long they can remain unknown. The blue zone was taking them down as we get a cheeky little replay. This is IHC's Bloodbath over on the west bridge. Godless spraying them down with a backup of Demo and Ziol. And I mean, what can you do here? Loops on this hillside, though, similarly impressive.
Oh, actually,
Forward with only 2
Cardozin got
players.
most of the knocks.
Yeah, I mean, we're already farming clips. Let's put it that way. We are really farming clips at this point in time. Alpha 7 just about make their move upwards over towards 6-2-8. Could potentially be starting to take their engagement between them. There is 4 players versus the 3. We just saw Brazil absolutely trounce when they were down on players, so potentially it can be done again.
Can
but 6-2-8,
Alpha 7 get up from
aggressive
down there? I don't
Chinese
think they...
teams.
Oh, they
Has
might.
some strong firepower on this squad
Be
as well.
able to.
Mafioso, though, has the nade in hand. It's a good arc on it.
Ooh, looks pretty sweet, but it's going up to the top of that cliff, unfortunately. Sunan avoids that damage. Stalwart have spotted Loops, so they're going to be a little bit too much to ask there, I think. Cardozin,
Alright, down
most likely
6
left as a
teams.
solo, gets into a shack. He's kind of in the middle. And Stalwart's probably the only team that's going to be looking to push there, but the question is, when do they want to take this spot?
Yeah, second time in a row right now for Cardozin getting into a shack nice and early in the game to try and get a stronger position in terms of placements. I mean, he made it very, very far into that last match. Potentially another top 5 available for him, which would be great in terms of point scoring.
God, his top have
The
so much ammo
eliminations
still.
They already found, but seems like he has been spotted here by top. Likely going to be a lot of smoke.
Who's the best
through.
mini user?
A lot of Molotovs coming through also.
I think the best mini user is on Stalwarts now.
Right
Stalwarts, like,
go into our points total if we can help
disgusting
it. There it goes. The
with the
bird is
mini.
on, and action picks up
Good
the point.
clear.
Stalwart able.
if
to
Paraboy
take control
claimed
of
the
shack. Now action
DP
can
and the
move up to it.
M16,
That's
I
what
think
Stalwart wants to do, take
Stalwarts
position.
Stalwarts has
Everyone's
the
gonna
mini
pay off with
on
this
lock.
circle shift.
This has overall been quite a strong game for Stalwart in terms of taking a lot of space away from other squads. Been very confident to dominate this northeastern side.
Oh yeah, they dropped Nova, so that's how they have so much ammo
for them now. They hold both the south and the northern
top.
edge of it, so they could just clean through, hold these teams.
You think Tony K is the best with the mini?
Between one another, over with 628, Alpha 7, and U2 Alliance. There's a big chance here for Stalwart to take this game away, but there are still some big players in this match. 628, U2 Alliance, Alpha 7 though.
That's fancy.
Say they're kind of in their dying throes at the moment.
A little bit. It would seem that way. Senab, the last player to stand for them, and I think they know he's down the hill. They've really struggled to move.
Tiggleton best mini.
They tried to push up, but 628 were ready for them. They were playing as 3
Top farm
from this
damage
position as well, which makes it even harder. 33 said, oh, he knows. The nade is in hand. It's underarm. Drops it down. Is that going to be the final nail in the Alpha 7 coffin? No. Senab sidesteps. Still got some moves left in the back pocket. Still bringing them out.
Okay, Xing taking damage though. This is U2 Alliance. Cluck actually taking some shots from afar there. Iftar joining in, but that's given a lot of knowledge over towards Stalwart. They just needed a couple of shots, identify the location.
DBS is like the old M249.
Nurzed claims.
Oh, Xylee. Yo.
Compound over towards the eastern side, just in case another hard shift comes through. You want to secure all the chances you can get. Iftar goes down. That might have been some shots coming through from 628 there.
Alpha 7 finally fall to the top spot. Eliminated from this one. Stalwart trying to sweep around, but U2 Alliance giving a good fight here on the western edge. Sunan moves on for 628. Looks for the flush, can't quite get it. He's backed off the angle.
He stopped the revive though.
Back in with the rest of his team, a little bit further down the hill into the buildings that they've occupied for a while now. They want to stay as 4, and I think rightly so, with only 4 teams alive. That's exactly what you want to see. PMCO EVOS have survived with Luxy over on the southeast side, but very minimal utility there. You could see that count at the top of your screens. Really not too much more
4v4 between the 2 STEs.
Stalwart, on the other hand.
Who's got this? Well, who's going to get the zone?
Wherever they want to go.
I think Stalwart's going to lose the zone. Stalwart's going to have to come downhill probably.
Right. Has the high ground. There's going to be a lot of open terrain in front of him. Having that little angle there.
STE definitely has the better spot. STE has so much of the circle actually.
The pot shots could be lovely. See what happens about it. A U2 Alliance now off in the distance. For them, this is a big game. It's an important game for them as well. They need to prove to these squads they're not just a second place team within this lobby. They need to take a little bit more action,
nice shots.
Be a bit more proactive. 33Z takes down one of them already. Will back it off down the hill in the blue. Not likely to survive from this one, but open.
I think he's fine. He's
going
to get revived.
Over to Xing to take up the mantle of this angle.
Oh, and U2.
I think Olio's getting back on his feet here. U2 Alliance not able to push
U2 helping out STE a little bit by stopping Stalwarts. Anytime I say STE, I'm talking about the Chinese team. I'll say Stalwarts if I'm talking about the Mongolian STE.
Push now for U2 Alliance. However, you get given a bit of the zone. Stalwart, top action. IC all are able to move over towards this northern side.
This is pretty even 4v4 fight.
So long is going to give them that eagle eye. Nurzed likely.
Luxy can play spoiler though.
Spoil. Dirty shots coming through. Flax feels the brunt of them as well. Bandage is back up again, but I think for 628, they have really
don't please. Why?
Oh, they love to get in and amongst it. 33 said on the back of the buggy with Sunan.
I mean, I guess this gives them a good
It is going to be
top
load to find the angle and actually take down Flax. Stalwart want a piece
This
of
is
the
aggressive, not gonna lie. It's a little risky, but it's aggressive.
Versus Stalwart into the scrap for the final circles.
Okay.
Information provided now, given across.
I mean, I guess that play makes sense. I feel like they could have used more of this.
To push upwards over towards
more of this to get a knock. But then again, no, that's a good play. Oh man, it just looks scary. Oh, Luxy, don't spoil.
Just getting in towards even the top 5 at the end of PMGC would be an achievement and a half. And almost a return to form and glory for Luxy and Zuxi, but not only them.
Inner Chinese activated.
Got Red Face and Misery of really made a big step onto
Oh,
the
who's
scene
Lexi gonna spoil here?
Has to break out wide, and you
Oh,
saw
Lexi's gonna
Stalwart
spoil.
paying attention to
SD.
this angle.
Oh, he didn't get the
There
knock
is
though.
a swivel. Nerzed handles business. 2 teams now remain. A lot of damage done to Stalwart though. And can 6-8
Oh, do they know? SE still has one at the very top. He's playing so patient. Oh, he's waiting to get picked up. Oh, that's a big knock. STE versus STE.
And it is going to be 6-8 to take first blood on this angle. Icy
Oh, knockback. 1 for 1.
Had control for so long
Oh,
here, Joe.
oh.
Doesn't make
So
sense
close.
that they would let things slip a little bit. Finally,
Oh, he's peeking out.
Nice tag over to 33Z. Nerzed though on the
Oh, and another trade. 2 for 2.
Icy immediately.
It's a 2v2.
To the aid of things, but the shots are so clean right now from 6-8.
2 players down on either side. Icy
Oh,
trying to move
the
through
shots.
Sunan has to reload, and there's no answering volley. There will be
What's
a
the
flush
player
coming
on the
through,
top
however,
doing?
and now it's only Sunan.
Action's
6-8
moving down
Stalwart
now.
in the meantime have taken
Still got
out
2
his
smokes.
entire team.
Smoke out the
2
front.
players
Oh,
are
he can
there.
go for a
2
revive.
players already for
Oh,
Stalwart to play
are
in
they
the
getting a
center
revive
of
on the other
circle.
side too?
Icy and action to try and keep it together.
Are they resetting to
Pushing
4?
over towards the top side, they've got eyes on, they know the location. Nade goes down, but Icy's getting closer. 3 nades in hand. Molotov
Oh, wait.
bound.
Wait, is the other 2 knocked?
Information passed back
Oh, it's just a
across.
2v2. They
Even
knocked both
more
out on the
util
south
used
side.
over towards his spot from the top side.
Oh,
Nade.
it's over.
We'll take down Sunan.
It's
but
over.
Stalwart's had to fight for this one.
It's over.
33Z is still in it.
Unless he
Don't
gets his
count him out.
knock.
Icy with the challenge, and it's good. Stalwart, take map number 2.
Ooh.
Erangel goes the way of Mongolia.
And a win that they
Oh,
needed.
little fist
They
bump.
need to bring
High five
things
fail.
back, bring things up to speed, because honestly for Stalwart, PMGC has not
Dang.
been kind to them.
What even
They've
happened
been-
just now?
Finally, they're getting that confidence. They're getting where they need to be in these matches. They look much better. And I think with the position they held in that map, it was one that I talked about earlier, is that Stalwart should have a good
I mean, that
game.
all came down to who got the
But
knocks, man. That was
the
a
actual key factor
crazy
in that
fast
sentence is
scramble
should,
fight.
right? And a lot of times I
That
say
was
about Stalwart,
scrappy.
they have a great
That was a fun
position.
fight.
It
Yeah,
should
that
be
was a
their
fun
game.
fight.
This time around, they proved that positioning for them, they will make it matter at the end of the day. They'll push forward from that position. They'll make it count because, again, 3 days is all you get.
Let's rewind. Like, what even
Looked,
happened?
And the off angle come in and come through clutch for the roster.
Alright, so
a first pick
Sansan gets the first one,
for 33Z.
33Z. And then Icy gets a trade. Icy from where? Icy from the high ground.
8 to take first blood on this angle. Icy has back up on the high ground.
Stalwart's had control for so
And then,
long
oh,
here,
Action
Joe.
almost gets that
Doesn't
one.
make sense that they would let things slip a little bit. Finally, gets a nice tap.
And then Nerzad from the angle down below finds the angle.
Over to 33Z. Nerzed though. On
And then Nerzad, after revealing his position, Sunan
able to pick
from the
something up.
opposite
Sunan
angle
spots
gets
him
that
out.
one.
Icy
2 down on each side. So what happened? This is what I missed. What happened to
immediately
Hero?
to the rescue, to the aid of things. But the shots are so clean right now from 6-8.
2 players down on either side. Icy
Oh, he's getting shot through the smoke right now.
repositions.
Oh, Action got him. Action got him through the smoke from the top.
Trying to move through with the buggy. Sunan
Now
has
it's a
to reload,
1v2.
and there's no answering volley. There will be a flush coming through, however, and now it's only Sunan. 4-6-8. Stalwart, in the meantime, have taken out his entire team. 2 players are there. 2 players are ready for Stalwart to
Oh,
play
the
in the
caster even
center of
called
the
it out.
circle.
It was so
Icy
intense. I didn't even notice. I didn't even.
an action to try and keep it together.
Pushing over towards the top side. They've got eyes on. They know the location. Nade
Man,
goes
that
down,
nade
but Icy's
getting that
getting
re-knock was
closer.
huge.
3 nades in hand. Molotovs abound. Information passed back across. Even more util used over towards this spot
Oh man.
from the top side.
Oh.
Lovely nade.
Ran right into it, man.
Positioning for count because days is all you get. Every single game where you get a little bit of a benefit, a little bit of an advantage, you have to take advantage of.
We're starting off in excellent fashion here at the Grand Finals flank. Alpha 7, they open the pinning over on Sandhawk. Another tournament favourite. Over at that top side. side, and Stalwart answer raucously, but a strong positional game there. A really, really well played answer to the aggression from Alpha 7, who go down, fair enough, on a difficult coastline ascent.
Yeah, I think for Alpha 7, the position they were in, like getting down towards the water side, playing in the water for a long, long time, was one of their few options.
That was so unlucky.
Reach up towards 628 compound, but 33Z certainly was an excellent scout during that game, John, making sure he knew exactly where he needed to be at all times to make sure that they were going to get backstabbed in the water. It's not something that not a lot of teams would be doing, is they'd rather have their full force up in front, but I like that they sacrifice
this SCE squad is
the backside. You know, you want someone
scary,
reliable that you
man.
can absolutely lean on to be able to hold out your weakest position on the map, which was that water entrance. So really good stuff.
Their Zed was crazy.
But I think they still got some good place points on
when I was casting.
I do want to see a bit of a stronger game in terms of team fights from the CDD, but so far it's not looked that bad at all for them.
And a team that's just popped up on the screen, I was just going to shout them out, is IHC. That Western Bridge bloodbath, really, really helpful for their points totals. They managed to get, I think it was 10 eliminations at the end of that match in about phase 4, so really, really well done.
Just click the live button.
They were able to control that north in Circle 5. They were able to push Persija pretty much into the water as well. Then the other thing that I kind of want to mention that you mentioned as well is
let's look at the teams. Let's look at the teams.
And I think it was because of the Euro Alliance players that were over at the top. They kind of got a little bit worried about it. They decided to back off. And what was crazy too is for 6-8, it kind of worked out for them because we saw Top being able to finish the last player from Euro Alliance, which allowed 6-8 to take easier access to that north and pretty much be able to overlook everything.
So
very close there. I thought it was going to be a little bit more convincing there from STE, but hey, a win's a win.
See the fist bump?
my top 3 picks.
I don't know what to do. They got the win.
That's why they're my favorite team.
It's not going to be, it's their favorite team, but it's not going to be the worst handshake ever in esports history, thinking back to certain bird. But moving on here, we can see Stalwart taking themselves the 10 eliminations, 20 points in total. 6-8 though, I think it's kind of impressive.
I feel like you gotta throw at least one Brazilian team in the top 3, right? At least one of them.
They've been a team that is just very elimination.
Top 3 is so hard.
Pop-off games. 10 eliminations is huge, but that's not going to get you a grand finals trophy.
Yeah, that's the thing about IHC, right? They're all about eliminations, placement points. Unless it's the last game of last chance, maybe they'll start popping off again for the win. But at the end of the day, strong on eliminations here for IHC. Really good bridge play.
Top 3.
Alpha 7 moving away, southern eastern side for the circle. You're going to get gate cap.
Alpha 7. They've been here so many times.
The southern side here. It was the entirety of 6-8 that
if it's between Alpha 7 and Loops, I gotta give it to Alpha 7.
What an execution.
It was.
At least one Brazilian team, right? Alpha 7, okay.
The boat rotation from 6-8 ended up working out wonders for them because they
were Alpha 7 locked in.
They were able to do that boat rotation all the way to the south.
And I still have that thing where I could draw my screen.
For me, for Alpha 7 to even be able to get points in this match, it was actually a bit impressive. It was only 3 placement points, but we saw them. We're like, okay, there's no way they're going to be able to even survive any longer.
Right.
They were
Alpha 7.
Longer and longer, so it's good to see that out of Alpha 7 for them not to end up with the 0.
Okay, another team in the top 3.
Well, another Brazilian team. Cardozan and the DBS versus Nongshim Red Force. That's just.
I mean, S2G is the defending champs. We didn't get to see how they played though, because they went straight to grand finals. They had a good game 1.
Pretty much
DBS, the new AWM.
Oh, pretty much.
But their performance in their region before PMGC wasn't that good, so I'm gonna hold off on S2G.
I want to see a game here, 7, where Loops have more than one player live at the end.
I want to see that too.
Possible?
Nongshim Red Force.
I mean, we're not going to have to worry about Sandhawk at least until tomorrow. By the way, top 3 here,
Nongshim
Red Force.
looked really good during
the way they've been able to time their third party into, the way they've been able to tie in the rotation.
Alright, okay, but anyways, if we had to pick another team,
towards the south of military,
a Mongolian team, right?
I think it was when
Mongolia's been popping off. Out of the 3 Mongolian teams,
they were actually fighting against each other. They were able to time that perfectly.
SCE, 4 Miracle Vibes, or IHC. I don't think IHC is going to make the cut.
The DBC was a little bit too much for him.
Yeah, okay, any team can win these fights.
So between STE and 4 Miracle Vibes,
of a tough transition later
I mean, STE is just stronger.
Consistent without a win, being podium finish right now. South
I
Korea,
think we're going to go with STE.
Qualify, be the big team from South Korea. Nongshim Red Force giving a run for their money for these other squads.
Not surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah, S2G didn't do too hot,
I think they're going to be continuing. I expected them to be in a top 3 situation, but if they actually
you can't predict top 3 until tomorrow. I mean, this is just for if I had to pick 3, right? My top 3.
So you'll see them walking
and then third place
with a PMGC trophy to put it up.
I wouldn't mind that.
You wouldn't mind? Okay, I mean, to be fair, it is amazing to see South Korea we were talking about for years.
Chinese team?
Back to what? Archer days.
I don't know, man. The Chinese teams haven't been. Then again, I haven't watched PL all year.
Currently within the game at the moment between the 4th and the 10th, you got the road to glory. Where you can win exclusive rewards such as an esports supporter title.
I feel like
just saying.
it could be.
Always flexing that. It's
You
like
know.
the
I mean,
only thing you're like,
Morph
what's your
Morph
rank?
looked pretty
Let's not talk
good.
about that. Let's talk about the Pubg where you can upgrade to the VIP ticket online as well. Obviously, the 8th through the 10th, so that is the 3 days.
6 to 8.
Grand finals happening. Max, let's talk about John Allen's ring.
Oh, okay.
Good thing you can't hear me over there.
We did abandon him.
Yeah, well, that's true. We didn't have to.
Okay, between Weibo Gaming
maybe
and
it's
6
like
to 8,
here.
which one are you guys more confident in?
I'm not
I
sure.
think 6 to 8's
Good job.
playstyle is gonna
Good
work
one.
better
You're the best player.
in this tournament.
He's in Face Clan right now.
Something we need to mention though.
Weibo Gaming
obviously
reminds
teams
me of
have
like
4 players.
the way Nova used to play.
As you pointed out, 7
But it's just so hard to play the way Nova plays. Like, you have to
small change, obviously one twin for the other.
be perfect with your
Interesting to see that
positioning
after one
and
match alone, that they're willing to
rotations,
swap around rosters.
which is something I don't think any team can replicate like Nova. Like,
Nova's
Nova's one of the strongest teams in the world that doesn't have an aggressive playstyle. But every other team that's very strong, like globally ranked, all have an aggressive playstyle. Like, they can be aggressive. Nova's the only team ever in the world, I think, in history that will ever be able to be #1 without having like a straight up aggressive playstyle. So I have to give it to STE. Like, they just are more aggressive, and I think the meta favors like aggression more. So that would be my top 3, I guess.
Could technically still reach the circle, which right now the Western Bridge, not the best option. Maybe go for rotation in a circle like that because it was a really bad first few circles.
Your Twitch is eating dust. I don't know if I'm gonna stream on Twitch, man. Twitch is not very good for PUBG Mobile.
When we go to Sunday, they need to be able to
And
adjust
streaming
it.
Dota, I
One of
never
these
even
teams
played
that I
Dota.
was talking about earlier is Alpha
Morph is
7.
only good at
They had to do the
Miramar.
same rotation, but they were able to do a little bit faster. They were able to actually survive a lot longer to the point where we're like, okay.
Okay, so tell me about TEC. I'm reading about TEC. TEC is pretty strong. Bamboo was in TJB and PMGC 2021 was sticking in PMGC 2022 and Shadow Knights and underdogs for sure. Okay. Yeah, I haven't watched PEL at all, so I'm not very familiar with TEC.
Turnaround and survival. Let's see if they can turn things around here. I believe we're into a short little break where we get things ready to go for our next match.
Become
See you all in
twitchy,
just a few.
girl. Alright, there's my top 3. Alpha 7, S2G, SE, SE top 3? Okay. That's respectable. A lot of people are saying S2G is not looking too good though. I've heard they haven't been playing very well this year, or towards the end of the year. Oh, Uji, hey! Hey, Uji. Six to 8, 4, 7, 4 Miracle Vibes. Yeah, between 4 Miracle Vibes and STE, you can switch them in and out. 4 Miracle Vibes looks really strong too, honestly.
I'm Gold Investigator.
What is the
Join
score
investigator
actually?
team and let's protect the game's fairness together.
Gold Investigator, what? Like a skin?
Investigator
is that?
team and let's protect the game's fairness together.
Gold Investigator set available now. Oh. Imagine if that costume or that outfit was pay to win and you can ban people during a match if you have the Gold Investigator set. Alright, we got 5 minutes before the next match. Did we show score? Was that scores? Overalls?
By the way, top 3 here, rotations, because this.
Okay. Wait, is this after 2 games? This is after 2 games. Nongshim Red Force is really good. I would throw them into my top 5. Okay, so we're done with talking top 3. Like, if I had to do a top 5, I would throw in Nongshim Red Force. They looked really strong during the league stage, and I like how they play.
Team was playing outer circle, especially towards the south of military. They were timing perfectly. I think it was when who was it actually? Xavier and 4
Ralph got owned in survival stage with Coop, so sad to watch. Oh man. Enigma Galaxy.
Well, ultimately, Cardozo with the DBZ was a little bit too much for him.
Yeah, okay. Any team can win these fights, except if you're going up against
Enigma Galaxy was a big oof, man.
But yeah,
I feel bad for Coops. Coops was carrying the team too, if you looked at his stats.
Qualified, be the big team from South Korea. Nongshim Red Force giving a run for their money for these other squads.
Not surprised.
Yeah.
Not surprised.
Coops.
I think highly.
Coops.
I think they're going to be continuing.
Imagine Coops on a Brazilian squad.
If they actually continue to play like this, I might end up changing my mind and think more of a.
Like imagine Coops on a Brazilian squad.
Into the UK with a PMGC trophy to put it up.
Like.
I wouldn't mind that.
You wouldn't mind?
Coops is just like so good at gun skill.
Thinking back to what?
You stick him on a Brazilian squad.
2020. And see how they've been able to improve here. Also going on currently within the game at the moment between the 4th
yeah,
and
Coops
the
had
10th.
50% of the team kills. Yeah,
win exclusive rewards such as that esports supporter title, which I already have. Just saying, I got that from PMWI.
Always flexing that. It's like the only thing you flex. What's your rank, James?
Same for Tony
Let's
K.
not talk about that. Let's talk about the final description where you can upgrade to the VIP ticket online as well. Obviously the 8th through the 10th, so that is the 3 days we have the grand finals happening. Max, let's talk about John Allen's ring.
Oh, okay.
Good thing you can't.
You're on a caster right now. Say whatever you want about Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, that's true. We didn't have to. Maybe Blink did here. I don't know. I got
Enigma Galaxy's like.
I'm not sure.
They remind me of like Nova kind of. Like with like. Enigma Galaxy is very rotational focused. And I think.
As you pointed out,
I already said this earlier, but I don't think any team can replicate what Nova did with rotations and positioning. Nova just was like the best at it, and it was during a time when teams weren't as aggressive. Now, the lobby overall is so much more aggressive that it's so much harder to play the way Nova used to play. But Nova also was like the best team to ever do it, like rotations and positioning. Enigma Galaxy, the way they played was like a lot of rotations and positioning, and it's just, they weren't.
The word aggressive. I just want to see them be faster on the pivot.
They weren't strong enough at fighting, especially with Coops having like half the kills.
You have a section of RNG that's in play, right? And you want to take the worst case scenario in account, and you want to try and move as quickly as possible in a spot where you could technically still reach the circle.
Vampire fall off was crazy, dude.
Maybe go for rotation in the circle like that, because
dude, when I casted the very last match, that was such a hype last game though for survival stage. BTR.
Sunday,
and
I think one of the teams that I was talking about
BTR Red Aliens, or no, they went. What did they go by now?
Survive a lot longer to the point where we're like, okay,
BTR,
even get there?
Bigatron. I'll just go with Bigatron. Bigatron
this teams need to be able to adjust
and Vampire. In that very last match to see if Weibo Gaming can qualify or not.
The only matches they really did well.
That was a crazy last match.
Center zone because the zone shit on top of them. Yep. And then, like you mentioned, the turnaround on survival.
Ralph doesn't know how to play Weibo Gaming Sook on stream. Wait, Sook said that? Sook said Ralph doesn't know how to play? Best way to describe it is Enigma Galaxy has order but no Paraboy. NGX Xenox coming. They just lack gun skill. If they had more gun skill and they changed the way they play a little bit to fit more of a aggressive playstyle to get elimination points, they would be much better. How much time we got left? Oh, okay, we should be starting soon.
Technically are keeping pace in terms of those eliminations. Stalwart at 10 eliminations, Mongolian
GG watch PMGC, GG.
10 eliminations each with IHC.
BTR play well, hard luck for the
very
boys.
well, twinning on that pursuit.
2x
so
to stream.
Really nice stuff there coming through from both of those Mongolian teams. But we are heading straight into our match number 3. Is it going quick?
It certainly has. We are going right on into this one. Playing path not too dissimilar from the last time around. Blank, so potentially another early scrap between FaZe and S2G. IHC dropping near some of those vehicles as well. So we'll see if there's any adjustment over on that north side. Not too much else happened early match in that last time around. So that's
You're joking?
Well, okay, by early I mean on the drop.
Who knows, man?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Oh, you're joking about the soot comment. Oh, okay.
It was a cruel circle, right? Honestly, I'll be honest with this one. I've never
No, they
seen
can
that
stay
circle
passive.
fall
They just
all
need
the
to
way down
execute the
towards that
situations
south
better
side.
when their gun
Maybe
skills
in some
ass.
public matches, I've been there 1 or 2 times, right? But in an esports
Yeah,
match,
I'm not saying they
it's the
should
first
become
time
an
I've ever
aggressive
seen
team,
players
but I feel like
to actually battle it out down that area.
there's some
Realistically,
situations where
so
I feel like they could take a 4v4 earlier in the match, like circle 3, right? And just pick up 1 or 2 kills.
As one of their original positions, so they knew
And then
exactly what they
go
needed
back
do,
to
which was
rotating.
hold that northern side,
But I feel like
the
they
compound
just
down towards the south, which was
are
certainly
very
interesting.
passive.
But we keep getting
Oh,
sent over
another hot
towards the
drop.
eastern side, and a little
FaZe
hot drop on our
versus
screen
IHC.
between FaZe and IHC.
I think
Immediately
FaZe
shotgun
is
in
going to
hand,
win this
though.
one because they dropped deeper in and got more of the weapons.
Pretty wild around the side of the crates. A lot
Oh.
of ammo and very valuable early
Never
game.
mind.
Taken out
The
of
shotgun.
hands, and FaZe lose the first.
Alex coming in on the
IHC
side.
Still going on with force. With the pump action.
No one else
Reload
found
those
guns?
Cartridges on in. Grab some more loot.
Ventorez?
Ventorez might line them up with the close.
That guy's running around with his
It's the
fist. Drop shot.
for one.
Knocks
Alex on
one.
the high ground has their back. Onzen's waiting in the wings, not in a position
Oh
to get
man,
the trade.
IHC is actually
Demo
winning
looking
this
to
one.
stay
No,
alive.
maybe not.
IHC
Where was that
a
from?
second knock goes over towards Alex. It's
Oh, what?
Alpha 7.
From Alpha
Good
7.
shots all proned up right now. IHC though still have to deal
Oh,
with
it's
the
just
final
Onzen's
player.
though. Oh,
Pump action
never
in
mind.
hand. And the double
I thought
barrel
FaZe
coming
had the better
through.
drop. They dropped deeper into the crates.
Gotcha. Submachine gun for Onzens.
Ooh, up the stairs he goes, but he's cut down just as quick. And IHC take FaZe out of the running very, very early.
Oh, Alpha 7
I was
actually
looking
got
for
one
those
of the
adjustments
kills.
on the northwest side, and I was not disappointed.
I mean, say less of an adjustment here realistically. And IHC have done this during their last chance as well, where they would specifically target weaker
By the way,
teams.
is my camera in a
For them,
good spot?
They were constantly dropping on squads that they thought that
Let
they
me
could
know in the
take
chat
out
if it ever like
fairly
blocks
easily,
anything.
and they made it happen over in
My
last
curse
chance
has
on the
been
final
activated
stage.
again?
They're doing
Oh,
it here
man.
'cause they seem to have identified a weakness in FaZe.
Xenox and Coops doesn't like each other?
Not being
For
able to
real?
get out of a lot of these fights, and IHC happy to pick up some free points off the back of it. Currently 15 points total with not the eliminations added on top yet. So I think for IHC, this is an incredible thing to be doing, even into PMGC, which is just
Yes,
taking the
definitely.
fight
That's
to
what I
anyone,
mean. Those
anywhere,
situations where
anytime.
Enigma
It
Galaxy
gives you
loses points.
more
Okay,
space to
yeah.
play around with. Not only that, IHC dropping in South George alongside with
Where's the
Alpha 7
first
in
circle, by
North
the
George.
way?
That is a bold statement to make.
Certainly a way to keep up with the countrymen, with the other Mongo. Well, one of the other two.
I'm so used to
Mongo
having a
spots
map
in these
stream.
finals. Highest regional representation alongside China. Stalwart, obviously, such a main contender, duking it out right now with Alpha 7. But these things can change very, very quickly this early into proceedings. Any team from bottom to top can take a massive, massive leap here. We've seen those games happen, right? If WBG, for instance, 17 elimination chicken dinner, they're right back in that running near the top spot.
Yeah, really, really good stuff for them to take them back up towards that top side. But this is where we really start to create that foundation, is that day one, right? You know, you've got to get the old
My cam is too
biscuit
small.
crust on the bottom of your cheesecake first before you do anything else, right? So all that other games over towards the next 2 days, that's going to be just developing.
This webcam is it makes a very square, like
Buttery biscuit base.
it makes very square.
Exactly. But yeah, IHC really good on these hot drops.
I'll
And they were
have to
practicing
fix.
all the
I'll have to
time
fix
over
it
in
up.
the PMGC league
I need to like fix up my
stage.
stream a little bit.
Here again,
Let me
I
see.
can't
Billy
believe
has
it's
map
happening
stream.
over in the finals.
Oh yeah, let me know.
Which is fantastic to see. So I'm super pleased with how this is going overall so far.
I rated them going into last chance as well. I'd had the pleasure of covering them in their group stage during the league.
My face cam's covering kill feed. Oh, you're right.
Off, and again, it's that streaky style, it's that
Good
high
point.
variance play.
Move
when you
it down
are
to
a
the
more
bottom left.
elimination-focused team that is paying off for them. And it seems like it might be
Do I know-
this roster that's going there, but strong and consistent.
Oh, they are going to be listed, or do I know if they're going to be listed? I have no idea what's happening in PL this year.
On the standings right now, you can see IHC a little bit ahead of them because of the eliminations they just got, but yeah, that's a really solid result. That's 8.5 points a match.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking at the leaderboard right now, what's really nice about this one is that the spread is awesome in terms of where these teams are placing. You know, it's only a few points drop off every single game right now.
You hear the crowd chanting for S2G.
Which is something that really reads into the fact
you game notes higher PUBG leave many updates.
Very equal in skill. So
yeah,
a lot of these
there's been so many updates since I stopped playing.
But it follows that general path downwards, and I mean, it kind of makes sense that we would see Alpha 7 and Stalwart on top alongside with IHC, particularly because all these three teams do have rotations in hand, which are very good.
So no map stream for day one finals?
Well,
okay.
And they're very, very good at holding multiple positions on the map. So for Alpha 7 STE, or Stalwart and IHC, this is something that makes sense for them to be here. Same with Nongshim Red Force, S2G. Udo Alliance are further down the list in 6th place because I don't think that they have that team fight down yet. That team fight aspect is just not
Just
there.
saying? Okay.
So it all makes sense. And I'm curious to see if playing versus these top squads in the world will change out how some of these teams do end up playing. But in the meantime, let's take a quick look at the map, John. A circle heading over towards that western side. Alpha 7 still have Revo. A couple of other players up towards that northern
Weibo
edge.
Gaming picking up
downwards, though.
a point.
Meantime, Sue versus Mythic will take down one. Much needed elimination there for WBG as well, considering down in 16th place.
Weibo Gaming.
2 points.
Certainly need them, but I said any
A
team
player from ACT is getting a trial
on,
Nova.
We've seen WBG have a lot of strength in the past. Hopefully they'll be able to continue that pressure.
Keep my face cam in the cover. Okay, that's true. I guess over here, I guess.
Number 1, not quite as lucky in match number 2, but
wow.
They're fighting for the top of Everest.
Oh,
so IHC
hold on.
and so S2G right now.
Alpha 7.
They are once again into a little bit of a scrap. Senna wants the nade over towards the back lines. Silas dodges out of the way.
Oh, what was that red hit marker that just popped up on the screen?
Shouldn't be too much to worry about.
S2G need to be careful here, man.
S2G marshalling their forces to move forward. They are a little bit split right now, which means they aren't at full force. You can see Razy and Kelsey
they're
a lot
backing
further
up.
back. Alpha 7 a lot more cohesive in their position right now.
Chengxi's leaving LGD, really?
Change that, they go for the regroup.
I think for Alpha 7, there's a lot of talk about how this team's going to be.
Not confirmed. He's on auction. Okay.
PMGC. They've yet to make it happen yet, but taking this fight between
Oh,
them
Creep,
and the
yo, what
previous
up, Creep?
champion is a step in the right direction, right? You know, if they can prove versus S2G
Hey,
that they're a better
Creep.
team, you know, that story becomes a whole lot more believable going into the future. Either way, looking at that shot coming through from Silas over towards Demo.
Next time you'll watch
Kind
PMGC.
of godlike, to be quite honest with you. The lock-on from the DP, sort of
stream is
disgusting the way he
stuttering.
tracked him in the air as well. Tell this
Like, you
guy
see,
to
it keeps
play
freezing
for
and
years now
I don't
at
know
this
why it
point,
keeps doing
PUBG
that.
Mobile.
And S2G, I mean, if you
I
can
don't
take
think
a
it's
player
my
from
internet.
IHC down, you take that
Oh,
opportunity.
here's a circle.
Perfect capitalization. Try and take the wind out of the sails.
This is a classic
for the
Erangel
players of
circle.
IHC. Try and keep them in the corner. It's going to be a hard task, but you've got to start somewhere, and that's the way to do it. Major Pride, a little bit disappointing so far in their games that we've seen from them. The first match.
Nostalgia ZooTay live again for 2023. Yep.
Really see anything. That West Bridge was their Achilles heel.
Svan and
This time around, they're
Chengxi
not gonna have to cross,
in the
but
transfer
we'll see
window.
if they can play a little bit more central, as they have got the spot here on the map for the center of this next shift. Loops have got a shot over to Decisive, but they won't be able to find it.
Do have that shot, but not
This is
able, like you
this
say,
is
to connect
going to be a
anything on
really
that
crazy
side.
circle. There's so
North
many places
currently
teams could
playing
play
up
in
towards
Circle
that
2, but Circle
northwest
3,
edge.
there's going to be so much fighting.
Holding strong as long as they can.
There's gonna be
Stalwart
so
coming in
much
from Nova and
fighting.
Neuer at the moment.
Alpha 7 close by to Morph now. Both of them looking to take position. A north outpost for Alpha 7 to try and keep them clean on that side. But Cleon is there, rolling around the ridgeline to try and give them a little bit of a spook.
Morph is a pretty
Not
strong
finding
team
an
when it
angle
comes
on
to
them just
fighting.
yet. Nade sent towards Rocky. Slow down the backstop.
Oh, look at
Mafioso's
this.
there. Looks like he has an angle. Potential to ruin Morph's day.
What
Has
an
that
off
DP, a
angle.
lot of ammo in the back pocket. Steps up for one and
Oh.
will find the first.
Oh, they already found another one.
Team moving on through with the DBS.
Oh.
A nade in hand now for Euro on the back lines to maybe take care of him. It's
Morpher's
straight
getting
towards
shredded.
him. Mafioso ducks left, steps back behind the rock. Stays safe for the time being.
Alpha
Has a nade of his
7.
own, and Euro has
Oh.
more pressing matters to deal with. Sent back by Alpha 7. The top spot will not go that quietly.
Yeah, I said that the boys were holding on the northwest side, but
Jeez,
not for
Alpha
much
7.
longer. Like
Why
I
is it
said,
so jumpy?
and Alpha 7 will get all players back on their feet. 6 eliminations added to their tally once again, John. And this is what we were talking about. The boys from Alpha 7 running away with things. Ooh.
IHC taking
I don't
a
know why I
challenge
keep
with
stuttering.
S2G.
Okay,
Hamzy does have
maybe-
backup from the high ground.
maybe
It's an
it'd
even
be
trade
good
right
now.
now. If Hamzy can get the heal off, though, he
Nope.
might have an advantage. Drops out the smoke in the meantime, and here's the backup. IHC rolling forwards. Alex in with that UAZ, moving on through, but Silas
let
is
me
still
pause-
there with a
let me
DP.
close some other
Finds them on the
streams
back
real
lines.
quick.
The heal comes through for Hamzy, and now he's back into the fight. Alex on the inside. Fully known on the position. Godless for IHC on the high
Is anyone
ground
else,
to maybe
can
try and
someone
turn things
else
around.
watch the
Alex
stream?
looks
Oh wait,
to
let me
take
just
the
see the
shot from
chat.
Silas, but he just doesn't make it happen. Silas continues to
Let me
put
see what
on a
chat's saying.
raucous display.
Is chat complaining about
Violence
it?
for S2G.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, for Silas there, that
Is
is a
anyone in the
big
chat
deal
complaining?
versus Alex, who was kind of the apex predator
Is it just
over
me?
in his group. Versus a lot of teams, he was able to 1v3, 1v4, yet there, Silas puts him down, man
This guy's
to
saying
man, face
loading.
to face. So S2G, again, not looking too bad at all, honestly. So far in the 3 games that we've currently seen.
Is
and
it
are
lagging for you
watching
guys as well?
presently.
Like, if you guys watch
What
the
on the
stream on
south?
your own?
Spotted. Action's gone down here, and the vehicle explosion takes him all the way out. Stalwart playing as 3. Split. A bit far away from each
Yeah,
other.
yeah,
I see
my
Omen
POV's
going
lagging,
right
so
now,
it
trying to
might just
swing
be
around to
me.
that western side, move in on the south
Try to
edge of the
refresh.
Gatka, past Titan, past 4MV. but it's
Yeah,
not
it might
the
be
easiest.
me. It might be my internet being slow. I'll do a refresh real quick.
A little bit easier said than done there.
Yeah, honestly, for some of these squads, there is
Oh,
some
yeah,
difficult
I
rotations
might
to
not be
made
able
going
to do
forward now.
1080.
For
We'll
S2G,
see,
for
we'll
instance,
see.
getting across this field to regroup, to link back up
Sook
with
died?
RC, that's going to be
Oh.
a difficulty for some of
F.
the boys on the northwest side because they do have to move
F in
now.
the chat.
Udo Alliance on the northeast edge around school. We'll have to
Okay, it's
push
not
through
lagging
both
anymore.
628 as well as WBG. Not the biggest deal, but we have already mentioned that team fight factor coming through from Udo Alliance. Do they have it now? Can they break through the barricade that is going to be set up in front of them?
Yeah, Sook
It's a real
always dying.
question here for Udo Alliance because they can't just keep putting their guns away and putting their Nikes on. It's not all about the movement, John.
You got to have a little bit more in the back pocket. You can have the fanciest feet in the world. Won't do your job good if you take a bullet to the brain. Unless you keep your brain in your feet, then it might help.
Not sure how many people do that. It would also explain why you've had an operation on your foot.
That's true. Yes, I did need brain surgery.
Yeah,
To, you know.
you do.
Oh.
Sook always the first one to die.
Why is he so right?
You did what you limped into that one.
That is true. At full waddle.
We all need to have sympathy
For
votes
co-
for John right
For
now. He can't
context,
walk.
I've had an operation on my feet, and I'm using a walking stick right now.
He's an old man.
I'm absolutely fine, but I am waddling
He's
about a
waving
bit.
his stick around.
Oh, these young'uns. I was there back in Berlin.
Weibo Gaming
You
doesn't look
were,
confident.
Yeah, PMCO.
Bloody
God.
hell, 100 years
Weibo
ago.
Gaming
Sorry.
plays more passive. That's just their play style.
Over in the center of the circle.
They're not a very aggressive team,
Honestly, this is a chance for Major Pride to actually get some points.
which is
on
why I
board.
think STE is gonna do better than them.
Not looking
Like 6
too
to 8.
hopeful for this team.
Who am I
at the
supporting?
moment. I did actually want to touch on Procedure Evos
Oh.
earlier on. And they liked what Jason brought up on the desk there about, you know, switching the players in and out. It's something they were able to do during the group stage as well because they were comfortable with switching.
I don't know, I have to watch a little bit more. I support the team
just so they could
that
mess with my pronunciation
is the
on
most
regular.
aggressive
But I
team.
do think that for Procedure
Like,
Evos,
a
being
smart,
able to have
aggressive
players
team
in and out who are
that
all
could
comfortable
do
playing,
rotations
it
and
gives you that
positioning
chance to
too.
reset, to go again.
That's the
almost at
team
end
I'm
of the day.
supporting.
So for Procedure Evos here, maybe another game.
So
with
it's
a good
between
result.
like so far from
Not
what
only
I've
in just
seen,
placement,
like
but also
all
the
throughout
end
league
games.
stage and
For
stuff,
me,
it'd be
from
Alpha
Riyadh on the
7
north side, there
or
is an
6 to
opening.
8 or
Going versus
Stalwart.
Major Pride
It's just the
and
top
Alpha
3,
7,
like
it's a
the
difficult
top
push to
3
make,
predictions
that's
I
for sure.
made.
For me, this is the proving ground for Major Pride, right? In this position, can they keep it together? Because it is, as you said, a strong position, an opportunity for Besiege EVOS, of course, but also similarly.
Adja got his second FMVP. Oh, dude, Adja has been popping off then.
If they can't, I'm sort of going to start to pay attention to other teams in this standings right now. 12th place.
IHC is the most aggressive team.
An opportunity match one. We'll see if they can take it this time.
Yeah, I definitely think for the time being we can count them out. I don't think they've done anything too spectacular so far. There was some good rotations on Sandhawk, but so far I would say that's really about it for them at the moment. But you're right, this game is one where they have a position they can maybe do something from.
Good old Odds, yeah.
Final play it godless. Looking to take a little bit of revenge on S2G, and this is that crossing that we're talking about. Could be a little bit dangerous. Get their first player across in Amzi G towards Cal C and Ray Z. Two limbs on the match, but there are shots over towards Silas.
Rebel Gaming is so screwed here in this zone. They have nowhere to go.
Very, very close to 628 to the south point of U2 Alliance's position. They're having to heal up before going for this one. Ming already low, but forwards in the buggy, trying to break through the lines of U2 Alliance. It goes well until it doesn't, as Ming falls first. WBG now down to 3 players, and I think another has been knocked. That's only the 2. Where you can see the
RIP Weibo Gaming. Alpha is going to be the top
Scrambles
3 this game too, it seems like. Yeah, they have a great spot in the zone.
Iftar, nice shots over towards WBG. Will take down one with the help of Flax. There is 628 also chilling off in the mist there towards the northern side. Scary team to come across. U2 Alliance.
RG is also getting trials in different teams.
Side though, John, so they have a lot of space to play around with right now. So many teams, all forced to push in.
So much PEL that I have not kept up with. You guys will have to update me when I get back into the PEL viewer parties, maybe.
So a lot of those teams on that southwest side to sweep through that north. That's Alpha 7's buffer right now. Their buffer zone on the south side of their position, and Alpha 7 are going to look to move further south to take more of the zone under their control.
Yeah, specifically with this circle right now, Major Pride do have that compound that I imagine quite a few
nice
teams
shots.
would like to pick apart for themselves. Dino went on a bit of a scouting mission down towards that south side.
Titan Esports.
Red Force. Hold themselves. Beautiful position down towards the south. Good shots there coming through from 4 Miracle Vibes, but
BBS.
Back by Titans.
Bamboo does finally go down. It looks like 4MV might be in with a chance of taking this one all the way down, and they do. 2 players to survive it though, and on the south side, behind Loops, behind Xavier, behind Nongshan Red Force, it's a tough time.
Rebel Gaming's done for the day. Why don't they rotate outside zone?
They've already lost another one.
Nongshan Red Force do decide that that's enough.
That's not a bad idea, honestly.
Really good
but I think
towards the southeast.
I think it was just so late in the game. If they rotate out in the blue,
not sure exactly where
it would have been tough. Rainbow Gaming just
difficult, man.
I think they messed up earlier when they lost Sook, so then they couldn't really control any of their pathing or rotations out of the zone. So then they just kind of got themselves cornered.
And it's S2G that we turned our attention to now.
Wow, S2G beating STE again.
Yet again. This is 2 for 2 so far for S2G against Stalwart on the fights.
They've beat Stalwart twice now in a 4v4.
Have turned up in the home ground. Nurzed left alone.
Yeah, sort of rinsing Stalwart.
Oh, Alpha 7.
And if you think about it, if Stalwart was further into a lot of these matches,
one of Alpha 7 got knocked, so that's why Evos is pushing.
On the rankings. Here's Procedure Evos versus Alpha 7. Big engagement for this squad.
Alpha 7
Carrillo.
Carrillo
just going aggressive.
Always slick with it. Always
Carrillo's got that DBS.
With
oh my god, Carrillo with the 1-2-3!
Who is this man? How does he keep doing this? Carrillo is here. A statement made against Procedure Evos on the northern flank. Can Major Pride get ahead of this though?
What is Evos doing?
Mate, the boy just came out with 1 pump for each player. That was all he needed.
Carrillo just went in there and 1v3 them.
I ain't gonna lie. Sing though tries to get across, but U2 Alliance or at least
RIP STE.
Singing him a nice little funeral dirge there to finish things off.
Goes back to streaming. What up?
Over on the rocks.
DBS, bro. I mean, it's also Carrillo. It's also Carrillo, man. Oh. Okay, Major Pride. I really like Major Pride in the league stage. They had some really good plays. Sometimes the execution just is off, but I love like their decisions. Like this is a huge push, huge third party, working out perfectly.
And it's right in the sight lines of...
Oh no, that player's gonna get thirsted. Oh no.
And they'll get the res. In come DXavier though from the
south.
south.
Effect got all four?
Effect up to 4 eliminations
Effect got all four,
You're
okay.
right though, DXavier not happy to let this one slide on the other side. Nate's come through, Chua.
Korea didn't 1v3 DBS did.
Arm on this lad. Instantly flow away from the side of that smoke. Really good coordination right now from Major Pride here. Nade over the top.
Oh, that nade's going to do a little bit of damage for sure, yeah.
Target. 5 more nades in the back pocket. Just
a little
keep
bit
sending
off.
them over the top here. Chipping away at the boys from Major Pride. Cutting away at the marble here.
Korea has always been this good. The Korea's a monster, man.
That other teams are going to have on their back. Getting across this road is going to be really, really tough. They need a knock or two.
Imagine Coops on a Brazilian team, man. Like Alpha 7.
Relative impunity at this stage, unless Alpha 7 start to get involved from this western edge.
Rage,
pressing
loops.
ideas, looking to move more central. They don't want to flank out this way just yet. They might change their mind. But
or influence Kemen. Sorry, they're influence Kemen now. Manager better get him a beer for that.
What I would kind of look out for here is right next to the blue. A lot of players go for this, but they've fallen for it easily as well. Nade over the top will do more damage. Incredibly low now. One of their players is in effect on life support in the backside there.
Decisive's got to push this.
What they were looking for, that knock and go over towards Major Pride. Jump up into those vehicles, but they're being slowed, they're being harried.
Major Pride down to 3.
By East, the last player from 4MB as well. Naomi with a challenge and tries to move forwards. He's through, he's across, but he's taken half his HP. Levi's tries to make that dash as well, but is being handled. In the meantime, effect on the
oh, he needed that knock.
Get taken down by Levi's. Unfortunately for DXavier, they cannot find that hole in the armor. But straight into the sightlines of Levi's, and Major Pride once more will crumble. Effect the last to stand for them. Can he make it work? Because DXavier have picked them apart.
So unfortunate with Dino that you can tell.
Oh, that nade, how did that nade not kill him?
Passed across from this player that he's just on the edge of the smoke. Dino reads into the call, immediately tries to spray for him, just doesn't quite hit the shots. Now Effect has to hit some more.
Nice play from
will
DXavier.
Go down with only 4 eliminations in pocket after that one. 6 teams remain. Alpha 7, DXavier, Loops,
he's been learning Portuguese.
4 Miracle Vibes, Nongshan Red Force, and S2G.
Alpha 7 already 11 kills. Oh yeah, you're right. Alpha 7 does already have 11 kills.
Took some pot shots over towards Alpha 7. It's really only Nongshan Red Force that's managed to find some big damage. That isn't until the
Xavier could take him out here though.
Set foot onto the scene.
Actually, it's going to be hard for them. Nongshan Red Force, it's going to make it hard for them to push.
Smoke blooms around Alpha 7 to try and keep them safe. Alpha 7
might just be a stalemate. Alpha 7 might lose 2 people here, though.
They go down. S2G have a much better time of getting across this open field that sits in front of them.
Certainly right now, DXavier's got one of the strongest positions in the lobby. You know, playing over towards that roadside where currently Loops is would be nice to play, but again, this is where you can completely rinse the guys on Alpha 7, and Levi's opens things up.
Oh,
doesn't
dang,
wait,
this is
doesn't
a nasty
hesitate.
angle.
He's in.
Oh yeah, Nongshan Red Force can't even see this push. Oh, DXavier is going to have their way with Alpha 7.
Should be able to find this res, but they take 2 sightlines out of the mix. Lamborghini and Levi's. A duo move forwards for DXavier. They want to keep these points rolling on into their bank. 9 eliminations they're up to now.
Nice shot.
Levi's sat back. I think that might have come from S2G, you know,
Mate.
across the way.
Oh!
And there's the shot. There's the nade. Lamborghini finds Senab. Alpha 7.
Yeah, Alpha 7's going to lose 2.
A swift thrust.
Oh, nice knock from Revo.
The hurt down, but there's an answer, and there's a reason these guys are at the top of the tables. Revo keeps
Got
it on
any
going,
more
but
smokes?
S2G are blinking away into the back lines. 1 player falls, Kelsey's there, and that's the high ground on the top of the building.
This could be a big game for Nongshan Red Force too, by the way. Nongshan Red Force is getting more angles, I think.
But they probably have held one of the strongest.
They have 4 up. Where's the other? Oh yeah, they are really spread out. They have a lot of angles on a lot of teams.
Max is indicating that they were definitely talking about it the whole time. 7 called it. He's a
I like
wise man.
Nongsham's aggressive positioning. They got to be careful though that they don't lose their 2 players pushed up.
But he's eating the whole meal on the south side with Nongshim Red Force. Alpha 7 under pressure continually by Xavier, and that is not going to change anytime soon. Just
Xavier up to 10 now.
Lamborghini down again.
Revo hitting his shots.
Yeah, that's a pretty good player. We should pay attention.
This guy is a really good player, honestly. Revo is sort of sick with it, and again, this match doesn't matter too much for Alpha 7, even if they go down now. With the 11 eliminations they found, this is a fantastic game overall. But I think Revo on a bit of a timer at this point in time, right? Good shots from Levi's, takes him down. Beautiful little headshot over his way.
What's Levi's saying? Oh, I guess he's already way too far out in the open.
S2G players in the process. Both players have to duck
S2G,
down.
60 eliminations, 4 up. They have to move to the zone though.
Gone now, really.
Oh my god,
Lamborghini
that mini
desperately
spam.
trying to heal back up again, but Xavier
Yeah,
down
he
to
has
3.
his mini sensitivity
The
all the way
star
up.
player in Levi's.
How you been doing, Zoo? I've been doing okay. Trying to get back on the grind. They should add the Mortal onto PUBG app. The mortar is pretty cool, not gonna lie. I was watching the PC Global Finals. Oh! Oh, what's Loops doing?
And Loops are cut to size. Chua is answered towards though, and there's the shots coming through from Nongshim Red Force. They will not go down.
Loops fell asleep there.
Shot, another knock over towards S2G.
Oh my gosh, DX.
Oh
Oh my god!
Coming through with maybe the 1v4. One more on the cards here for him. Keep spraying. 13
bullets.
left in the
No
bag.
nades.
Looks to go for the shots on the side. Hardly any HP left. Silas getting pushed by the
Oh
blue.
my god.
Just about keeps them in.
Gets to the tree, gets to the cover behind Nongshim Red Force as well.
This is a
They
free
know
one for
exactly
Nongshim
where
Red
he is,
Force.
though, and I don't think Silas is going to be able to get much further. XZY opens the mag and will take it down.
Look at Cardozin though.
To take the honor though. And Cardozin for Loops. Ladders up into second place.
Wow.
It is Nongshim Red Force, consistent, always there, always in the conversation. Now they've found their opening. This should be the chicken dinner for them.
I mean, we talk about loops, mate. This has come full circle. We're having another loop on our cards with Cardozin being the last player from loops in the end game once again.
No eliminations.
Sort of silly.
Oh, they have no idea.
eliminations needed.
Oh.
We'll take the second place.
Oh!
You might get a knock or two. No, unfortunately, the hop into the back there is good. And Nongshim Red Force, the South Korean team that surprised us being the entry into the finals for the region, have turned up yet again a really strong, consistent style. Not super.
That's a big game for DX.
Yeah, very
Good win for
difficult to
Nongshim.
really
Alpha
talk
7,
about that
another
team too
huge
much
game.
when we've so
S2G,
many
they were
going
pretty
around
high up in the
which is sort
leaderboards
of
too, and
posturing,
S2G
right?
picked
You
up a
know,
lot of
teams
kills.
pumping out their chests at one another, trying to show who's boss. S2G,
Yeah,
though,
S2G was in 4th, and they picked up a lot of kills.
At the moment, I would say,
Nongshim was in 3rd. They got a win on a lot of kills, so Alpha 7, a lot of kills.
which we know
Good
have
into the late placement.
extremely good firepower behind them. It's nice to see.
Alpha 7 get pretty deep into that.
That's
match
only
as
3
well.
games. It's starting to
Maintain their top spot.
it's starting
I
to
think
pick up,
Nongshim-
man.
It depends how many eliminations they got there, actually. But they
Silas
might be
is always
right
saving
next to them
SCG's
now
ass.
after that
Yeah,
chicken
Silas
dinner,
is
'cause
goated
Alpha
for a
7 get
reason.
too many placement points.
Yeah, for Nongshim Red Force, like, honestly, some strong games coming through from them at the moment. And I mean, sort of flying under the radar, they're playing what I would call to be pretty classic PUBG Mobile from back in the day. Take some strong compounds, get a checkpoint further on.
How they won their group.
And then, you know, get that crossfire working. I think a lot
Yeah,
what we're seeing
Nongshim
these
Red Force
days is
improved
just
a lot.
massively aggressive maneuvers from all these squads. But
So many
Nongshim Red Force
teams.
keeping it
So many
real.
teams improving a lot.
MVP was only 2 eliminations going on through Tizzy on Nongshim Red Force, so it was a very controlling game for them, as we've kind of highlighted there. You can see across the board total. Okay.
Is
Tizzy,
emergency
okay,
pickup
four
available for Newt?
eliminations.
No,
Oh,
it's
4
not.
knockouts, 2 eliminations. Across the
Yeah.
board it was 5, so 15 points on the match.
I think what you got to
Is the 9 points on PUBG and Eagle?
Yeah,
Yeah, it
He
is.
had so many
It
angles on
is.
so many players on that hillside. Realistically, all he had to do was
I'm
cause
changing my top 3.
casualties,
Nongshim Red
and
Force is too
success
good.
comes from
Nongshim,
that, right?
that was the other team. I would say, like, if we're going to do top 5, I would put Nongshim Red Force in there easily.
SDG trying to cross that open ground.
Between top 3, it's hard to say. Like, I want to put Nongshim Red Force into my top 3 as well.
He was roaring on all of those cylinders.
But top 5, Nongshim Red Force easily fits in there.
Yeah, the engine in that lad is certainly purring. I mean, for Chua as well, over towards Loops. What was that play from him? I don't think Luke's even expected Chua to just run down the hill like that, DBS in hand. Sort of silly when we saw it come through. Exactly. Who does that? That's what Luke's probably were asking themselves in that situation.
Okay,
But
I'll be right back,
Xavier
guys.
pull out some crazy moves time and
I'm
time
gonna use
again.
the restroom.
And that's what sort of makes them so strong, is that the unexpectedness of some of their plays are silly. However, they also can play a strong, normal game.
Nothing illustrates the pressure that Nongshim Red Force had than the utility they used there. Basically nothing. Let's head over to the desk.
Well, like Kalaris out there, I for one welcome our new South Korean overlords here in PUBG Mobile. Nongshim Red Force, man. There hasn't really been a single bad match out of this team as they have been putting up the work, especially when accounts are closing things out. And well, we got an STE win, Max. We got Nongshim Red Force win 7. Does that mean I get to choose who wins next?
You might get a chance. But I mean, this is why I'm so hype on this team. We wanted to see what would happen if they actually got a circle and they didn't really have to rotate. They were able to showcase that perfectly. At one point, we were talking about what are they going to be able to do here? Are they going to try to push towards S2G? Are they going to be trying to gatekeep them? Yeah. And they ended up gatekeeping them as well as being able to push. The 2-2 split that they did there towards the end worked out wonders.
And you said it, especially during that game, right, Seven? The one of the biggest points as to why you like this team so much is they don't call the shots too early. They are very good when it comes to timing. They just wait, okay, S2G on the western side, we're still in circle. We can go for this 2-2 split, play center while also playing edge, and just overwhelming the rest of the teams that are rotating late, because outside of their 2 positions, there was nothing to play with. They knew they had the game in the pocket as long as you don't do any mistakes, which Nongshim Red Force in circles like this do not do.
They're not over aggressive, which is nice to see as well. They have that switch. We saw it earlier in the earlier match whenever they third party to fight towards the South military with Decisive and another team. And then here we're being able to see the patience out of them with not being able to push it towards STG, waiting for the right moment.
Well, they don't even end up with the most points, but as you're saying, not too aggressive sometimes. They still get the win nonetheless. But Xavier, 16 eliminations, 4 placement points for a total of 20. They put in the work, but so did Alpha 7, to be fair, with 11 lives.
Wait, we didn't drop or rotate into S2G? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they were playing so well, even at solos, right? So I mean, we saw Chua have some great clutch moments. We saw Levi's at some point have 6 eliminations, and Lamborghini just clutching it up, almost able to overwhelm the entirety of S2G in what I think was one of the worst circle rotations for them. Like, they had such a tough time playing the eastern side, but they were just making it work out, and the DBS of Chua was enough to get rid of loops too. Like, there were so many points of this game that Xavier, I think, were going to fumble, but they just keep surviving thanks to their raw gunplay.
Even earlier in the match, we were a little bit worried about the big 2-2 split that they were doing right, but I think the way that they were able to rotate faster, being able to regroup in that split second, that actually impressed me. I thought they were going to be able to hold it a little bit long, and I thought it was going to backfire. And then talking about Carrillo, I mean, that 1v3 that he was able to get with the DBS against Precision, that was absolutely beautiful. We'll be talking about, we were wanting to see Carrillo from loops when he was able to just absolutely destroy everybody in the game and out of the game. And then right now he's being able to just do it in the game as well with the DBS.
And that's the thing. We've been saying for years now, if Carrillo can perform with Alpha 7, this is going to be an unstoppable team. And we see him able to put up the 5 eliminations. Like, this is a deadly squad. And I don't know what's happened from regionals till now, 7, but this Carrillo has just massively stepped up.
Earlier in the match as well, when they were looting, they ended up third partying the fight between FaZe Clan and IC. No, they didn't decide to push that fight, but they were being able to just take some shots onto the teams. They were able to eliminate one player from FaZe Clan, and then towards the end, if I do have to nitpick a little bit what this team did, I feel like they got a little bit too passive there at the end. I feel like they should have continued on with their aggressiveness and try to push a little bit more towards Xavier. They put themselves in such position that a lot of teams were going to be looking at them. And once again, that's just me nitpicking right there of what they could have improved.
I think that you have to play passive in a situation like that because you only have Rocks and Trees to work with. In a situation like that, you have S2G in the open fields over to the western side. You have Xavier.
Have I tried Arena Breakout? I haven't been able to give Arena Breakout a solid try. It's a game that I've been wanting to try out.
Situation where you can't be overly aggressive, only when you're 100% confident you're going to hit that.
I was trying to get Emma to play the game with me, but she didn't like it. Well, she didn't even really try it. She just looked at it and was like, nah. But
100%.
I'm down to like try it out and stream it. But Emma and I are trying to grind PUBG Mobile too, so I'll probably end up streaming some PUBG Mobile, playing with Emma, and with you guys too. We could do like viewer games.
Quite a bit. I would like to see him survive a bit more in the later stage. If they are playing around Karadozin a lot more in the late game stage, I feel like they are.
I'm eating some leftover steak.
they could maybe gun for a podium, if not a win. Like, it's just Gardozin as a solo never has the chance to do so yet.
I'm with you on that.
And obviously looking at, well, Stalwart Esports, obviously at the back of the win previously, they met their demise once again.
The restroom texts are back.
I don't know what it is about this in particular,
using
but something's
restroom.
not really working out too well for them.
And that's what I was wondering too.
Hey Afro, I'm doing well. Thank you for asking, man. Good to see you again.
Is what would happen with the team whenever they didn't get a circle, whenever they didn't be able to control.
Man, it's already 6 a.m. for me.
They actually ended up pushing a little bit late for my liking. We're kind of talking about teams being able to rotate a little bit faster. That team did not rotate fast enough, and they ended up hurting them in the long run.
I would like to see an improvement on the information game for Stalwart in particular, because they went on to, who was it, 4MV?
Bro, were you dead?
I think very close
Pretty
to them,
much, man.
Player, because there's a lack of scouts.
I'm back though. I'm alive.
To try and gather more information, and if you do so, late rotations are going to be rewarded a bit more, because you can know if an entry point is viable as an option, or
yep,
if they
I'm back.
Scouted before onto 4MV, they could wide rotate to the west as a 4-man team. Maybe crash onto the side of also Nongshim Red Force, or maybe S2G, but it's just that trial and error that sometimes is going to lose you players.
Something that you mentioned too is that this.
Did you forget you had a YouTube channel? Man, I haven't been. I want to get back into streaming, using my Instagram, Twitter,
Speaking of rotations,
all that. Like I just did zero social media. Like I didn't stream, I didn't post on Instagram, I didn't post on Twitter, I didn't check my Discord, nothing. But now I'm slowly gonna get back into doing all of that. A7 looking good? Yeah, A7 is looking really good right now.
Not being played as much in PL, that is a big slap to reality when you're coming onto this international stage. If it's PMWI or PMGC, you are going to struggle, so it makes it a bit tougher.
We talked to the Chinese casters, right, and they were saying the S12 is what they mostly use.
Yeah.
So they do use shotguns, but not, I mean...
They did say they were going to be able to adjust quickly. It's 3 matches now.
Haven't seen it.
How quickly are we talking about?
Day 3, last game.
I wish I could stay here consuming. Okay.
Hey, I know you know how to say that in Chinese.
Yan da shou.
I'm glad you went with that.
I see. I played it since the beta, seen all of its aspects, and I find it very good. What I like the most is not even the gameplay or functions, but the dev comms with the community. Okay. I've seen like.
Did you truly expect
is it like slow?
Here in PMGC Grand Finals? For me, I'd say
like it looks like the combat in Arena Breakout looks really like slow and like campy.
I have a lot of doubts when it comes to phase in particular. We've
seen
them do that adaptation.
But I guess that's just the way the game's supposed to be. Like Escape from Tarkov is also kind of like slow movement, more campy.
I don't think it's going to be even.
I know it's not like a PUBG or Call of Duty like action.
And are just going to be overshadowing.
You search me on Twitter and Insta, but you're not active for a long time. Yeah, I haven't posted or done anything on either platform in a very long time. I'm gonna try and come back to streaming and social media and everything. And stay in touch with you guys. ZooTay's back. Yeah, I'm back. Where's Emma? She is sleeping. It is 6 a.m. right now. I started the stream at like 3 a.m.
We've had half of our matches today. And we only have 2 days left after that. So I'm not even going to look at John. I mean, you're technically right.
Yes.
318, which is 1-6.
Math. 2023, his math is on point.
2024, he's going to be doing calculus live on air. He's going to be teaching John how to do statistics. That look of like, shut up, Jason, this ain't happening.
It's like, no.
But Procedure, I don't really know what to expect for them coming into this. Obviously, we've talked a lot about the old Bigatron. We talked a lot about the Twins.
Pretty balanced, slow-paced game overall. Okay.
The point of this team and the performance they've been able to put up, but also Redface has been kind of non-existent.
What do you think about the PMPL changes?
Big players when it came
what are the changes exactly?
I want to see from the entirety of Procedure Evos. They've been sticking a bit closer, which is nice. It's just.
I saw them talking about like some of the changes to tournament format. I know Brazil's getting like an extra, like a tournament stage or something. Because Brazil's like, this game's popping off in Brazil.
He couldn't make it happen. before go further, I want to recap.
Oh, my cat's back. Tiki, you want to say hi? Tuki, come over here. Oh, okay. All right, okay. I'll just move the camera. Oh, and we just moved to a new apartment, by the way. So this is my room. We haven't unpacked everything yet. What you doing, Tiki? Okay. All right, let me see what the changes are.
On how successful PMSL South Asia format was. This is offline league and 4 partnership teams progressed to PMGC 2023 Grand Finals here this time. We also introduced the PMSL in-game outpitch and voice packs for players. Through the PMSL Southeast Asia with 15 official partners teams, we could work closer than ever before to continue to keep the chance from to improve our competitiveness for the regional level and beyond. Okay, in 2024, we made the changes in our esports ecosystem pyramid
Next
structure.
PMGC finals in UK?
On top
I
tier,
thought it was in Brazil or something.
we have the major global tournament like PMGC, mid-season tournament, and a new exciting global event I will reveal soon. The level below, we have the PMSL, which will all feature the offline tournament. In Tier 3, we have the PUBG Mobile National Championship and PMSL qualifiers, allowing amateur and semi-pro players access to the PMSL. While in Tier 4, we have a smaller regional tournament such as PUBG Mobile Club Open. Along with the growth of top-tier tournaments, we are committed to supporting amateur and grassroots tournaments to keep the chance from no one to hero. So let's talk more about the PMSL.
Brazil's PMGO match started?
In 2024,
I tell you what is also going to be me all over. It's this next game, Blank. Erringel, the last one of the day, as we go into our over the 1-6 of the matches mark for this match number 4 of 18.
Going into the...
Oh, 4 18.
4 18. Just a divide.
No.
No. 4
We're still trying to do it, okay.
4 and 1 9.
5 4 20.
Yeah.
4.5 4 18. There you go.
Damn. 119.
1 9. Is it? No, it can't be.
No,
I think I've lied to you.
You have lied to me. Anyway, what I won't lie to you about is this plane path heading over from that western side over towards Lipovka. Much easier plane path to work with than a lot of other ones we've had today. Very much on the eastern edge of things. Alpha 7 on South George right now. FaZe over towards Zaki. An interesting spot, honestly, for FaZe. I would say up towards Zaki's side. We've seen them play it before, but I just think that it doesn't give you a lot of options. We saw that from the last game. We head all the way down towards the southern edge. Really difficult to play around there overall. But S2G, happily surprising me.
Yeah, they're staying up there. They're staying in amongst it towards the title spots for the time being. Certainly good news for the
North
home
circle.
crowd. This northern circle might give them a little bit more of a run. They've had to go south twice now. See if they can make their way north this time around because we're going up and over the river. More very central is the derby.
Very much an off-goal circle for us. Like you said, Morph in a strong spot towards
See
the
what
derby.
Alpha 7 can do in this zone.
We have seen a fair few times. We have seen a fair few times that we usually do get the teams that start in Severny don't do all that great overall. it's difficult.
I wonder if that's a self-selecting sample. I wonder if it's teams that don't do well go to Severny, or if it's teams that go to Severny don't do well. There's two options there, and I feel like Morph are going to have to prove us wrong.
Maybe. But I'm telling you, I've seen a lot of games.
I've seen, so much.
I've seen a ton of games, mate. And they all go down in Savannah. Start up there. I would love to be proven wrong, and PMGC is a place to prove people wrong at the end of the day. So we will see exactly what happens.
Oh, we see Indian teams in PMGO?
Let's say
I do not know.
In the circle with Procedure Evos in Yasnaya, strong rotates for them available. WBG down towards that south side alongside.
If Morph doesn't drop 10 to 15 points, it's over for them.
Since Major Pride's been able to play Rozhok comfortably.
Oh dang, Morph only has 4 points? I didn't realize they were doing that bad.
In that location. Very good as well are the Mad Bulls. Surprising we didn't see them here. We saw Major Pride instead. I think a lot of people expected it to be Mad Bulls coming in from EU to take up the mantle here in PMGC. But Major Pride will take this position in Rozhok if they can get it.
WBG close enough to maybe worry them somewhat, but over in school and apartments on that split, it's quite far away from the initial engagement. But with the circle as it sits, it's most likely that they're going to be moving north fairly soon. Udo Alliance over towards Mill to Power on the military island circle. We saw them move very, very quickly.
Why is Nova not there? They just didn't qualify this year.
They're a little bit more lento on their approach to this one. They'll have to get past loops if they want to move on up to the north side. Moving fast though, it's S2G.
Do you know why Yuhai? No, I do not. I think Yuhai was probably sick.
Very, very quickly into those shooting range hills playing.
There's no way they didn't let Yuhai play, and they started doing really bad.
Doing great.
And they still didn't let him play.
I think third place would count as great.
Why is it ignoring me? I'm not too sure what PMGO is. Like, I don't know how it works. PUBG Mobile Global Open? Like, I don't know how it works. I don't know too much about the formats and stuff.
I think that we had some concerns. I think those concerns
6-8 will win this game?
Alleviated.
That's a big
Xavier to do well. I wanted them to continue on the streak, and they have done.
The first circle only just opened. No one even has spot yet.
Still holding on to that.
I mean, it could be anyone's game.
But I do think that it is the South Korean team in Nongshim Red Force, which has come as a surprise there in second place.
I think Yuhai was like sick, man. He had to have been sick on the last day.
Middle points games, right? I mean, to be fair, it was 8.5 points a match that they got in the first two. They didn't really surprise us a lot in that last time around. In the first two matches, but they were still earning.
Did I watch the PUBG PC tournament? Last match was crazy. I don't watch all of it. I watched most of it.
Dinner, right?
But yeah, the PUBG PC tournament was pretty fun to watch. Like with the mortar, with the airdrop.
That's given them that platform to shine when the time comes. On the flip side, you've got teams like
RRQ Athena forever. Man, RRQ, that's a throwback.
And they need to make them pay off in a way that Nongshim has a little bit more relaxed of an approach to that situation.
Yeah. The difference being is that for teams like Alpha 7, S2G,
Starlight was also sick.
Their play style probably leads
to where have you been? I have been.
I would say, John.
Just not doing anything. I'm back though. I'm back to streaming.
So the question is,
I'm gonna be doing PEL viewer parties again.
Because they can certainly keep up with the consistent teams by having some pop-offs here and there. But to be number one versus a consistent team, you have to
PUBG PC was fun to watch.
Every single
it was fun to watch.
Take fights with everybody. What I'm trying to say is you have to be consistently aggressive, which is the difficulty in between it. The difference being between Nongshim Red Force is that when you play
before PMGC, Sook was saying he's going to destroy global teams.
Make sure your rotations are fine. Some games you don't
Sook's
get
a very passionate,
and that can lead
confident
a team
person.
That's quite aggressive to overlap you later on the tournament, just because they're putting out higher numbers that you can keep up with in the overall. So that's the one thing I do worry about for Nongshim Red Force.
What is Weibo Gaming doing? I'm about to lose the pick'ems.
So flip-floppy at the moment in terms of the teams that Nongshim Red Force could technically get.
Which team is the best Chinese team for PMGC?
Like still get to a strong position.
I'd have to go with 6-8.
To Udo Alliance, that Malaysian squad that does have some very, very good games.
Which region is better, Africa or NA?
I mean, they are absolutely ready to take the extended family to the beach with the amount of.
I would have to say NA is still better. Even though NA is really bad globally, but I haven't seen any. I mean, I don't keep up with the African scene though.
Right now, IHC similar sort of description, I think. Loops and 628. These are my
Africa, in my opinion, they had Rook and BF this time, right? Were they? Oh wait, Rook.
Loops as we have from IHC and Decisive, but I'm still ready and waiting.
Oh, were they African teams?
I'll be keeping an eye out to see if they can catch up and maybe overtake that.
Africa's better, bro? Okay.
Yeah, potentially. There's definitely potential
yeah.
there for them.
Yeah.
I do really want to see PMGC Evos do well in this tournament.
Yeah, Rook did some.
I think the legacy
Rook popped
there
off
is quite
some matches.
Quite good, right? It's something that you want to keep up to date with.
Yeah, I guess NA's just the worst, huh?
Zuxi and Luxi, and more than that,
NA's just the worst
I do
region.
wish success to Misery and Redface, who have had to jump into roles alongside some very famous players, and still managed to stand out in that situation. It's very difficult. Yet they
Rook
still
was
have,
a CIS team that played in Africa. Them. Oh,
so
okay.
For Procedure Evos and all the Indonesian fans at home, this is definitely a really big moment for them.
If in Hyber had their spring squad,
really
they'd be in the finals.
Go down in
QZZ with NHP was a beast.
Honestly, I'd like to see higher for them, and I know they can do it. But right now, it's fending off some of these absolute behemoths.
All right, let's see the circle shift.
I think they fielded Luxi of the Twins this time.
Oh,
jeez. Circle shift up to the northeast side, Blank, into the Stalwart foothills, to the east side of Severny. And into the shooting range hills.
Silas.
Very early. They will be paid out for their troubles. And Blank, you'll never guess who's just lost a player to them again. It's Stalwart. S2G seem to be their kryptonite.
Dude, S2G has been
going on. Let's put it that way.
Destroying Stalwarts
Stalwart just
constantly.
Cannot make these rotations alongside them. And it's interesting because they're making a rotate at pretty much the exact same time, considering the fact that S2G is about, let's say, 2 kilometers, a kilometer and a half away from this position. And then you have the boys on Stalwart in Nova Rep Neuer. It's weird to me that that rotation is coming through at such similar times on a map where they differ in position so much. There's a question to be had there, but I don't think I'll ask it till tomorrow.
Ooh. Okay, I'll look forward to that one. Lamborghini, saw him roaring on the engine there last match. A strong performance, nearly taking down S2G in a 1v4, but pipped to the post by current, I think, damage leader Silas for S2G, who has had such a strong showing in the first 3 matches. Really, really sidling himself with the pressure from the rest of the team. FaZe
chase him down.
Turning Stalwart's forward position with the buggy. A little bit off course there. But both teams divert, get away from one another. Still, maybe some danger in the wings waiting for top for Stalwart as FaZe divert to the gas station.
First game in a while that FaZe has been able to play for the first few minutes of the game, at least get into this one. Stage 2 currently. FaZe head all the way towards that northern edge. It's one of the few times where, you know, a Zaki drop can work out. I know I've been proven wrong here, but I still stick with my guns. I don't think Zaki's the most competitive of drop spots. Let's put it that way.
It's true, it's fair. The Severny drop though for Morph, they've managed to get out of it.
DA Xavier's an aggressive squad.
It was cursed all along.
Well, they've got away, so it's Alpha 7.
I like how DA Xavier, like, they're not really looking to fully fight.
We'll have to wait and see. Titan.
But they're looking to see if they can pick up 1 or 2 points here.
Xavier, can the hot streak continue?
That's a grenade. Ooh, Lamborghini. Oh!
Seems to be that it's just not going to happen.
Oh my god. TC's getting destroyed right now.
Honestly, the nades coming through from
like, this is on the edge of the circle in such a weird spot, but the Xavier,
very good.
Like I was saying this, like look at where they are. They're just gonna see if they can take a small fight, get some picks, and they're gonna pick up points. Unfortunately, they're gonna lose 1 player here, though.
Hit the floor, hit the deck.
It's flushed out as well. Try on the top of the rock. Has to step forward towards Suki. The nades are coming through from the back line. And now
but like this wasn't even like an aggressive push from D Xavier. Like D Xavier, they're just like they're just testing it out. And look, they just picked up 4 points. I was saying like earlier we were talking about Enigma Galaxy. I feel like if Enigma Galaxy
but I do think that
could do more of that in the early game and have a stronger like gun skill squad, because Koops is already so good gun skill wise. If they do more of that early game, and this is for a lot of teams, right? If you do more of that early game and then you focus on your rotations and positioning and then fighting in the late game, I feel like that's what a like top 3 team needs to be like. Like, if you have the opportunity to do like those small fights early, like try them out. And then if you don't need to do those fights, like Alpha 7 right now, like this match, they're just chilling. They're just going to wait for later on.
Yeah, 11 eliminations despite going down with only 2 or 3 placement points.
Let's go as far as say this, right? I would say Alpha 7 technically right now has had 3 strong games back to back. With the elimination count they've had from each of them, like none of them have been. Well, I mean,
why are Mongolian teams so strong? I don't know why the Mongolian region. Ever since what was the very first Mongolian team? What was that?
To get up on towards the cliffside and then at least have a chance.
Oh, what was that team called?
And the points they earn.
They're stalwarts now.
It wasn't like they just laid down and died from North.
What was the team called?
Getting to that
Zeus. Yeah, Zeus.
Original drop spot. So
Zeus came out of nowhere.
Currently Alpha 7.
And then after that, so many strong Mongolian teams started popping out.
And pretty good decision making within those matches. And that is a difficult thing to catch up to. Again, this is now a chance for Nongshan Red Force to carry that momentum forward.
I remember when Zeus came onto the scene, man. That was crazy.
Split right now for Nongshan Red Force.
Zeus is now IHC. Oh, okay. But wasn't most of the... Doesn't Stalwarts have the Zeus players, though? Or is IHC the one with Zeus players?
The hilltop behind them. Into the warehouse they go. Central positions being taken up by Morph, by Loops. By Major Pride, they're a little bit more towards the edge.
IHC is still the same team as where the Zeus roster was? Oh, okay.
Honestly, it's been an interesting one in terms of like, it feels like these teams are starting
They have one. Oh, it's just IC. Oh, okay.
Maybe not Stalwart and S2G.
Oh, only IC. Okay. Oh, speaking about Stalwarts, that's a nice zone shift for them.
CG Evos, in fact, just giving a bit more room towards Udo Alliance. Understanding where Udo Alliance plays from a lot of their time that they spent during the group stages to get here for Procedure Evos, having to play out the entirety of that league stage all the way to the last chance to get in. So I do believe
Stalwarts has the ASTA Academy players, IHC has the Zeus players, gotcha.
Of his room. And it's not likely until stage 5.
Abel Zion and Gala is still in IHC. Okay.
Some great shots though coming through from
okay, yeah. That sounds about right. Yeah.
Take down Nomi as well. Ayala wants to finish the job, but he's put back in the shack by Morph's high ground position behind them. They can't really peek out too far. However, a lot of damage done to Major Pride. Losing that player, losing effect. It's not great. They're trying to get into that central area with FaZe.
This is a nice spot for them.
West as well. CG Eagles have a crack at it as well, but Nomi still somehow weathering the storm. Another reload comes through from Luxy and not going to be able to get up over the Nomi.
Playing with fire, that boy. It's Nomi. Felt like he should have gone down a few times there in the process.
Do analysis on the Korea versus India Invitational. When I have time, I might take a look at it. No promises, though. Yeah, Tuki.
First nade and a second to follow it.
What is it, Tuki?
Look at this. Alpha 7.
My cat's meowing.
Holding the north side of Severny against the remaining duo from 628. Only Xi'an left remaining now as Revo close by.
Rep 628.
To go for the fight. Pushes forwards. Nades being put back by Xi'an, but they just want to confirm this flush first. Staying as 4 here for Alpha 7. All important at this stage.
Tuki.
They're going to have to leave Severny, and when they do, they're going to want to have all the cards in their hand that they have available.
Yeah, the lucky thing about this for at least Alpha 7 is playing as a 4 here makes a lot of sense considering that you don't get a huge amount of sightlines.
Tuki's meowing.
Alpha 7 is playing if you're on the eastern side until they reach over towards
Tuki is a much more meowy cat than Zuki.
Together, stay together.
Tuki meows a lot. Tuki wants a lot of attention.
We do have S2G down towards that south side playing with some nasty high ground. Could spell a bit of doom there for Alpha 7. They get too close.
IHC with 5 eliminations already. We haven't even seen them.
Ladder on up, see what they can do here, because Loops are going to take Xavier to task. Timo was looking for a pop-off game. Maybe this is their chance, Blank. Maybe they can do something from the middle. They led that train, but they're right to the south side at this stage.
Tuki, what is it?
G takes down Nomi with Major Pride. Naomi's out next.
He just wants attention. He has food.
Pushing through those numbers. Major Pride out in 14th place. Yeah, FaZe trying to earn points on this game, that's for sure. They get some nice shots over towards Udon Alliance. Actually, we're able to take down.
Where's Weibo Gaming at in this zone? Oh, Weibo Gaming's in a strong compound.
Side as you push in.
And IHC, where's IHC getting all these kills? Oh, from the southwest. Okay.
A lot of ridge sides, a bit of high ground towards southern edge here to play around with.
Okay. Stalwart right in the middle. This is their time to try and keep it together. They only have 3 players remaining, remember?
Yeah, Rose, when Tuki was a baby, he would like try to meow, like you would see him open his mouth and like meow, but no sound would come out. And hold on, big fight.
The way for the rest of the roster to roll on through. Spots an elbow, but steps back in.
Tuki, I'm busy.
In the buildings that they have sat down there.
IHC
something to be worried about.
with opening. Oh, IHC's popping off this match. Xi'an with 4 already. Oh, Loops with the third party. Uh-oh.
Now it's going to be a nade from Alex to keep Morph going, but Loops have taken up the mantle of the fight around the side. Mythic wants the challenge, but it might just be a little bit more than he could chew, because WBG have sidelines here. IHC, did they just get swept aside? I'm not entirely sure on the south side. They're still active, but
what is happening?
Just been a knock on the south.
Godless gets knocked as well.
So, okay, Loops didn't lose anyone. S2G just got destroyed.
It seems to be their prerogative. It would check out with the 15
Sunon with the nade.
Oh, the 15 points, sorry.
He's done the math. He's racked up the numbers. And he's right. I just double checked.
Did you?
Yeah, it took me a while. IHC nades.
Okay, IHC back with this fight. Oh, there's another third party coming though. What team is that? What's that yellow team down there? Oh, it's Evos.
Now around the side, they're trying to reposition. Chief with a chance here, but hits the deck, wants to heal instead. 2 players on the inside to handle. Alex close by.
Uh-oh.
There's an off shot.
Oh, what an off angle.
Cardozen still there.
But that's not going to be enough.
The trade. 1v1 now on this angle. Cardozen's not going to be in a position to get this res, but IHC could potentially get back all the way to 3 players.
Mate, the fact that he didn't spot out, then the second player in the building, a little bit silly. Cardozen makes a crawl across, and that's the smart move from Zio. Get back into the wall.
Does he have a nade? Oh, he's got 1 nade.
Regain some HP. 1 essential nade there from Cardozen, sends it in.
So smart, IHC just backing off immediately.
Back towards the entrance, hopefully, or at least hoping to get that 1 elimination. Cardozen again in the end game. What is this?
It's just what it is, you know. 5 eliminations so far for Loops as well, so they've had a decent run so far.
Evos got to push in now.
Keep up those averages. Besieger Evos though, 3 players trying to encroach.
Weibo Gaming is chilling right now with 4.
Such a thorn in the side of this position. There's now been 4 teams on this spot trying to take the fight. WBG seen all of it unfold. FaZe are taking a scrap with Udo Alliance.
I see.
Looks like they're coming out on top.
On defense, Lynx pushing in by himself. Hello?
Fall back behind the corner.
Okay, Evos looking very sloppy.
12 eliminations on this match, Blank. An incredible pop-off yet again, as it is going to be Luke's Cardoza to try and step up. This time around, it's 4MV to take the shot.
Mate, IHC's having a blinder in that warehouse. I do
really
really enjoy
shift.
Cardoza's gameplay, which is sort of a lot of things were heating up.
Oh, Alpha 7.
In the meantime, Alpha 7, they want to get back into the mix. where things are getting very fiery, but it's FaZe, who've had a very bad tournament so far.
What is it?
Going head to head with our current #1 team, Nasty Nade.
Carrillo clutches this, right? Surely.
Hopes to defend.
The GOAT Carrillo. Getting into that car was clutch for Ventores.
Ventores staying alive for the time being. Another day to the back.
He hurt him. Oh my God.
And Ventores delivered on a silver platter. Bounced out from the vehicle there.
Carrillo is so good.
Across the way. Can Sedov get back for Alpha 7 to stay alive?
Can you guys hear my cat meowing?
Carrillo dropping a Molotov at the door, preventing anyone from getting through. At least he can hold out on the backside. Mela, the mastermind behind the team.
This could be Weibo Gaming's game. See, Weibo Gaming just play position and rotations, and they play very slow. And hopefully their positioning is good, so they don't just lose one player, because that happens a lot. Sook seems to die early.
It is unfortunate. A resupply on the box. Senab, I think, might have the
but like this style, I don't feel like is enough for PMGC. Because you have to play like perfectly. Because if you don't play perfectly, you end up just not getting that many points. Oh man.
Impeccably timed there, and now Senab has a 1 versus 1 for Alpha 7 to try and take down FaZe to keep them in check. 8 eliminations for FaZe so far, and they want to put that number 9 up on the board. Mela reloading the DBS, has the window under control.
Here comes Weibo.
Those cartridges loaded up and into the
Weibo Gaming's gonna pick up like 1 point here.
Mela wins out the trade. Alpha 7 go down.
DBS too good.
And now WBG close down proceedings. 4 eliminations for them, and they're looking to start.
You hear the? Oh, you guys hear
Tuki's meow?
He meows a lot.
Yeah,
he's a very
it's
meowy
a good time
cat.
for WBG to bring things back, but Mela, man, got that DBS special going for him. I've been pretty pleased with Mela, honestly. Max is also very pleased with Mela overall, and I think that it's essential that you do have a player like that on your team, right? That has that clutch power behind them. And Mela certainly has that for them. 9 elims though, good stuff. IHC, on the other hand, 12 eliminations. Looking for some more. 2 players remaining here. Could pick up some more points for themselves, but Alex has already taken a mean beating.
He holds as well into a challenge that maybe is too much for him to bear. Alex going down and IHC full, but they've already done a lot of work this match. A lot of elimination-focused situations that they've been able to capitalize on. And they've done beautifully to keep themselves up towards the top of those tables. Blank, they are in the challenge spots. They will be in and amongst it. Stalwart as well, looking to try and keep their record up.
Okay, Tuki, I'll play with you after this match.
They've seen an opening window now with Alpha 7 going down a little bit earlier. Can they keep this one and convert it?
Weibo Gaming needs to win this game. Like,
want to try and shut this down as well.
For Stalwart, realistically, would like to pick up a lot of these last eliminations, right?
I could see Weibo Gaming losing this match as well.
UEG, the links
okay then.
As well on Nurzed.
Puts him to sleep there for Sue.
For a while, at least.
He is gonna be get back up there. The res does have the cover from the Lynx AMR.
Sook can't get knocked here though. They know where Sook is.
He's gonna have to move. The zone will push him in soon enough. A roll around the side from Sue. For WBG, 4 players alive. They have got all the advantage that they could ask for in this situation, but you're facing off against Stalwart, and that is frightening in itself.
Mao off the distance. WBG taking a pretty big split at the moment. Apex.
Rez, do you hear Tuki?
Going for 4 miracle vibes.
Meowing.
Last player alive for them.
Okay, Tuki, I'll play with you.
Put him down, or at least spot him out. Information
after this match, okay, Tuki?
I'm pretty sure.
Oh, they know. Nurzed's ready. He's got the angle, and Top's there as well. Oh, he's jumping. This is dangerous. Apex is baiting, playing with fire right now. Wants to try and turn this one around, but Stalwart zoned in. Really not much they can do from here. They just have to hope for a pick.
Apex drops the smokes. This high ground on the shack is actually proving to be extremely useful for him. Circles enclosing in this lineup that WBG been able to set up along the middle.
There it is.
Massive
Weibo Gaming got it. Nice.
Play over towards PEL. A lot of control exerted. It's Sue now.
He's still got it. He's still got the links. 1 tap is all it takes. Nurzed crests the ridge line.
Oh.
He sees the rifle.
Oh, he hit his hand.
Action goes down.
Wyma already got a knock though.
But this is the time for them to roll forwards. They get the flush onto Action.
All right, GG's.
Taken a little bit lower.
10 eliminations and a chicken.
Mao can move forwards.
All right, Weibo Gaming, showing signs of life. But if you like rewind this game and see how they played, this was like a very easy, like not super easy win, but they really didn't have to do too much. They just got a really good rotation in, and the way the circle shifted, they just played like the positioning. Like they played it smart.
Steps out wide. 2v2 now. Top goes low. It's the deck. Can he get the heal? Could be crucial, but Nerzet's down, and there's the nade.
I was gonna say, like, oh god.
An excellent close down. WBG from the bottom of the table.
But this wasn't like a hard game for them to win. They played it smart, they played it correctly. But if they don't get like more of these like easier games, I don't know. I don't see Weibo Gaming making top 3.
But although it's Zoo to open up a hole in Nerzet's head, he opens up his inner eye towards the end of that game, locates and spots out where exactly these final players are, takes them down with the nades. It's good stuff overall, and you can see that Stalwart's disappointed with this one. Could have been an easy win. Could have picked up some more points. Top was looking a little bit nasty towards the end.
Had some good shots, had those opportunities, but it was just pressure. It was that Nongshim Red Force style that WBG displayed there. I mean, I'm sure it's the WBG style as well, but they are looking good in that match. A lot of control. They swept through from that northeast side, and they moved in when they needed to. Looking for those third-party, not engagements, but gains of ground.
Yeah, and I think that is sort of the important thing to be looking at the end of the day for them. A lot of cheering going on, which is nice to see in the crowd for these players and teams. S2G, again, still not doing too badly so far, which is nice.
He knows
although
tricks
this
too.
wasn't a game where they took it all the way to the end, still decent point scoring, decent numbers from him.
4 eliminations for the MVP Wyma for WBG. Again, not super flashy, not super hardcore, but very calculated, calm and collected.
Okay, so he knows sit and paw. I'm gonna do that real quick.
Eliminations for Gaff as well.
Yeah, I mean, Wyma, 871 damage, 704 for Suk. But again, 704, probably that's half between the 2 shots from the legs, right?
That's 500 damage just from the hair color alone.
Yeah, that's fire, man. That is fire. But again, it's really nice to see. At WBG, they needed a game now. They like literally right now. Yes. So at least being slightly dominant here on our angle, on our final angle before we head over towards Miramar is a really important aspect for them.
I'm looking at what IHC were going to be able to do with the eliminations. They got that match to jump up. Stalwart, how far did they climb against Alpha 7, who didn't get as many points maybe they would have liked this time around? We'll have to wait and see yet again. FaZe also starting to step up in that match. I think they managed to get 8 or 9 eliminations, maybe a placement point or 2, so good news for them. They really wanted to try and start to keep that pace together, and as you said, for WBG, it does need to be now. It is such a short form for what these teams are used to, only those 18-match sets.
Yeah, IHC as well, on top of that. Massive amount of eliminations. They're really, really resilient.
Alright, never mind.
Feels like
He's not listening to me.
Stalwart's a Mongolian team, but all Mongolians.
All right, so Weibo Gaming taking a victory not only in-game, but in the hearts of one of our dear analysts, Maxman.
Oh yeah.
Your favorite player.
It's Zook.
No.
With the Link's AMR too at the end. I mean,
Shanzuk.
you got the pronunciation on point, 7. I cannot pronounce it properly. But
oh, yo, what up,
this
Alec?
entire match 7, what I loved is that they were not overly aggressive. They saw situations and they just waited.
I was trying to
not maybe get
get my
as many
cat
eliminations as
to...
they could have got, but they just were.
Yeah, my cat knows how to
win
sit
from the very,
and
very
paw.
early stage. And that was one of the smoothest
I need to
transitions
find
again
his
chickens in that
treats,
we've
though.
seen so far. They
You
had
only
in the
do
bag
it
like
if
2,
you
3
give them
circles ago,
treats.
in my opinion.
Yeah, and for some of the other teams that we've been looking for them to be able to adjust, FaZe Clan, we saw a little bit of an adjustment there out of them, especially after the the fight that happened in the second Erigo, right? They actually decided to land in Sarki and then rotate very quickly towards the Verni, which I thought ended up working out for them in a very, very big way. And then ISC,
he's just doing his own thing right now,
being super dominant when it comes to those eliminations and getting those placement points too, which we've been wondering with them. Are we gonna?
Where's your girlfriend? She's sleeping right now. She's in her room sleeping.
Top 3 situation. With all the players alive, and for them to showcase that aggressiveness, for them to showcase that gun skill that we're seeing out of them.
Yeah, if we ever get a world where IHC get more placement points than eliminations, it's the end of the world. We're done. We're doomed. This is not going to happen.
Damn, IHC with 12 elims?
Oh no.
That's like 3 whole squads.
But yeah, IHC, obviously, we have to give them credit.
Alpha 7
really
still getting
criticizing the
elims.
placement points, FaZe Clan as well. Looking on the list, though, I gotta bring up Alpha 7. I gotta bring up Carrillo again. Like, obviously, they ended up losing out in the battle against Mela as he clutched things out against them. But to see Carrillo just being able to pop off like this has been a fantastic sight, and it really gives me a lot of hope to see Alpha 7 and
So that 2 more games to go.
Yeah, and the thing with Alpha 7 too, it's
you guys finally back after years.
That we're getting the placement points that we saw earlier.
I'm back.
And then on this match, even if they're not getting the placement points, they are putting up those good elimination points. Which from Nonshim, this is the first time
Dogcow is just a TDM content creator. Now he's continuous dominating globals.
Overall. Yeah. And for this team,
Wildcat being YMAO, right?
They decided to rotate a little bit too late for Namshim Red Force, and they were forced to play that outer edge. And now they were forced to push into compound where they didn't have any scouting done, and IHC was able to just completely destroy them.
And I even prefer the period of time before that.
Does anyone know? I wasn't active. I was just busy. Is your main job currently a caster? Yeah, that's my main source of income. Casting. I was inactive for a long time because I was focusing on some other stuff. Also, I moved to LA like last year-ish. Big move, first time away from my home.
What the hell was Luke doing there either?
So just a lot of stuff, but I do plan on coming back to streaming, and yes, I plan on viewer partying or doing watch parties for PEL, and I also plan on like actually streaming games like PUBG Mobile.
I went really too hard there, actually. I'm sorry.
Weibo being able to jump from 16th place all the way up to 8th place with just that chicken dinner, that's very impressive, and then for FaZe Clan as well, currently with those 16 points. But overall, I mean, I feel like Alpha 7 could have even extended the lead a lot more, considering that 2nd place and 3rd place got eliminated super early on. Yeah. But still, they still made a gap there with those 8 points at the end that were getting in the last match.
Yeah, every time you see the audience here for S2G, every time the team above S2G gets eliminated, it's like, yes, he's even more an opportunity.
Bad and I got into
jump up in first.
Really, you guys got into World of Wonder Room with Weibo Gaming and SCE? That's crazy.
15th place team died. Yes, yes, we got him.
Obviously, you have to give a lot of credit to IHC again. 2nd place. This has been huge for them. It's for a team who's gotten so little placement points. They've been just really fragging out, 2nd highest eliminating team so far. Dark Horse, in my opinion, I don't know if you guys agree. I said that last match. Yep. I think they had a lot of potential, but I think they were on no one's list to be in a top 3 team.
I'm starting to get on your train in regards to the Dark Horse. I mean, they're being able to be super aggressive. They're winning those fights. They're putting up a lot of eliminations, and that's something that.
What happened to the Web3 cryptocurrency game you have promoted once? They're still like.
Those placement points. It's good that we're seeing those eliminations.
Like, they're still growing, and they're still, like, developing their game. It's just that, in regards to crypto games, I thought it would be a lot better when I was promoting, but the games itself still have, like, such a long way to go, and I don't know if the games will ever be that good.
They find themselves in that kind of scenario. It's like the Brazilian teams. When you see an Alpha 7, when you see a Loops, or even a Stalwart back in the league stage, when they were...
You guys fought in rooms against Weibo Gaming, DRS. Wow, that's crazy. That sounds like fun. Why do I look like I'm into day trading? Is it because of the glasses? Does it make me look like...
They decided to not land where they usually end up landing. They decided to land a little bit west of...
Oh, why don't you look into day trading?
Considering that the plane pass was
I just don't know much about that. I'd rather not. I'm going to just focus on casting and getting back into like content creation, streaming more.
You have such a small amount of positions that are strong. East.
Crypto games miss the whole point of games, to be honest.
You're gonna have to crash just like
Like, the idea of crypto games was cool if the games itself were good. But I think that's the main problem. There's just no actual good games yet.
Titan Esports Club, out first, 16th place. It's unfortunately being like that, and the weird thing is, right, is that it's
Like,
so
let's imagine a good game, but with crypto, like PUBG Mobile. So basically, imagine you can actually sell the skins you get. Like, you get an M4 Glacier, you get Lucky, you get a Pagani, and you could sell that.
in PMGC.
I mean, I think that'd be pretty cool.
You get so much training,
but the problem is, all the crypto games just aren't good, and they sell a lot of items for a lot of money, and it's kind of like a scam at that point.
More impactful for the side of Titan because they don't play outside of their region that often.
Am I taller than 7 Worlds Gaming? I am taller than 7 World Gaming, yes.
Against the DPS, which is still weird, they're playing the S12K against that, but you need to have that training. And unfortunately, 3-4 days off scrims that can be taken more or less seriously, it is going to be a tough transition. So that first day is going to be very important for them. That transition in day 2, that's when we need to see Titan really bringing those points on board.
I'm getting Tiamba vibes.
Oh, I mean, they both start the letter T. We gotta head and transition over to a break here while we get things ready to go for our first of 2 Miramars. We'll see you guys.
Come back to esports, like play esports competitive? Nah, dude. Have you seen in NA all the ex-pro players? They come back and they just absolutely get shit on.
Welcome to the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala. We've introduced a brand new
I feel like once you stop playing competitively, it is so hard to make a comeback.
To become the first ever PUBG Mobile Popularity Annual Gala champion.
I do miss playing competitively though, because comp was always fun
the
to
Popularity
play.
Annual Gala event will be utilizing a new ladder promotion system.
I would just
Players' initial ladder grade will be determined by their battle points at the end of the first round. Ladders are divided into 6 grades: Triple S, Double S, S, A, B, and C, with Triple S being the highest.
What is this?
Ladder promotion rules.
What is this ladder promotion
Players are ranked based on the popularity they gain during the battle period. For rounds 1 to 9, the ladder results are settled at the end of every round's battle. Apart from ladder grade C, each ladder has 100 spots, with the top 20 promoted, the middle 60 retained, and the bottom 20 demoted. If you're trying to move up the ranks, be sure to stay within your ladder's retained threshold or higher before each round is settled. Additionally, ladder grades can only be promoted or demoted by 1 grade at a time, so your performance in the assignment round is crucial. Be sure not to miss it.
What is this?
Final showdown. Based on the rankings from the previous 9 rounds, round 10 will be the decisive showdown to determine the final rank and ladder grade placement, including the champion of the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala.
Yeah, I've been on for a while. I'm back now. This is the popularity thing.
At the end of round 10, rewards will be issued based on the player's ladder grade and final rank. For outstanding players, they will receive exclusive rewards that can showcase their supreme honor both in and outside the game. In-game rewards include the honor title, honor name tag, and honor avatar frame, which are sure to make you stand out. Moreover, there are also physical trophies,
2 more games and then I can go to sleep.
Gifts,
I think IHC could crush any team
and other exclusive
in a fight.
Gain global renown both
in a 4v4. What do you think?
What are you waiting for? Participate in the
I wouldn't say they crushed any team. There's a lot of strong teams. Yeah, Nova didn't qualify. That's why you don't see Nova here. What does UC stand for? Anyone in the chat know what UC stands for? Unique currency? Look who's back. Miss you so much, man. Yeah, I'm back. I'm gonna be streaming again more often. I always play with random because no one wants to play with an old bloke. Hey, sometimes you meet some interesting people, fun people. Unknown cash, unreal cash, unknown currency. Oh, it's probably unknown, right? Player unknown, battlegrounds, unknown cash. Okay, that sounds about right.
And I had to go back to NA with this guy on the end.
You look.
It's a very sad time.
You okay?
Very depressing.
He's lying.
Tukey.
But no, now we're here, man, and we are seeing the teams, the teams that put in the work throughout the year are the teams that are
universal credit.
Those rewards. You see towards the top of the table, looking pretty good. Alpha 7, the team that we've always criticized every year, it feels like, has been able to step up and claim that first place position at the moment. For me, I think actually, oddly enough, S2G is kind of the surprise of doing so well in the beginning because they didn't play in the qualifiers or the group stage, right? They looked horrible in the European
Rose,
regionals,
what cat picture
like
is that?
Is
that your cat?
And I think this crowd here is really giving them that fifth man buff for sure.
I really think so. I feel like also ever since the spring season, they've been working to try and train for these bigger events. Like spring season, we remember they didn't even qualify.
Can we not do super
And
chat?
I feel like ever since that time, they've been trying things out.
I don't think I have it set
the
up.
meta has shifted so significantly. Teams
Since I haven't streamed in so long.
So much faster. Teams are so much better when it comes to taking those fights head to head. So because of that, they had to adapt. And I feel like ever since spring, and they've really struggled to make that adaptation. They're like, okay, bigger events like PMWI and the full season.
Do you still dance?
Big change in
I want to get back into dancing, but oh, it's not your cat.
These guys are screaming.
Rose, when are you gonna get? Wait, Rose, do you have a cat?
No, but that's G. I feel like
you love cats so much. But I want to get back into dancing. I'm getting older, so I've been having a lot of weird like pains in my knee and my foot. So right now I'm just doing physical training to get it strengthened, and I'm gonna go see like a doctor and get an MRI, figure out if there's something wrong with my leg.
Any conflicts we're gonna have?
But I'm getting older, so I need to start like exercising more often and watch how I exercise. So I'm gonna start doing all of that. Make my face cam bigger. How big is it? Oh, it's really small right now. I'm gonna make my face cam smaller again when the matches start, though.
The first mirror bar of the day, once again, with Blink and John out.
You don't have Rose.
Changed up the order on us. What's happened there?
Get a cat.
That is true. Sometimes you do go first. You always come first to me. We are going to be going into our first.
I miss Slot and PEL, by the way. Love from India, love brother. Thank you, Gaming Clips. I appreciate it.
Indeed. So
you're not allowed to? Wait.
Obviously, overall, Miramars are quite enjoyable.
Do you know the Omen Elite clan?
It's always really interesting.
You mean like Omen Elite? Like
I think specifically looking at some of the teams here,
like the very first team I was on, Omen Elite.
Strong on Miramar, but I would say Loops definitely takes the cake there.
But why are you not allowed to have a cat? Like your parents don't allow you to?
The guys over on Decisive.
How's my crypto game going? Man, all the crypto games just... I thought they were going to be a lot more fun and a lot better developed. But they weren't. And they're still developing the games, but I just thought it'd be more fun when I got into them. But it's still like a pretty, like, couple years off before they're actually, like, really fun to play potentially.
Certainly packing out.
Boy, is that Irene? That looks like Irene.
Yeah.
Good to see you back. Yeah, I appreciate it. Your sleep schedule's still going to be miserable, right, if you do these videos? Yeah, my sleep schedule's still going to be fucked. But when I did have a bad sleep schedule, I at least was very active. Like, I would go to the gym when I could. I would stream when there's viewer parties. It was tough, but I kept myself busy at least. Oh, your mom and grandma are allergic to cats? Aww. That sucks.
Action when it comes to the elimination counts.
Oh, and I want to get a new phone too.
Quite excited to look at. I think this
Emma has like the iPhone, what's the newest one, 15? She has the one before that, the iPhone 14.
They had no placement points. They
only
had eliminations.
You could get like 90 FPS on that. Anyways, I was watching her play on her phone, and I was like, why does your game look so much smoother? And then I realized in her settings, she actually gets more frames than I do. And I was just like, man, I want a new phone now. I still have the iPhone, I think I'm still on the iPhone 10.
As we approach that 1/3 mark of the matches to play, it is such a short sprint. We keep saying it because it is so important that you get these good performances in whenever you're given the opportunity to. Whenever you can try and convert, that's when it needs to happen. That's why
I hope it didn't set you back, but yeah, I lost a bit of money in crypto. I haven't really checked to see, or I haven't calculated to see exactly how much I've lost in crypto, but I lost a bit. Not as much as some other people though, so
they absolutely do.
yeah.
I think for
And crypto's going a little bit back up. I still have a lot of crypto left over.
Very soon if they don't pick up the pace, and Loops Also dropping on top
So
of
at
it
least it's
over
going
in
back up. Oh,
Hacienda.
TEC versus Loops.
Again for Loops. Can't just be all down
Oh,
to
the Winchester.
Cardozing over and over.
Oh, the
and
shotgun
a shot
though.
around the corner from Suki.
Oh,
That's bad news. All of them are going down.
Oh,
dear, Loops.
Jeez.
Just getting felled one by one, but there's still a chance
Oh.
for a little bit of a comeback.
Mythic's got an
The
AK.
best that we've seen. Mythic.
Oh, he stopped shooting.
That trade there, Bamboo.
Uh-oh.
Shoots on through. Cardozin with the M249.
Cardozin last one alive
Keeps it
again.
together for now. It's always this guy. I don't know what it is, man.
Yeah,
There's
I
something
think I'm on the
about it.
iPhone.
He has
Let me
been
check.
the
Let me
Lone
check what
Ranger
phone I
for
have.
Loops. Plenty of times today.
Maybe this is the iPhone
Things were heating
12.
up. So I got out. Oh no, you guys are in a fight? Oh, I better leave, as he is going to be exited from the match as well. Looks like Titan not too
Jeez.
happy, but they don't lose anyone. They get 4 points.
Okay.
And that is great news for the Chinese.
Oh, I have the
team. Jason
iPhone
was given the
11
flack
Pro
over on the
Max.
desk, but maybe he'll cheer up a little
I
bit
mean, they
now.
deserved it though. Let's be honest.
They absolutely did deserve it.
Yeah.
You're right.
But I heard the
They've
newest
got
iPhone is not
the
good, like it
golden
overheats.
Mirado. The El
And it's
Dorado.
like, and the glass on the back
I had to call that.
cracks
Call it
really
by its
easily.
true name.
It's what it's known.
But yeah,
Yeah,
I have an
but I think
iPhone
for
11
them,
Pro Max right now.
Good couple of first points
And
for them.
Emma has like the 14,
well.
Yeah,
Procedure
Procedure.
and she gets like
Impala
90
split
frames per
between
second
the
or
East Point
something.
of Los Leones as well.
And it just looks a lot more smoother to play on. So I want to get a new iPhone, and then I'm going to start streaming PUBG again. Cardozin is the Brazilian sixless. Uh-oh. Is it just me? I think it might just be me. No one else is spamming, buffering.
Procedure in Impala split between the East Point of Los
Okay, we're
Leones
back.
as well.
No, we're not back. Okay. Huh? Oh, okay. Okay, it's the actual stream buffering. Yeah, stream's frozen for everyone.
Procedure in Impala split between the East Point of Los Leones.
Uh-oh, their stream crashed. Where else can we go? Twitch? Twitch.tv? Where is PUBG? PUBG Mobile. Is there an English stream? There's no English stream. Oh, Toto's Gamers. Oh, we watch Latin. The overheating issue got fixed? Oh, okay. I'll look into the iPhone 15 then.
Del equipo de Titan por completo. Así que bueno, vamos a ver el Loops recién al 100% en la próxima partida.
Ay, esperemos, Frata, porque me quedé con ganas de ver más de Loops, Loops operativo, ¿no? No con pérdida de elementos, llegando,
Someone let me
ahí
know
allá
when
de
the
Cardozin
English
lograron
stream is
salvar un
working
buen
again.
Erangel en un dúo con kills, pero me faltó mucho más la verdad.
They look
Ahora,
ugly, but
vamos en el
sphinxes
Sol
are
de
so
Titan,
warm compared to other
justamente
cats that
el
care about
equipo
their
que
owners
puso en
too.
jaque a Loops. Nos vamos también a ver en qué anda Face.
Will I watch
Bueno,
PL
a
next
partir
year?
de esos
Yes,
teamfights
I
se
will
empieza a
do
apaciguar un
PL
poco el
viewer
mapa, el
parties
resto de los
again.
equipos está completo, Frata, solo se han enfrentado ellos dos.
Correcto, vamos a tener momentos de paz, momentos de mucha paz, así que ya que estamos en momentos de paz, los invito a colocar
second,
un me
SCE
gusta
third,
para aquellos que
Notion
estén
Red
en
Force
Facebook,
hanging
para
in there,
aquellos que
fourth,
estén en YouTube,
S2G,
aquellos
defending
que estén
champs,
en
right behind him
Twitch, si pueden
fifth,
compartir también
Alpha
la
7 of
transmisión,
course,
se los
just
agradecemos muchísimo,
owning right
ayudan
now,
muchísimo a lo
at
que es nuestra
first.
región, inclusive eso traía un poquito más de visual, traía un poquito más de gente a lo que
People
es
say
el
15
juego,
isn't that much of
y
an
dentro
upgrade
de todo también
to the
un poquito de
14.
amor para lo que es Alpha 7 y la gente de Loops.
I've been hearing a lot of mixed
Vemos el
reviews on the
avance de los
15.
equipos
Like, it's
hacia
not
lo que es
that worth.
un posible
I'll
cierre
do
de
some
zona número 2,
research.
esperando dentro de su checkpoint.
But I do want to upgrade
Estos
from the
equipos
11,
sin
which is
posible
what I
avance
have
de
right
equipos por
now.
los alrededores. Y
Am I
puede
not
que tengamos
casting
guerra,
anymore?
David. Se me pongo
I
a
did a lot of
pensar,
casting this year.
entre rotación
Just
y
not this
rotación, capaz
tournament.
que un equipo termine
It's working
cayendo
now?
en las manos de algún que otro león que esté rugiendo por ahí.
Sí, 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 sí. Esperemos. A ver, a ver, a ver. Hamsi G haciendo la rotación.
Thank you
Eso
for
es lo que-
letting me know.
You say,
Oh,
with
for
Alpha
sure.
7 being that exception. So, and that, I mean, that's the danger of being
Okay,
a high
we're
variance
back.
team, right? And that's what you kind of expect. It is anomalous.
It's better to get the
IHC
16
have
Pro
to do
Max
what they've
instead of the
done here
15.
to be up in
Wait,
second place.
what's the newest iPhone? Is it the 16? I thought the newest one was the 15. What are we on right now? 16?
They're actually annoyingly consistent with the amount of eliminations.
You should get an
they
iPad if you're
do.
just looking to
It's
play
the
for fun.
placement points, which are horrid.
I'd rather
They
stay
don't
on
get any at
phone.
all. But
They're just winning those coin flips every single time. You know, they're on like 6 heads in a row right now.
I don't know, man. I feel like they just literally their plan is go out, get 3 team wipes, done.
It works.
One of your cats literally
Yeah,
ran away with a female
it
cat.
does
Wow,
work.
bad.
It absolutely does work. It's it's more than getting a chicken dinner
That
burger.
sucks.
Put it that way.
But that is
Sean, it's from 2026. Newest is 15.
variance.
The 16 is releasing next year. Oh, okay.
maybe they're very skilled at it. Maybe they win. Let's be generous. And say
I'm gonna
60%
get the
of those
15
engagements,
because I want
right?
to start
Because,
streaming again
I mean, that's
soon,
quite
and I want a
big
better
jump to have that 10% advantage.
phone. Like my phone's really good. Don't get me wrong,
They're able to do that.
but as a
6,
competitive
7
gamer,
games in a row,
when I saw Emma playing on like smoother settings, like
they have been showing
better,
true mettle
better,
so
like
far
faster,
in this
smooth. I was like,
to be able to take
I don't
those
know.
shots
I just couldn't
but it is a question of
look at my phone the same when I play on it.
I'd go look at Last Chance. If any of you are interested, go look at Last Chance.
Also, I've had the iPhone
scoring
11 for a
there,
while now. I
pretty
think it's time
sure
for an
that if
upgrade,
you were
especially
to
if I'm gonna
place
be
a point
streaming video
IHC
games. Like,
caught were
if
literally
that's
from
like part of my job, I should look to
It
get
was
a better
all
phone.
eliminations. It was insane.
ZooTay, you've been
It
living
was
under a
insane.
rock.
But
I
it
have
took
been
them
living under a rock.
very,
I haven't
very
been on
far. But,
Instagram.
like you said, though,
I haven't done
first things
Twitter. Ooh, nice
it
mini
required
7
them to get a
or
chicken dinner
mini
then.
14 shots.
Otherwise, it was going to be a little bit tough.
Oh, what a
So,
zone shift. Look, whew.
Picking that one up at the end there was important for IHC. In the
Oh,
meantime,
man.
Alpha 7
If Bamboo got knocked
taking a
there,
knock. You know what? This team has been targeted by a lot of different squads. You know, they battle through thick and thin.
And they're still 13 points ahead.
Still 47 points. Yeah, it's great to see.
do I watch any sports?
Streaking out a little bit now,
no.
our Alpha 7.
I do not.
IHC hot on their heels, though. So cool.
What I do to
Heads
speak
down
English
towards that
fluently?
southeast side,
Practice,
very much over
I
towards
guess.
Impala and Potapati Iso.
Is there any chance for the
While
revival
lot
in
of
NA
teams looking
region?
to head over
Man.
towards that coastal
Any player
area.
that's decently good in NA has
Yo.
just gone to other
Not quite
regions.
able to take down the first and not quite able to turn it on for the second.
Do I watch
Remember,
football? No, I do
able
not.
to get those
Does
4
your
points
iPhone
earlier
11
on
lag?
against
It does a
the
little
dropping
bit
work
now.
for Loops
It
at
used to
Alpha
not
7.
lag, but
Wants
I
a little
think
bit of
my
revenge
phone's
for their
just getting
countrymen.
old
The two
too.
Brazilian teams have each other's back in this match, certainly. Sure, that will
No, that's
change
good. Stay
very
away from
quickly if they
social
come into
media.
conflict with one another.
I need
Alpha
to
7
get back on social
trying
media
to get out
though,
of here,
like
but
as part of
Mathios's
my,
kind of isolated.
as part of
I think
a
he's
you
gonna have to
know
pull out a miracle here. Black
YouTuber,
Suki,
streamer.
First to pass the position, takes a lot of damage. The high ground is under control, but
Oh,
it is gonna be the
Mafioso
knock
got
sent to
one.
Mafioso. Can there be an answering elimination? Can there be a flush coming through from Alpha 7? And given the early stage of things, there's potential for a res unless Titan just roll on in and get this flush, which will come on through. So no res available.
My
Alpha
11
7
lags
turns
too.
out.
Watch
Interesting that
SpongeBob to
Titans are
learn
trying
English.
make enemies of both Brazilian teams.
Especially when
I'm
I
not
record,
Sure how
yeah.
well this is going to work out.
Yeah, I'm
So
gonna.
let's see how this pans out, Con.
Okay,
Bold
yeah.
strategy.
So 11 lags for a lot of you guys.
truly,
Yeah, it's time for an
truly
upgrade.
For Stalwart, still on 4 players though, is what you want to see if you're a Stalwart fan. PCG Evos, I would say it's a good spot they're currently playing. It has a lot of rotational value as well. Currently on the crossroads.
About the 14 Pro thinking
over
I'd actually be
towards the
playing on it,
eastern
but
edge of Los
I
Leones.
still return to my 6-year-old iPad.
With a lot of strong teams still in the mix, I think that
I think
realistically
I'll stick with the phone.
should more than likely be focusing over
I'm
towards
just so
North
used to
Red Bulls
playing on
and
the phone.
S2G at the moment.
Just trying to keep that northern side under control for S2G. It's very difficult to make that approach if you get too
Also,
close to
like,
buildings.
I can always make the excuse of like, oh, that guy's on an iPad. That's how he did that. So if I'm not playing on the iPad, I could still make that excuse. I think if you replace battery, it'll work fine.
The first of it, certainly. Yoru wants to try and turn around for a second. Doesn't quite have the backup on his exact position, but from the high ground and from far away as well.
Oh, you had to hit that, man.
4MV position. A nice holdout towards the south side, but opening the bidding, it's Doc to try and be the savior for his team. Tags the res as well. The smoke's right on top of them. They might be able to stick this one, keeping themselves up and
just
alive
in time.
As much as possible. The 4 players available will be a massive boon to them. Boboho trying to take some shots, but he's kind of isolated up there.
Can't even peek out.
Position in the tube there. And a nade being cooked for Cleon. Through the window, he might tag Apex if the heal doesn't come through. Right on the money. That's what you want.
Cleon pulls another nade, pulls another pin. 4MV coming to their likely conclusion quite early. A lot of their matches right now. Boboho has to move away. Judo Alliance picks up, takes up residence over towards the hilltops.
Korea now top fragger PMGC, but he considered number of kills in PMGC 2020 as he and his team got disqualified. I mean, Korea's always going to be one of the greatest.
Whilst this engagement just carries on. This is a good play from Judo Alliance. Iftar just needs to make sure that he does.
This fight is taking way too long for 4MV.
Keep that encircling position, but maybe taking position further north in those hills could be more valuable for them at this point. Major Pride with some of the best of it. Nongshim Red Force as well. Further in at the middle still to the west side of Impala. A lot of open ground there though, so dangerous to get rolled up on. Difficult to maneuver. Major Pride further to their south. Trying to hold that one out. 4MV still scrapping back and forth, and the nade finds Boboho and Morph.
I didn't even realize he could get on the roof of that.
Cleon wants to try and keep up the mantle, but he's the last player standing. He's right in the corner, and Apex seems to know about it. They shut him down, and it's 4 players to continue for 4MV. Can Judo Alliance guard them out?
Yeah, 4 Miracle Vibes haven't quite hit their 5 at E.
Yeah, wasn't Miramar Morph's best map?
So have to go a little bit further here. Flax could be that 5th one.
Dang, Morph still only has 4 points? Yikes.
Miracle Vibes is going to be a difficult push towards that northern edge jump.
Could be.
Oh, I'm so tired.
To ask of them potentially. Judo Alliance starting to make their way further north. They've heard the cessation of gunfire to their south side.
It's 7 a.m.
Probably aware that the fight is
I stay awake for one more game after this.
On the feed as well. So
L Morph.
See something. Decisive looking to regroup on the south coast. Lamborghini, a fast south backstop for the roster, has looked to regroup as he spotted Baron moving up that coastal road. You can see 4MV just looking to continue to encroach there. Judo Alliance have other ideas though. Iftar with the shots down, a very low HP target found as well, and that's the knock. Should be the flush almost instantly, and no answer from 4MV. Can they roll up on his position? Seems like Baron's putting him under pressure. Right up and into the fray. 3 players now active for 4MV. They were
That's a good zone for a lot of these teams.
5th elimination on the cards playing. They're going to be looking to take it here and now because Baron right around the corner. Flax close with the nades. Neither team losing another, but Baron does go down. Cluck on the off angle does get that heal off, so now Judo Alliance have all 4 nice and healthy. Flax is backed off in the meantime, and Baron isolated. A nade in through the window.
I might have to end my stream early.
Oh, as Olio steps out, and there's the flush.
I feel like I'm going to fall asleep on stream.
Deal with the nades that are flying through the windows now. Flax, as well as Olio, trying to hit some more on towards him.
I was not ready to stay up this long.
Quite nicely right now, but no tags over towards 4MV.
If Weibo Gaming wins this game, 2 chickens in a row, I will watch.
It's a great shot. There's a chance here. The drop shot's not in play. 1v3 so far achieved.
I will watch the last and final match of the day. If Weibo Gaming wins this game, though.
Judo Alliance getting further into this game. Finally dealt with.
That south side just cleaned up.
They don't.
Xavier can look to take a lot more control than maybe
I
they
don't know. I might just fall asleep.
Move, that push comes through.
Fall asleep for the content.
To be able to take control of the aftermath of this fight between 4MV and Judo Alliance. It's
I don't
only
want to fall
Iftar to try
asleep
and
on
get out
stream,
of there.
man.
He's on half HP.
Who
He's
knows
going to
what
go
will
straight
happen.
to the waiting arms of Major Pride if he isn't careful. it's a really tough spot. But now Decisive have to regroup further north
Get
after
some
that control
coffee.
they've been able to take.
You know what? 4 and B are nothing.
IHC is like, what the...
I'll give him that.
6 eliminations. They broke the barrier.
Yeah. Honestly, fair play. Every single game. It's almost impressive. Not going to lie. Major Pride. Currently on the outstretch. But you're right, John. The wrap coming through from Decisive, trying to control as much of this south side as possible. It's a smart decision.
Go away, Bo Gaming. Don't let ZooTay sleep.
The future. Unfortunately, they do still need to sort of clear out WBG.
To be honest, when you stopped streaming, I thought something happened between you and Emma and you went into depression. Nah.
I would say, over on that side, WBG.
I stopped streaming because I moved to a new city, living not with my parents anymore, not living at home. I was focused on doing a lot of the crypto stuff, which didn't work out too well.
It's a T-Rex lobby.
Yeah, just a lot of life stuff was happening all of a sudden.
Keep the attention sent elsewhere.
Also, just being with Emma, like moving in together with Emma in a new city that we're both like new to. Just a lot of things made me put streaming and like just PUBG Mobile on hold. But now I'm back.
Able to clutch so much out with their streaky performances.
Streamer League's social security number.
As well, with the final day,
well,
the final
sleep
few
talking.
games, in fact, for IHC being crucial from their group and coming through, as you highlighted.
Webo Gaming's not winning this match. There's no way.
It seems like every time IHC are about to be denied,
there's just no way.
They just find something, they dig a little deeper, and this Mongolian squad is certainly never to be counted out.
Watch, this is gonna be. Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
You Alliance.
That's not a bad circle for Webo.
No HP, still getting it done though. Over towards Decisive, they'll be pretty annoyed about that one.
Gets that first aid, gets that resupply on the crate as well. Paragin moving away, and Major Pride maybe actually looking to be the other side of this stopper. Tries to move on over, and Paragin in danger.
Were there any plans to coach an Indian team? Yeah, at one point there was, like two-ish years ago. I was really looking into coaching for a team.
2 players down and an 8 to the back sees Revo very low on the knock, and now it's 2 players active for 6-2-9.
Oh man,
6-2-8, sorry.
He makes that AK look so good.
To try and back up their Chinese teammates.
Alpha 7 eliminated.
Oh, just swept.
That lets a lot of the other teams catch up a bit here.
For Stalwart, for Nongshim Red Force to try and ladder up, as well as S2G.
Alpha 7 hitting the Chinese pincer. That's kind of unfortunate for them.
Webo Gaming needs to be careful here. They could get shot in the back.
On the side. But 6-2-8 certainly held their own.
Look, there's 3 Chinese teams right next to each other.
Very well done. This is one of the most cruel positions to find yourself in, though, because nades are absolutely deadly. Good attempt there from Xing.
Into the trenches they go, and it seems like nobody's coming out from this one. Titan trying to keep their position here, but S2G have started to push in on the north side of this scrap. They want to try and chase for the top spots, but Shadow's picking up the points where he can. 1 player now remaining for 6-2-8. 1 player for Udo Alliance. Both of them looking to snake as far as they can, but one of them is in so much more trouble than the other. Can he find anything here? Hero wants to stand tall, has to hit the deck though for the time being and pop that first aid. Suki in the back lines.
Man, he's got the smallest of ridges as cover right now.
Onto Bamboo and keep them going. 6 eliminations for Titan so far, but they're being lit up. And Hero is still going. Suki down, Suki flushed, and Shadow now with the challenge has the chance, and Hero falls finally. Bamboo, the one to be able to take him down.
Did not think the Hero would be felled by Bamboo.
Civil War.
Not in a million years. Strong stuff is Bamboo.
It's true. Certainly is. Stalwart, though, looking a little bit weaker than Bamboo this time around, unfortunately, as it is going to be IHC they've come into conflict with. Alex has been knocked in the meantime. Procedure E-Force, who, by the way, they've subbed out Redface, so both the twins are playing this time around. Zuxi and Luxi on Miramar. You'd love to see it. IHC continue their frag fest, though, picking Alex back up,
I'm falling asleep.
down for Demo. Who is on a forward position, so a tricky spot for them to be able to pick this one.
I need to fuck up my sleep schedule better for tomorrow's stream. I don't know if I can make it to the last game.
Procedure Evos on the north face of it, trying to keep things together.
But I'll keep my promise. If Webo Gaming somehow win this match, Getting a back-to-back chicken dinner.
In the runnings, low, but he wins the
I'll stay
trade,
awake.
and NerdZ falls.
Weibo Gaming still at 4.
Not many players left.
Do they get a good zone shift?
NerdZ in a really tricky
Let's
position now.
see.
And knocked and top down towards the south side. Likely not going to be able to get
Oh,
it back up
that's a
again.
pretty good shift for Weibo
What
Gaming,
circle,
honestly.
though? Heads over towards the crags here.
Uh-oh.
S2G on that
They
northern
just
side.
only need to kind of worry about
Feeling
Morph, I
the
think.
look been here in Istanbul.
Gonna have a little slice of it.
What time is it in LA?
In this position for a while.
It is
South
7:20
side, they've got a bit
a.m.
of
right
open
now.
ground to their west, a bit of open ground to their south, which will help fend off Major Pride. But you can see how undulating this terrain is, Blank. It
So I
is
haven't slept at all.
not the easiest to cross, but you do have those ladders, those pepper pots, those solo steps forwards that you can start to encroach. But you have to take care of business closer to home if you want to be able to give that opportunity. Lamborghini with a challenge from Naomi.
Oh, Lamborghini is so
Does
dead.
take a lot of damage, and in the end, it is that knock coming through from Nomi. Paragin up and into the monster truck does go down, and it's a nade from Effect.
Wow.
A lot of team play coming through from Major Pride to try and open up on Miramar.
Damn, rinsed by the nade. What a shot there coming through from Naomi. What a throw on it, in fact.
The Major Pride corner's pretty happy about that one. I've spotted
They're
them.
one fan.
They're all, but there's more of them. They've gathered.
Oh my lord.
They've gathered under the banner.
It's crazy.
Goodness me. FaZe, plenty of support as well. One of their players is knocked Owen Mella, the man who makes mincemeat of anyone who steps towards him. Sometimes. This time, maybe not so lucky. Does go down. I'll have to move further.
Tough cross for FaZe here.
Not going to be their friend, certainly as the blue zone crunches them towards it.
Yeah, S2G in front. Pretty sure that was the tag there that came through. Nasty connection from Kelsey. Keeping everyone at bay towards that south side. Looking over towards the west here at FaZe at the moment. Vintoris keeps popping over, but they've got a really nice setup here to S2G, honestly. The only difficulty with the setup is the setup's outside the blue.
That can be a problem.
Weibo Gaming still alive?
I hate that that's how this game works, you know. You get a great spot. Oh, the circle's all the way over the other side. Gotta go, guys. Let's try again next time.
Yeah. I do forget that I'm not playing TDM anymore.
Yeah. Sometimes circles just don't go your way, but that is when you prove your worth in the lobby, in the grand finals. The world's best teams stepping up to the plate here. And you won't always get the circle. It's a life lesson. You won't always get the circle, but you've got to make the most of it.
Yeah, and then be the one.
Got to be the hunter or the hunted.
Let's just not do all our catchphrases all at once.
Not.
Major Pride, though, like I said, on that northwest side, start to make their way over. But now that we're out from that area up towards that northwest, we're coming over into open ground. Realistically, a lot of teams would like to bank their way down towards where WBG is currently playing. There's a nice bit of cover in that area of the map.
Next circle shift.
Evo still running this one, like you said. The twins together once again. Nice nade comes over towards S2G. That's from Titans.
So on the other side of this scrap phase, kind of spread a little bit thin right now, but Vintoris holding close towards Besiege Evos, who really do need to turn this game
low-key
around.
cursing Weibo Gaming
down
here.
On the tables compared to maybe what a lot of people would have expected from them, and they've just taken a knock to Luxy. 4 players are still alive, but with that one knock, they're playing as 3. IHC not going to be afforded that opportunity. However, they were down to 3 a little bit earlier on. FaZe are playing on 2 fronts now. Mela playing as that backstop. It seems to be the 3-1 split is the style as Titan go down. Welcomed into the position for S2G. That's a couple of points earned there. 2 knocks sent to S2G though, and they need to be careful because FaZe have smelt this and they are going to reposition against it.
Mela, the mischief maker, over towards that eastern side, keeping S2G in check. Joe goes down. Now Lynx is going to move out with the rest of the squad from Besiege Evos. Major Pride attempts to make it up towards the ridge side.
Weibo Gaming is still alive.
There, though. I would say that's fairly
with 4
on their front. You've got to be worried because
my reverse caster curse
in this area. Can't just be making maneuvers.
Yo, what up, Uneven? How I've been? I've been alright, man. I'm falling asleep on stream right now, bro. It is 7:20 a.m. I have not slept. There's still one game left. I'm not gonna make it, man. I'm gonna fall asleep. You miss my streams? I miss streaming too. Hopefully I'm back. Racist is like, his eyes are clearly still open.
There as they do finally fall. FaZe have taken another knock their way as well. And the players in the middle of this scrap really starting to suffer. Just the man himself, Mala, to stay alive for the squad. And now he's got S2G just in front of him. He's got the remnants of Pasija Evos as well. 3 players alive, but with 1 knock on the backline. Zuxi, unlikely to get back into the fold here. Would take quite the mission to be able to get him back and into the thick of it. In the meantime, WBG rolling up to Major Pride's position. Nomi has a crack at it, but Wymal stays alive in the party bus on the south edge.
I mean, this could be a fantastic back-to-back here coming through from WBG.
There's no way they get it back-to-back here.
Again, S2G looking for strong positions.
Oh, Gnomes from Red Force. Oh!
And it's an easy cleanup. And WBG's dreams are scattered amongst the flames.
They've still got Sue, still in the fit.
Gnomes from Red Force, too good.
Side and with a nade and a knock over towards
Take a cold shower, easy wake up, wash your face.
Starts to roll forwards, gets the knock, a 1v1, but the res came through, and Tizzy now
Does he win this 1v2?
XZY playing close, they're both on the vehicle, has got G3 in hand, finds the first, and Sue is here.
Oh!
Be the back-to-back for WBG. They have that chance reinstated, but with a solo player with S2G on the north, what are you gonna do?
What was that from Sue? Incredible return bounce from him. The nade over the top as well. Honestly, awesome stuff coming through from Sue in those final moments. Luxy trying to keep it up there alongside with Lynx. It's FaZe. Desperately needs some more points here. Will pick up Lynx on the first. But it's Calci from S2G. Instantly drops back down to his belly.
And the earth starts to move as the crowd comes alive here in Istanbul. The home team with a shot at it now, and it looks pretty good. They are maybe not in the best of elimination counts right now, but they're certainly going to be happy with this one. Sue, however, proving to be devilish in his pursuits. Has that MG3, the Southside Ridge,
I'm back.
1v4. S2G
1v4
in their hand, have it all to play for, and Hamzy wants the scrap. First and close, he finds the first. The backlines are starting to falter a little bit. Ducks back into the blue to give a chance at Hamzy. If he can find this nade, he has it, but no. He steps back, and it's S2G with a chicken dinner. Turkey getting on the board.
S2G.
What a game from S2G.
Well,
been quietly
Sook got second. I said Weibo Gaming needs to get first.
But still make it happen. Great stuff for this squad. I think that when you look at Sue there, though, he has to be the lad that you were looking at that whole time. Almost made the 1v4 happen. I really like the idea of it as well, to step back into the blue to try and get the arc on the nade right, so it explode early enough. I think as soon as he sees that nade not go off and take down the player in front, he's just like, I'm just going to go down to the zone here. No problem. So, happy days for Turkey, as S2G on their very first day pick up their very first chicken.
And converting on a good day so far as well. A really strong result. As I said before, not the most eliminations there. I think they only got 3, 4, 5, something like that. But that's what Nongshim Red Force did. That's exactly what they're going to be looking for to keep that one going. MVP Razy, 2 eliminations. Shushing the crowd, keeping them calm. They know they've still got one more to play. They're trying to keep their cool here, but I don't think the crowd can be convinced.
Absolutely not. Very pleased with this one overall. You probably see it there, actually. We've got T-shirt man behind us. He's just launching them.
There he goes.
With ferocity.
What an arm. He's not even using the cannon. He's got an arm on it. Well, he is using the cannon. That left arm looks pretty good.
The cannon.
It is the cannon in itself. WBG.
The actual cannon he's got, that's just a pea shooter.
Doing so much. But Nongshim Red Force, on that south side, I mean, you thought that they could have a strong spot, but then Sue turned up.
Yeah, I think for Nongshim Red Force, that was definitely a position where they could have played the back of it. And if you think about it, if Nongshim Red Force are able to hold on to 3 of their players, they play the ridge side, they actually have a good chance versus S2G on the other side of that valley. If they're able to get the vehicles around as well, create some impromptu little bit of cover, there's a good chance there for Nongshim Red Force.
Unfortunately, they were denied. Su shut that door, and S2G in turn took him out of the running. Let's head back over.
Well, if you guys out there couldn't tell and you're just joining us, I think S2G won.
Maybe. I think that's a fair assessment to make. I think with the audience and the sound they were making, I think they might have just won.
What you say? What you say? I can't hear you because all the S2G fans are going crazy right now.
Oh man, great game for them. Obviously closing things out, getting a big win under the belt to keep them in contention here towards the top of the table. My question will obviously be, where does this actually put them on the list? But honestly,
so Label Gaming didn't get first, I got second. I'll try to stay up for the last match.
Swoop there with the MG3. What was the sound his gun made? What's the sound his gun made?
Oh.
There you go.
There you go. Both work. You know, it does now make the same sound as Su. It's been rebranded, okay? That's the MG3. We had Nongshim Red Force had a really good early game right, but when you have an MG3 in close range, I can hear it right now in the highlights. Chances are 7 you're not going to survive. So good game from Nongshim Red Force, but the MG3 in the hands of Su is just, it's too much to deal with.
Yeah, Su was too much right there for him. By the way, for Weibo to even be able to survive, for Su to be able to even be put in that position, remember they were holding off the right compound, which is very hard to get out of.
True.
And they were still able to do it. They were able to time it perfectly, and Su being able to clutch it up there at the end.
Yeah, and you can see here getting himself 14 points on the board with the 8 eliminations. What I'm really happy, especially with what they've done, is in that warehouse you mentioned, which is very hard for them to leave. They have very minimal information. They hear Major Pride taking the fight against Xavier. They see this as a great opportunity to leave that position that's secluded from the rest of the circle. And off the back of that, have a little bit of elevation, can get more intel, and can start taking the fights and get a second place.
Very
so
patient.
that timing, to know that was the one opportunity to leave the warehouse, was on point.
Who's 16th place?
What?
Loops?
What? I don't at all have like a little card in front of my PC right now. Is Loops a team? I don't know.
Also, last little note here for Weibo though. Very smart by Soup to just die to blue.
Yes.
Don't give the extra point. You never know how close it's going to come down to. I mean, look at PL. It literally came down to a tiebreaker. It's definitely possible that 1 point can be the deciding factor as we take a look. He's going to be leading the charge here with his 5 eliminations. And also for Titan, hey, you know, I've been talking not so positively about them throughout the day so far. Nice to see them finally get a little bit ahead of the curve of the rotation, take it on early fights as well. They took down the team that shall not be named, Loops. I just kind of named them. They took out Loops. Good to see some life out of them, but we need to see more of this team from PEO.
Took down also players of Alpha 7, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
They've been going after Brazil really hard this match, it seems. But when you look at Alpha 7, they were playing in a dip. If you are Titan Esports Club, your main thought process is, they're in a dip, super nadable, chuck it over their direction, you're going to get 3 eliminations in that fight.
Yeah, there we go. Even though Alpha 7 didn't perform that well in this Miramar, they're still able to maintain that first place because of that lead point that they were able to create earlier. And now S2G going up to that second place. And then Nongshim, even though they haven't been able to get a chicken dinner, actually they haven't been able to continue to be a little bit more consistent than what I expected them to be. They're currently being there within that top 3, and if this team, honestly, halfway through the day tomorrow, if they continue to be within that top 3, I think they can definitely be a first place team. I think we can be they can be the champions.
Yeah. It's a bold claim, but I think you're right. I think they could take themselves that win.
Just the way they're being able to adapt, the way they're being able to make those decisions really, really fast, it's really impressive, and it's something that I feel like we're getting to a hype train, and maybe I thought it was a little bit too much, but we keep going back, and they're doing everything right.
You converted me. You got me, 7. I'm on. Okay.
I'm not.
Oh.
Keep going. Keep trying.
Oh. Not yet.
Keep going.
No, not yet. Let him cook.
He's cooking well.
IHC, by the way, only team I believe that was in top 6 without a chicken dinner under their belt. Typical IHC style from what we've seen so far. At least they're continuing the pace. They're still keeping up there. I still want to see a little bit more out of them. Going back, though, to that fight with 628 up against Alpha 7, it's good to see, as we talked about, Titan being so prevalent in their macro play.
Yes.
Kind of realizing the fight was happening, realizing that some points they could take away from them, and obviously punish 628 as well.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned tiebreakers, right? It could be down to a tiebreaker, 1-2 point difference. So gathering as many points as you can when those opportunities come your way is so important. So you've seen it from a lot of those squads, Alpha 7 in particular. It's really good to see that. And they know, okay, we're not going to win this game. Let's just try and gather a few extra points on board before we go out, because that can really go a long way in an only 3-day tournament.
Yeah, and I'm glad with what you were talking about, Titan. For them to be able to kind of go for that third party at the right timing, that was good too. And for 6 to 8, for them to actually be able to defend that push there from Alpha 7 and at least be able to get some of those elimination points from Alpha 7, that was impressive to see as well, considering that even going back to the beginning of the match when Alpha 7 decided to just bail on Mafioso.
Yes.
That was interesting too. That's something that we usually don't see out of Alpha 7, especially out of the Brazilian teams, right? They're usually willing to take the fight. They're usually willing to stay there the fight and also gatekeep, which is something we've been seeing some teams here do outside of the circle. They're kind of focusing more on the circle, and I feel like this is the new Alpha 7 that we're starting to see. Even though that wasn't a good match out of them, the changes that I'm seeing out of this team definitely champion caliber.
I mean, I think it was Mafioso. He had no mini ammo left.
Yep.
He had no 5.56. He was left with the DBS, which he did get a knock onto him. But I think maybe it was because the circle, the zone was so far away from where they actually had to transition that gatekeeping was just not a possibility there.
Yeah, just want to try and get as many points again as possible before that transition afterwards, because the circle, as you said, went so far south. You have to go uphill. Very similar to WBG. You have no information.
There's the last game.
To win that fight. That transition is not going to work out.
Has the last game started yet?
Possible, go out and just try and make it up for that in the next match.
The thing is, before Alpha 7 would have just stayed there and be like, all right, we can take this fight. It's a completely different Alpha 7.
How are you back?
Yep. Pretty much.
After 3 years, used to be your biggest fan back in the day, copied all your gameplay. How's life going? Life could be going better. I'm trying to get back into, you know, streaming, content creation, social media, flashbangs. There's a lot of stuff.
What's the reasoning for them to constantly do these swaps? Because you look at all the other squads here, and they're not really making the substitutions because you kind of need to get those reps in. You need to get that experience in if you want to continue to grow and perform as a team.
I think it's kind of map specific. I feel like we saw it on the first Wrangle, they did a change. We saw it on the first Miramar, they did a change. I feel like they have some players that have this skill set just adapted to a specific battleground. So if it's Sanov, Miramar,
well, that even dates back to to BTR days, right? Where so like Microboy was one of the players would come out. I want to say like on Sandhawks they would have played him, if I'm not mistaken. And then obviously we'd see Ryzen play heavily when it came to Miramar. Thinking of the Ryzen Bush back to.
We miss your stream. Good to see you again. Appreciate it.
I think it was 2019.
2021.
It reminds me of the PL streams. Zeus straight slept through the last 2 matches. Hey, it's hard, man. It is hard. Oh.
For me, if you're gonna put me in, all of a sudden I'm bad on a map.
Last game. Come on. Stop talk. Start match.
I feel like for me at least, it's not gonna work out too well.
I feel like they need to figure out that team. And they need to stop switching out so much.
Yeah, you can use your subs, of course. That is what they're there for at the end of the day. But I feel like changing them every 3 map to a maximum is just a bit too much. I want to see like a team.
Alright, I'm gonna set a timer for 10 minutes. I'm gonna wake up in 10 minutes.
Players are really hot, looking good, especially after the back of a good game, and then players.
There's also a chance I might not. I just might not wake up, and I'll just be sleeping on stream.
A 4-man core player would be the best approach for Procedure in the future.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I want to actually bring up something, Max, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but we're gonna have to hit back to this. We had an interview with one of the Brazilian casters, actually talking to some people, and you said to him that Loops to you is like the team to take it home for Brazil. Now, I'm not trying to call you out in particular. It's more of, in your opinion, from what we have seen, what is going wrong for Loops? Why is Cardozen? I mean, we know why Cardozen's the last one alive, but they're not really able to contend against these teams.
I feel like when they're taking fire, I mean, Cardozen, as mentioned, like,
do you remember when you slept on stream? I did that like a couple of times. I feel like
very late, and off the back of that, they don't have really maximal information for the breaches, I feel like. So Cardozen is just looking at the team doing their own thing and not really persisting. Like, you even see when the team is dying, Cardozen is not even taking shots, it seems. Like, he's just in his position and just serving as an anchor point, but not really serving an off-angle. Whereas when you look, for example, I would look at Stalwart. I think Stalwart is a good example that when they have those 2-2 splits, which I think is the better way to split compared to a 3-1, you are going to be having shots from the 2-2 split assisting the other 2-man split to try and take their own fights. And I feel like we're not seeing that. That Cardozen is just trying to survive, not actually trying to give more information or position advantage to his team. So I would like to see him actually having an impact than just lingering in the shadows.
Well, think of the 2 teams right now, 7, that are playing that style. Major Pride and Loops. Both teams not having great success.
Start match.
Yeah, they're not having it, and I feel like they're not going to continue to have any success even on this last match. I feel like for a lot of these teams, even like when we're talking about Precision,
it just keeps appearing out of nowhere.
Let it go away.
Do you think Nova can ever come back? Yeah, they just need. I mean, I think so. I heard they're doing a lot of roster changes, though. Hearing next year is going to be a different Nova.
Continue to make those changes at what it seems like to be every other map, or we're actually going to have a set team.
Yeah.
And then when you have loops, especially first day tomorrow, I want to see if they're even going to be trying to hot drop with considering where they currently are within this team. And that's kind of what we're talking about with Alpha 7. Are they going to continue to be an ego thing? Because it's PMGC. Don't get me wrong. I usually tend to love hot drops. But a PMGC,
that's an expensive hot drop, yeah.
Yeah, don't
ZooTay remembered me. STE Alice.
Right, of like swapping people. Think about during league stage. They would put Newsy in over Stoned. And they
I am having a brain fart right now.
You know what? We are heading to the last match of the day. It's going to be back on Miramar.
I'm also. I haven't slept.
Boys, Johnny A,
My brain's not working.
I'm not sure that's
You're gonna need to like.
You can have that back, by the way, Seven. I had to pull that off for you.
You're gonna have to remind me.
We're going into the final match of the day.
I'm also wrapped in a blanket. Being wrapped in a blanket is nice. Wait, I set a timer to take a 10-minute nap, but I'm busy talking to the chat. Sleeping. I can't sleep in this chair either. This chair is so uncomfortable.
It is a little bit wild, a little bit windy.
Hold on.
We are certainly looking at a lot of high-performing teams who have, as you say, had that volatility. We saw IHC take a little bit of a dip in that last match.
Yeah, I think for IHC, like you were talking about, the varies.
Sorry,
stay
Alice.
there forever, right? And you're not wrong. It can't, personally. So we'll.
ZooTay is not good with names. We all know that. Yes, I'm very bad with names.
Game, with some big eliminations at the end
I also have
to keep things
the
rolling.
memory of a
For
goldfish.
S2G, though, they sort of look like they can win the championship. Yeah.
I don't think anyone expected that coming into this thing,
Yeah.
other than half of the stadium.
Yeah, the stadium's pretty happy about them, but they were here to support them regardless. I'm here to now support them because they've proven it, that they should be supported.
But it is kind of crazy that they have not performed. I think it's fair to say, I don't think they performed well over this season at all, in a way that really called into question their rights to be here. Obviously, as the host nation, that's how they got their invite, but certainly with today's matches, they have proven that,
So
as you
cold.
say, one
Oh,
of the
the
best.
sun's out.
Yeah, they certainly are. And it's nice to see.
I used to be your top fan back in 2021, 22, 22.
Overall, going forward,
Let me.
is very,
I'm
very
gonna click on your
promising for next
profile.
year. There is. FaZe is just shouting, more or less screaming at this point. And it's Mela as well, of all people.
Your name is
But
familiar.
He's good at the game, so I can't say anything.
That's
all
true.
right? Yeah.
That is
So
true.
how can I complain? But he is. I do call him Mela the mischief maker as well. So it's on point.
I'm sorry,
Plenty of
Alice.
mischief there over in the FaZe bunker.
I recall your name.
Right behind us
I'm
as
just.
well. We've got it. We've got the front row seat to it. We're going to have a front row seat to the final
My
match
brain's
of the
just
day
not
as
working
well.
right now.
6 out of 18
I apologize,
matches will have been
Alice.
completed by the end of it, and Jason knows that that's a third of them.
Yay, we're on to the
So
last
we are gonna
match.
be going into the final
Our
one
PL's
of
not
the day.
good like
Play
before.
pass from Puerto Paraiso all the
I
way to
didn't watch PL this year.
Very easy playing path to work with here, going straight through the map. You know, you're gonna have yourself a nice cutoff for a lot of teams to get exactly where they want. If it's over towards
I'll watch
Console,
PL again
Nuevo,
this new
El
year.
Zahar is very accessible. Don't know how many teams actually head up towards Tierra
It
Bronca
was Alice
overall,
before.
but we
Just
will
added
see
STE as a
overall.
supporter.
I think down towards Vaidemar, potentially some
Oh,
teams head
just
down that way.
Alice? That's more
Towards-
familiar.
stacked over towards Impala.
Yeah, that's more familiar. Like, I don't recall an STE Alice, but okay, I see. You're just... Wait, which STE are you supporting? 6 to 8 or Stalwarts? Which STE is it?
in that previous match, so we'll see if we get a repeat performance. Looks like Loops are going to be going.
PMGC without Nova is just not hitting the same for me.
Play in the mix of all of that central map.
Yeah. Back in the glory days of Nova and 4 a.m.
Spreading out a little bit further, so going for a different
Honestly, there's
spot.
still
You
some
can see
really
plenty of
good
the Loop
teams
players
here.
moving further north than Hacienda. Obviously, losing that scrap, it's a little bit of a bitter taste. in
Alpha
the mouth.
7,
They will not want to
honestly,
try that one again.
huge fan of Alpha
However,
7.
the circle does go up their way, all the way up to the north.
Northern
it feels like
circle,
we've been on a
okay.
bit of a world tour here so far, Blank. These maps, we've had Erangel north, south, middle. We've had now Miramar on the south side, down by Puerto Paraiso, and now up to the north.
Yeah, man, it really has felt like
Back
we've been
access.
all over the place.
Oh,
every
just
single map
Alice.
today,
I don't
which
remember.
is exactly what you want to see for PMGC,
Nah.
right? You want to be.
I
able to
remember a
take
little
the tour
more.
around the
Stalwart
world,
and Weibo
around
Gaming for
our
sure.
3 maps,
Gotcha.
at least. and really explore them to their fullest. We're now looking at WBG going up against 4 Miracle Vibes.
Oh.
God, 4
Suck.
MV certainly find themselves in engagements very early on a lot of times, though. I wouldn't want to be in the longhouse with Sue myself.
Ooh, he had the angle, but he couldn't use it.
Look at this flank coming through.
Oh!
Wimao's there.
Wimao with the Uzi.
Another player drops out of the wings, and he's first.
Okay,
blood.
so I was saying Weibo Gaming isn't aggressive enough
The main thing that I'm
as a
thinking about
team.
right now is Titans versus Loops. Cardo's in.
They're looking
goes down
pretty
first.
good.
He got Cardozed.
What is happening here? It's the reversal. I don't like the fact that Cardozo's gone down first here. It's making me feel all kinds of funny.
That is illegal, actually. Someone check the law. Because I'm pretty sure it's just.
Is that a pink poop emoji, Rose?
I thought you meant like the backstory.
Oh, no, like LAW.
The backstory of Cardozo.
Well, they've broken that too. Oh, goodness me.
Yeah, unacceptable behavior.
That's not canon.
To be honest with you, Loops is an interesting one to talk about so far, though, because I do feel like this is the
Do you
team
think Weibo Gaming's gonna be
should
champs?
doing much better than they currently are. And I know that right now, this does very much feel like a PMGC because the majority
I
of
feel
teams
it's gonna
are
be
in
hard
that
for Weibo
point
Gaming.
bracket.
I noticed they're a team that
Still
really
be
relies
one,
on like
right,
good
at the end of the day.
circles.
But I think that everyone's in line to
We'll see,
jump
we'll
up
see.
towards that
They're
first
doing
place,
good
to
so
jump
far
up and
today.
take the throne. So it's nice to see.
When
I
they
don't
do get a
think
pretty
that
good
Luke
circle,
should be in a
they
third place at
play
the
it
moment. I think there should have
well.
been probably
A lot
more
of teams
coming through
would
from
still
this
mess
team
up, so
far.
we'll see.
Ayala really hasn't
I just
stepped
feel
up
like if
the way that
Weibo
we saw
Gaming
him
gets
step up
like more
during a
difficult
lot of
circles, they're
top
not a team that
matches
could
over in
really
the league stage.
get points in those
Seems
games.
like IHC have stolen their variants, you know? That's what's happened.
Yeah, for sure. 39 points is awesome, though.
They're not a team that's
IHC
really
for
good
their
at
play
fighting
style, for their
into
play style.
circles.
And again, it's really cool to see a team like that.
Well, it's
that is
Weibo
just
Gaming,
so
you never know.
focused on eliminations. Just
Weibo
show
Gaming isn't
everyone
aggressive. They have
don't
4Ms,
necessarily
IGL,
have to pump the
Sook, and
placement points all
Wimao.
the time. You can do it.
They're not in a.
And
They
Omen,
don't
I
play
think if you
aggressive.
are
They're not
heavy
a.
elimination-based team. Technically, you're just removing
Their
points from other
their
teams
play style
that
is
they can
not
gather,
like super aggressive.
and
Not gonna
making it
lie.
a lot easier for yourself.
Sixes
Stay
did
towards
say
that top
Weibo
side of the
Gaming's gonna
bracket.
win the finals. We'll
That
see.
is, I mean, a major
How does a
earnings. I mean, a lot
Prime
of
Nova
teams
do in
will
this
sort of
lobby?
go
I mean,
somewhere
Prime Nova
probably
just
within about 20% total
is the best
of
Nova
their
there is.
elimination points to placement
They're
points
the best team
distribution.
ever.
But you do have
Honestly,
to have
though,
that
in this type of
proving
lobby,
that is
Prime
up to
Nova
the
would
task.
struggle a
Alpha 7,
little bit.
took a little bit of an early exit from that last match.
Every
They
year the
would
lobby
have
gets more and more
liked to
difficult.
have had that gap closed between them and obviously S2G making a lot of headway up the tables. They're still very, very
Last
close.
year, SCG won with a lot of favorable circles.
Pretty much everyone still,
Yeah.
as we only 5 matches of points worth.
Wildcard's
deep into this
Wildcat,
tournament.
yes,
Plenty of
same
ground
player.
left to cover.
Wildcat is
WBG,
Wimao.
They're making their way up past Cruz del Valle.
Wimao, the MAO. Oh, there's my timer.
Yeah,
The
WBG
MAO and Wimao is cat in Chinese.
Looking for another good game here. Obviously, Sue.
To say cat in
really
Chinese,
did
it's
bring them back up
Mao.
to speed. And I mean, for WBG, who was
And
basically
the
hanging around
Y
at the
stands
bottom
for, it probably
of the
stands for
tables
yeah,
earlier
which
on
is
today, looking very
wild.
glum,
Yeah, Mao
smug with themselves, I'd say, right
means
now.
wild
Especially
cat.
Sue really clutching things out, getting themselves a chicken dinner, 2 off the back of it.
So some Chinese
37
lessons
points,
for you
5th
guys.
place. It's a fantastic jump up from them.
They were right down at the bottom before the start of the last few games. This second half of the day has done wonders for their
They had
points
me in the
total.
second half, I'm not going to lie.
Why is Yang not playing?
Had plenty
I
of teams
don't
on
know.
the ropes this time around. Not least of which sit 2 places ahead of them and only 3 points. Function Red Force.
Wow, bro, nice quick way.
1v3.
PMGC Finals 2022.
Stuff a legend play.
Day 3.
Yeah, it's
I didn't
really nice to
even
see. I
have
think that,
time to
again, there's a lot
change
of
my
legacy
thumbnail or
right
edit
now
my
at
thumbnail
PMGC
because
as
I didn't know
well,
it was starting
returning
today.
players that
I
have
thought it
made
was
a name for themselves
tomorrow,
in the past, and Sue was
but
certainly one of them.
like
The 1v3 versus Nongshan Red Force.
the eastern part of the world is ahead of me.
The Xavier, though,
So,
has fallen down
yeah.
towards 8th place. I think that, yes, they're doing well for themselves, but there's very much switch.
Wasn't there an
switch
LGD
up in
player
terms
called
of
Mau Mau?
speed, in
Yeah,
terms of
and that
prowess
means cat.
Between that, our angle where Lamborghini.
Or
each team get 12
it's like
eliminations total.
saying kitty cat.
So I do think that for
You know how
the
in
Xavier,
English
there's much more
people
to be
say
done
like
here in this tournament that
kitty
they
cat?
haven't reached yet.
So it's like Mau.
Still something to stretch for, still something to see off on that horizon. See if they can sail their way on through. And you know S2G's just come on the screen because the crowd goes wild.
Instantaneously, of course.
And fair enough. They have been outperforming themselves of this last season. All of these players really starting to look a lot more cohesive than we've seen from them in a long, long time. Pretty much, I would say, since last PMGC.
Yeah, it definitely feels like they've sort of reserved themselves for this event in
Spring
particular.
season was very good for them, to be fair.
Alpha 7's been losing.
There was some issues.
Alpha 7 lost one player last game early on, and now they're losing one player this game early on.
Drama issues. I think they were more like actual broken bones.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. I believe it was. I think it was Silas. Hurt his finger.
Wait, what?
Couldn't play. Yeah.
Was that might have been PM?
Is that fake news? Mau was dating two girls at the same time and got caught.
It's
What?
very difficult to play with, right? At the end of the day. So I think respect to them. But from
Yang was only able to clutch because of ZooTay's curse.
Up to full speed, like Silas is
I
such an
remember
important
that.
member of the team. Like,
I
such
remember
an
that.
integral squad mate that it would be very bad to lose him at full strength.
That was.
And I think that the rest of the team sort of rallies
I don't
around
want to think about it.
Up towards that northwest side at the moment, we've not really talked too much about a lot of the teams in position. There's just so much
No,
to
it's
talk
real.
about in general right now.
Wait, give me the details. How did did this make like?
I think as an S2G fan as well, they're pretty happy with that one as they roll on down the hill.
That's hilarious. How did this come about? Like, how did people find out? Was it like on social media?
You are mesmerized.
Momo got caught cheating and both girls dumped him. That's hilarious.
I'm seeing.
You didn't say
the crowd
anything.
rallying
You
behind
looked
him.
deep into
What
his
a player.
eyes.
I was letting
That's
the
what I
crowd have
saw.
I was letting it breathe, Blank.
Cheating though, like on the
I don't know how
real,
much they can hear of
The drums agree with me.
cheating is so
What,
bad.
about
Don't
the
be an
two
asshole and
random
cheat.
men?
Yeah, I don't know. Don't know what's going on
Like-
anyway. Let's take a look
Like
back
another
at the-
person is
Don't need to know
what
emotionally
have you done to me?
invested in
Oh
you,
dear. FaZe
and to be
back
doing
into the mix of it as they try
that
to cross the
behind their
overground
back,
near Nongshim and
that's
near
really
as well.
like a big asshole move.
Come off the back and take it down. One of the Loops players, Tizzy,
Ooh,
first
FaZe.
to receive and does so fairly strong.
I just find it funny because he's a
Does take
pro
lot of
player,
damage, takes that
and
leg
somehow
back,
he got
gets the
caught.
heal started. Sporter there to try and cover his flank and has to face off against
There was a
Ventoras
whole
as
recording
Mela
of
looks to
calls
res
between
Mormon
one of the
here.
girls and Momo.
Ventoras opens the door to the longhouse in through.
That makes sense why he has the two-time ball in his
Bank it off,
name.
and Sporter has the pump action. Ventora's taken low as XNY
One
has
maul
moved
for
in
each
the flank.
girl.
Tizzy into the
Is
longhouse
that what
as
you're
well,
saying?
And Wings takes up the mantle. Ventura is caught in the cross. Tizzy steps
Oh
out.
man,
as Wings
FaZe is
goes
actually
down.
bringing
A
this
trade-off
fight
on
back.
XNY and FaZe are not going down
Oh
without a fight,
god,
but
this
Mela's
fight
now
is
out of it.
wild.
Norman's the last to stand. Has the backup of Onzens around the corner to try and play 2 versus 2 against the
Holy.
hold from Nongshim. And neither team looking too good in this one.
Very much back and forth here between both these squads. Either side's taking punches and the bruises start to form. Sporter though, was a little bit stronger in this one. Onzens attempts to get in there, unfortunately gets sent back. Very sliver of HP.
Jeez.
Sporter last to stand now. Onzens gets that heal off, gets that first aid. Now 2 players for FaZe to keep things together, right in the middle as well, close to Stalwart, who have obviously heard everything that's gone on here. Going for a third party, I don't think it would have been the right choice. I think they're right to hold their ground, but Titan right in the middle on their split. Can they have another stronger performance?
Did you guys play with
They were able
Momo
to get
last
a
year
little bit
also?
on earlier today. They had that taste.
He
that
also
was snatched
was.
away from them. This time around, they want the whole meal. In this central location, they've got that opportunity.
Yeah, I think for both sides though, it's almost
You have no
over
idea
for
how much
FaZe
girlfriend
down to 2
drama there
players,
is with
Nongshim
PL
Red
players.
Force down to 1.
And PL players just get all the
It's kind of
girls, don't they? Oh,
Horrible
good split for
situation to be
TEC
in.
there. I like that split.
Mutually assured destruction.
Oh, we're going to water treatment in the
SUG up
mountains
towards that
on
western
above
side.
water treatment.
They get the shift. All
It's
the way
a
out.
it's a really good shift for them actually because it's going to be difficult for them to cross that road,
S2G's got an okay
they need
shift,
to cross
but if it goes
soon
away from them, it's
rather
going to
than
be
later,
really hard.
honestly, because that little valley is something that's very deadly later on. But they can get up towards that ridge side on the east.
There's a lot of cheating. Yeah, I've been seeing Instagram posts about players getting banned live during the tournament
Here's the thing
in
about
India.
this position, though. With the circle being such a hard shift, a lot more teams are going to be looking for these wide rotations that you can see 4MV and WBG going for at this stage. So if S2G move too far forwards, there is always that chance that they get backfilled on their position with the circle being such a hard shift. So they'll have to try and figure out what else they can go for. Sporta in the meantime with a pump action through the longhouse.
All right, let's see what you can do here, Sporta.
To try and keep consistency, stay in the top 3 at the end of the day, because IHC will give no quarter. Sporta for 1. Shouts pull, gets the second to peek on out, but only gets half his HP bar. 3.
Oh, Sporta!
And it's Nongshim to keep it together. FaZe are gonna
the 1v2 with the pump action. You know, if the pump action is that strong, they should nerf the DBS. Like that took skill. That took skill with a pump shotgun.
Sadly,
that was nicely played. I like that.
Place. Again, I would say for FaZe that they were
that was a
able to
good
turn
fucking
things
clutch.
around,
Those
right?
were not easy
Even
shots to hit.
They get themselves 3 eliminations, takes them with the 30 points total, right? It's not bad. They were really down in the dumps at the start of the day. And I think this is not a bad position to finish things off, giving themselves a chance into tomorrow. For Miracle Vibes, take a massive beating.
Yo, Shimmy's here.
Lose one player out the back of the vehicle, easily finished off as well. And Stalwart over on
Sporta is shotgun aimbot king. It's normal.
Certainly has plenty of sightlines.
Is he known to be like
onto that water treatment position?
A shotgun
it's so
god?
dangerous to move into water treatment when there's a team up on this
he fucking dominated right there.
So difficult to make anything work from there, because now you've got 2 teams looking to play either end of it. You've got 4MV, Alpha 7. 4MV a lot more exposed, Alpha 7 a little bit further up the hill. In the warehouse that sits on those stilts right at the north side of water treatment, but still dangerous to say the least. You do Alliance already waiting for Zuxi. They knew what was up.
Like says, whoops.
And that's all that's going to happen for him.
Some crazy tracking during this tournament at PMGC. It's really cool to witness firsthand the best aimers in the world at their best. And I think that some of these plays just...
this next circle is going to be tough for everybody. Oh, when did Weibo Gaming get all the way there to Northwest? Oh my god.
They would expect to be able to make that similar kind of play maybe in their region or in their
It's so hard to say who's going to win this match.
Here. Those types of things of a quick
you rarely see a circle like this.
Hoping you don't get spotted. Players
like where it just goes right up to the mountain, like each time like this. I haven't seen a circle like this on Miramar in a long time.
Silas on the northern front right now, trying to hold off against WBG.
He's PMPS Korea FMVP. Oh.
Looks like WBG more preoccupied with getting the compound out to their east. I think rightly so. Xavier might want to challenge, but they have got Stalwart looking their way. In the meantime, across of it.
He even bought his GF a house with PEL money. Sheesh. And he would skip training to hang out with his girlfriend.
Might just be an easy flush, an easy pickup for Major
Oh my
Prize
gosh.
to point to their totals. Much needed,
PEL players have it good.
At the end of today, IHC have taken a knock, and Godless is the second to fall. Ziol looking to move into position because Demo's already down. They want to try and keep all 3 players alive, but Godless just
We'll see if they can take
away,
down
and that's
S2G
only
though.
2 now for IHC. This is great news for S2G, who are looking to fend off against the teams chasing behind them on the points totals.
Yeah, and I mean for S2G overall.
Oh, you gotta hit at least one shot. There we go. That's one headshot.
7 having 3 players. There's an entrance now.
That should have been a knock.
Push on forward. Push on through.
Not the easiest shots, but I mean, this is PMGC. That should have been a knock.
It's only the first day, but they're making a good case for it. Have to finish on first place though. Longshan Red Force 3 eliminations are going out now. There was such a good chance for South Korea to get a strong finish at the end of the day here, and does feel like Miramar is just not their map.
Maybe we'll have to expect a little bit more from them on the other maps tomorrow, as we're going to have to wait to see them again. 2 teams now have their day brought to an end. 4MV seem to be pretty close to that mark, and IHC similarly suffering now, as Miramar not being kind to them either. U2 Alliance, they were able to get some pretty sick tracking shots, and it looks like Olio just dips back, playing whack-a-mole with him. He is the mole, but he's digging straight on through the totals. Excellent stuff to come on through. IHC have fallen.
Yes, Godlens, I remember you.
Try and sweep through this eastern side.
What up, Godlens?
Yeah, U2 Alliance not looking to form an alliance with anyone at this point in time. They've really stayed off the radar of a lot of these teams, I guess, other than Titans so far. Morph taking a big amount of damage there. 4 points, again, down to 2 players. It's a real unfortunate day for Morph. And
The old
Precision Evos,
ZooTay
to be honest with
family
you,
is
as well.
back.
Both Indonesian squads really
They're still missing some
not
people,
finding
though.
the success that they wanted.
Glad to have
And it's
a
almost-
bad here, though.
I don't want to say amusing, but
Always
you-
keeps the
two
chat
Chinese teams
entertaining
down the bottom there in 12th
with his
and 13th
troll
place, and then
shenanigans.
Indonesian squads in 14th and 16th. It's where Turkey's going to be next year.
Pro.
Oh yeah, volume.
You got your legacy
Volume's
winners.
busy
Not
at
if we can
school.
help it. Our home ground, our home turf in the UK. You know, we'll show them that support.
Last match for today? Yes, this
If
is
they
the
make
last
it.
match for the day.
Maybe not. I
We're
guess not.
horrid folks in the UK.
That is true. Yeah, we're awful people. Don't know why we're going there. It's rubbish.
Ooh,
We've got some
okay.
good folks. I
I've got at
promise.
least 2.
I like this
At
zone
least
shift.
2.
Got you.
Um,
Got Kale.
me.
S2G
Kale's nice.
Yeah, he's pretty nice.
versus
Max is
Weibo
half
Gaming.
English.
Max is.
Are they gonna
saying
fight?
no, sort
We'll
of.
see.
Max is a little bit British. He's saying no. He's
He
refusing his
is.
heritage. That's fair enough.
Get his passport.
Yeah, Stalwarts with 7 elims already.
Oh dear. No, he's repping the French, of course.
Either way, the leaderboards can change, and regardless of everything, like they have put points up so far. A procedure.
Oh, what a nade!
It's a nice nade from Udo Alliance.
And
Ooh,
another
it's a nice
one.
nade. Udo Alliance.
They take 2. Not quite the price of 1, but still, it's a deal and a half to take the start against Titan, who were already down Shadow. Now it's just 97.
Hey,
He's not going to last
dang.
long. Udo Alliance handily take care of Titan over on the east flank.
Titan
They've been
got
sweeping this area for a long, long time with
eviscerated,
Morph playing on as
destroyed.
2, and honestly, a very unthreatening
Annihilated.
presence in this current lobby. From the east side, Udo
Deleted.
Alliance have a pretty decent line in.
Demolished.
I will say one thing to you, John, is that
Okay, I'm running out of words.
there is a big
That's too much
difference
brain power for
between
me.
these matches and league stage and PMPLs, and the fact that a lot of these
DC
teams
just
are
got
willing to take
rolled,
fights.
though.
And it's the change that Max keeps mentioning is that teams are willing to take center, which means they're willing to take fights
Two
to fight
nations
over that center
together once
position,
again.
which is why a lot of times we're
Bro,
seeing
Volume ditched all of us and never
we're
talked to
already
us for
down to
like years. There's one
35
time he asked us to
players.
join
Apex,
a
though,
VC and gave a life update.
making that
Oh,
less players.
Apex was a 1v3 opportunity there, got the flush as well. Sunan low, trying to crawl back behind, bleeding
I
out pretty
see.
quickly there. 33Z trying to put the nades behind, and a long crawl for Sunan results in a potential pickup here. But if Apex can land the nade, it's right on top of 2 of them. Has the DBS, plays up to the corner, but it's Nurzed to look for the shot, and Sunan gets flushed away. Now 33Z in a 1v1 opportunity around the dump truck.
DBS versus
Steps up to
DBS.
behind it, but Nurzed from Stalwart still a
Oh, he's got
fighter
the
in
nade.
this scrap. 4MV may have just been thrown a lifeline here to keep things.
Oh, what a
There it is.
nade.
Apex holds his nerve in water treatment. They've been
Nice
scrapping for so
nade.
long around this.
Not gonna
south
lie,
area,
that
and
was a
Stalwart
good
from the high
nade.
ground, able to
He held that till
continue
the
to
last
open up.
second.
Let's be honest, man, they've not hit their quarter. In
And
this
that was a
game,
quick
so,
peek out with the
you know,
nade
back
too.
to
If
work for
he
you for it.
didn't
But
let
he
that
went through
nade go at
5
that
of them,
exact
please.
second, that was gonna
Loops,
bounce back and kill
start
him.
things off well versus Major Pride. Effect
Good
you
nade, good
as
nade.
honestly
That was
being
impressive.
very good during this PMGC. Attempts to get some shots off, but they are
Also, they're playing on
embroiled in
phones
combat
that
versus
they're not like
Decisive.
1000%
A
used to,
difficult scenario for them to be
because
in.
it's like sponsored phones.
Certainly the team from
That's risky to
Vietnam
do,
giving
man.
them
I remember when I
a
went
run
to like
for
my
their
first LAN
points
competition, I was playing on
towards
different
the
phone
bottom of the table.
devices.
Each one is precious.
It's hard to feel as comfortable on that phone
Just
as
about to
you
come
would
through.
with your
STG
regular
still
phone you
holding
play
out
with.
WBG on the north side of their area. We'll see where the shift goes. Stalwart have been maintaining a lot of control on the south side. We spoke about the high ground before. They've extended action up towards the north. And Loop's got a decent chunk of this one. If the fight to the north concludes in a lot of casualties, there's a lot less threat from that area. I'm looking at the approach from the west, though, and thinking, whichever team comes out on top of that, it's going to be a danger to them.
Yeah, I think if you're
Right.
Stalwart, I think they did the right thing, right? Is they
Rebel
took
Gaming's gonna
the
have to
high
fight
ground,
now.
They used that high ground to position players further forward whilst having the cover available for them. So that's smart, gives them the ridge. realistically, they
Gloves said
should
the phone
have
is
heard
pretty
Udo
decent,
Alliance.
though?
I
Okay.
imagine that Udo Alliance has taken shots towards Stalwart this entire game, so likely they're just looking to finish off those teams on the eastern side and deal with the rest later. Effect goes down to Ayala, now just Dino, alongside with Naomi underneath.
It's not really the best of spots for Dino. Lamborghini can't quite peek out because of Naomi's position, but he's going to be pushed in. Decisive going to have to leave. Parachin steps out, gets a little bit too bold there. Not going to be able to find the shots he's looking for, but knows the siding now on the door frame. Falls away from it though, gives Dino the chance to cross back over to hold more face. Dino may be able to get a shoulder in through the door, but not much more than that. Certainly doesn't want to take that chance. Not just yet, with only 2 players alive for Major Pride. They want to close their day out a little bit better than this. As Udo Alliance fall, they look pretty solid on the east side, but they are denied entry. The access cut off by top.
Yeah, assume that would happen.
ST Stalwarts with 12 eliminations.
Of them, and I'm glad they panned out that way. Alpha 7 losing more and more
Stalwarts
players down on their side. One gets knocked.
looking good.
That's the fight in between Major Pride and Decisive.
Alpha 7 still alive though, but they only have 3.
And a little bit of spice to the mix over on that side of things.
I can't wait to go sleep.
With Stalwart picking up quite a few eliminations so far, Blank, though. They are looking good to try and research towards the top of the tables. This is a replay of that 1 versus 3 situation, aided by Nerzid from Stalwart himself up on the high ground as well. The final nade coming on through. A really solid result for Apex to be able to pick that one up. They'll be certainly happy to see that one come through. And Apex is still going. He's still trucking on the south.
Yeah, honestly, like I said, it's not reached his quota yet. And we had a contract. We had a contract. You know, they matchly 5 eliminations. I'm not happy until we've reached it. So we'll see what Bomb Miracle Vibes can get done here. Morph, though, on the other hand, over towards the eastern side on the ridge. Tempting to move through.
When am I waking up again? I don't know.
Beyond, though, takes a big hit.
I'm probably going to wake up at like
2 eliminations so far, so they're going to need to step up a little bit more. Action
4 p.m. or something.
Limbs, though. Goodness me.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. They've climbed up. You can see them in 2nd place right now with those elimination points. Yet to add the placements on top. So S2G certainly not only dealing with Alpha 7, but also the team from Mongolia, Stalwart, coming in as plenty of people's favorites for this whole tournament.
Oh, Rainbow Gaming. Who's knocked? Is that me?
Pride, they shut down their day.
Where's Sook? Is Sook dead? Oh no, Sook is alive.
I don't think he's so harsh to them. Because you can't be Major Pride of them.
These circles.
Major Pride.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I don't know what you expected, though.
It's very sad.
I think it was good that they got to
won their group. I thought they were going to do well.
I think it was good that they got to PMGC. Oh. I was happy. Didn't really expect much more.
Better be
I didn't expect much from them going into the group stage, but then they performed like that. And they won their group.
Yeah. I think I was talking to Seven about this, actually, in the sense that, like, even though they won that group wasn't too difficult.
I mean, Vampire just weren't there, to be honest.
Yeah, well, Vampire didn't exist.
And that should have been a major force within the group.
It was a stake right through him.
It was just, I don't know, playing in the daytime. I think that was it. Maybe they should have stayed up a little bit later for that one. Unfortunately, we're not seeing them here. The PMWI 2-time champions, you know, just not able to perform towards PMGC, but
PMGC.
Loops is still in the fight. They're going at it with WBG. There's a 1-knock trade, I think, going on through, because Wymow did get taken out of it. Loops, they were playing very, very central, and WBG just moved in from the north side of S2G. They crashed onto the compound, and here we find ourselves with just Chief remaining. The nade does the dirty. The final player from Loops falls.
I mean, less what happened with how did they get here, but more of how did they get here on the leaderboards. 5th place already. It's kind of nice for WBG, honestly. But Stalwart more than want to reclaim the throne here. I think they're hungry for it at this point in time. Alpha 7, they'll hold that 1st place. With a chicken dinner on board, very doable to massively leap over the top of Alpha 7, but difficulty comes in the fact that Alpha 7 still in this game over on that southwest side. S2G currently dealing with them.
Currently, Blank, our 5 chicken dinner winners are the top 5 in the tables. We'll see if they can add one extra to it. Looks pretty likely, but Xavier might have other ideas. 4MV, they go down. Blank, they didn't make their quota. You gotta be mad with that one. Look at Paragin though, hanging on by his fingertips there as Su goes down. Unfortunate shot there, but Lamborghini gets the flush, and they're stepping on in. They're in through the windows, and SPG.
What am I missing? I fell asleep for a second.
Oh! Pretty unhappy about that. What a shot through the doors.
Oh, it's Weibo Gaming.
Looking to shut things down. Ming has an answer though. And
wait, how did Weibo Gaming end up over here? I thought they were fighting S2G on the west.
I love this. Ming, the king of the castle himself, up towards the top side. Lamborghini underneath. Looks to drop the nade out the window. It's great.
Nurzed.
And WBG will stay alive here. Nurzed helps the situation along, but a 14 elimination match so far. Right now, the Stalwart with likely 2 more eliminations coming through. It's going to be a big game. Silas once again.
Silas
on
is
the west
unstoppable.
side, S2G from the east. Stalwart trying to find WBG in the mix of it, but Ming is
Uh-oh,
still there. 1v2 has backup from action. Stalwart, 4 players. And
17 eliminations?
With a chance now to go back to back.
Holy moly. They're going to get 20.
Taken out. 2 players now. Razy's down. Getting knocked.
Oh no, they're going to get
It is
19.
just the one lone ranger.
Jesus. 19 eliminations?
18 eliminations, Blank. And he's going to burn himself.
Oh, he's self-molly. Smart. 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 Self-molly, man.
19 towards the end. 29-point game.
Dude, look at them. Stone cold killers. Look at them. Look at their faces.
And I think for them, they
just
expect
fist
this
bumps,
to be
that's
a lot
it. No
easier.
cheering.
You can tell the way they're holding themselves here. That game is more of like, why couldn't we
S2G
done
had
that
a great
earlier?
game, though.
Relieved that they're back on top once again, but man, there's some fierce competition here at the PMGC. S2G back at it again. You got Alpha 7 still running the top side of things, but Stalwart had the high ground in the end, and they'll have the high ground over in the leaderboards.
I don't know if Stalwart have been able to do enough. They were pretty close, actually, I think, on points towards the top right towards Alpha 7, and Alpha 7, they went down a little bit earlier, so maybe there's some leeway there. Maybe S2G able to get enough points off the back of that second place finish to be able to jump up as well. All I know is that the top 3 is hotly contested at the end of day 1. There are plenty of teams still looking to keep themselves up and conversational with those spots.
I mean, Alpha 7 have to beat out 63 points. I think they started that game at 48. Might be a little bit tough to get above that. We'll see, though.
We'll see. We'll see. 6 eliminations for action. Look how chill this man is. Goodness me. He knows what he's about.
There seems to be worry here. There seems to be I genuinely think that Stalwart thought this was going to be a lot easier. And they have been met by some ridiculously difficult opponents.
They got 18 eliminations and their MVP got 6. That shows how strong across the board they were able to get there.
I mean, it's a great final game. Only
it was 18 because he burnt himself.
Oh, did he drop the Molotov?
Yeah.
Oh, cheeky. I thought that was one of theirs.
Silas took the point.
Damn. Okay.
But this is fairly even on terms of damage. Obviously, more eliminations going to the left side of your screen.
I mean, that's cool from Silas, though. I like that no one gets to eliminate Silas. He eliminates himself.
I mean, denying the point. And in such a closely contested top of the tables, that could be a crucial denial.
Yeah. I mean, there was 3 points denied. Maybe 2 points denied because I think there was still one player from S2G up towards the end there. They couldn't grab him either. And then they weren't able to take up the elimination over towards Silas. They only got one, I think it was from Ray-Z in those final moments, which is pretty frustrating if you are the guys over on Stalwart.
It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating when I only get 18 eliminations.
But it could have been a 20 element, which would have seen them really with a good buffer into tomorrow.
18 sucks. I'm looking for 20. We are going to be going to the final death segment as well in just a moment, but S2G able to put up a good fight on the west side. Unfortunately, that high ground position that we talked about to the east side of water treatment, it seems like when you give Stalwart high ground, they did it over towards the military island with the observatory position to the east side of this water treatment area as well. They were able to use that high ground to leverage a forward move into the north side of the area, take control, and from there they dominated. So many eliminations. So
right. Well, I don't really need to speak too much here, as you can hear the crowd doing all the talking for me.
SCG, they don't take the victory, they take themselves a second place, but set themselves up nicely to defend that trophy in the next 2 days to play. But we really have to talk about Stalwart Esports, Maxman's favorite team.
Oh yes, I'm jumping in, Jason. No, but we were talking about it just before, right, Seven, about how Stalwart is just such a proficient team when it comes to reaching the late game. When they have 3-4 players alive, they're going to exude so much control. They're going to be gatekeeping every single step of the way. If you were a team that unfortunately went into water treatment, you're not going to make it out. Right, so and they just more eliminations. They could have got almost 20 eliminations if they got the last 2 limbs on SGG, but if they get to the late game, they're just going to win it.
Yeah, and this is perfect with what we've been talking about for the whole day, right? Especially for Stalwart, if they're able to control a certain area, they're going to be taking full advantage of it. Even earlier on, when they were in water treatment, east of water treatment, they were already starting to control that area. They were already looking out at where the other teams were going to be rotating to and making sure that whenever the circle shifted, they were going to position themselves to take those fights and win those fights as well. So overall, if Stalwart Esports, if I'm a team and I
I just want to see scores and then I'm going to sleep.
I'm going to be a little bit scared because of this right here.
I'm just waiting for the scores.
28 points.
Man, the fact that they sent Nozed to clear Decisive versus WBG and they keep
show me overalls.
You do not see any team do that. Like, it is such an overly aggressive play, but Nozed has just been able to survive fight after fight, and they're just assisting him from that ridge on the back line, so he has some semblance of safety off the back of that. And no one does that, but it's Stalwart, so they're going to pull it off.
As we're looking at the stats here, second place, Weibo. I mean, for them to be able to now perform 3 good matches in a row, that's great momentum for this team, considering that at one point they were in last place sitting with
other things do pro level teams have access to other than that
feeds? Able to continue on this is going to be great and set them up nicely for tomorrow as well.
That's pretty much it. Just map feed.
28 points. Weibo as well able to step up. The only
team I'm gonna
really
sleep earlier.
has been able to do so far in this event.
I'm gonna sleep earlier for tonight.
Obviously, when it comes to that last match, I mean, no other team came close. But to be honest, we
I was not prepared for streaming today.
Obviously, we have to talk about Apex from Four Miracle Vibes because he's done this multiple matches in a row now, where he held off 6-2-8 in a 1v3 and was able to pull that off through.
If you hear DPS, just run. Or nades. Also, the ping coming out from Apex is able to keep it alive. I feel like for Miracle Vibe, that is one thing we can see them work around, similar to loops with Cardos in. Not just let a solo player do all the work for you, try and play as a squad, just like a Stalwart, and it might work out.
all right. Come down before we end up cursing them.
Are you saying you're on the Stalwart train now?
Nope.
I am not. Okay, I've said it. Legally, I am not binded to this.
While we're talking about trains, can you please get off the Nongshim train? Because ever since you got on the Nongshim train,
no,
they start...
No, I'm not. I'm still on that train. We'll see.
Alright, see you guys.
Man, Maxman is using that curse to his advantage here.
Give me overalls. That's all I want to see.
Have been so close so many times in the past.
Yep.
Any specific apps? I mean, just the map stream. They could use the map stream to study.
Mongolia has as a region, and they do indeed take the lead away from Alpha 7. The very last match here, but you can see it's not too big of a gap between them, and you have S2G in 3rd place.
Pretty good day 1. Stalwarts though.
Here, 7 of Brazil
looking spicy.
is actually looking pretty relevant.
It is looking relevant.
Than I thought,
I'm actually happy that Alpha 7 is currently not in 1st place. I feel like this is a team that we're seeing in the past where they get 1st place, they get a little bit too comfortable.
That's it for the stream, guys. I'll see y'all later.
I kind of don't want them to be 1st place for quite some time as well. But it's good, the performance that we've been seeing out of them